You're listening to The Zone, ESPN Radio, 1600 AM, Cedar Rapids.
We now leave our network programming to bring you the following special sports presentation.
The history, the tradition, the fun of Kernels baseball.
It's time for exciting live coverage of Kernels baseball, right here on the Kernels Radio Network. Now, the voice of the Kernels. In his 11th season, here's John Rogers.
Our uncharacteristically cool June weather continues into this Sunday afternoon as the Kernels try to make it three straight, winning last night in the 8-game homestand opener 8-6 over the Fort Wayne Wizards. The Kernels broke out for 7 runs in the bottom of the first inning, and right-hander Stephen Merrick won his 7th game of the year. He and fellow Kernel All-Star Nick Adenhart now have combined records of 15-3, and the Kernels won for the second straight time. And part of the Kernel win last night was because of the outstanding play of right fielder Tyler Johnson. Tyler, in fact, drove in his first run as a Kernel in the win Friday night in Davenport. That ground ball out gave the Kernels a 2-1 lead in their 8-6 win. And then last night, the Kernels 8-3 winners, Tyler Johnson had a walk and a single. And Tyler joins us as our South Slope Communications Triple Play Show guest. Tyler, you have a very interesting background in that baseball wasn't exactly your primary sport when you were growing up.
Yeah, actually it wasn't, John. I growing up played football and basketball, and actually growing up as a kid, I always loved basketball. And, baseball kind of came around, and I started to give it up right around, I'd say around my sophomore year of high school, and the man came up to me and said, "Hey, Tyler, you're a very special player. You should keep it up, and I think you actually have what it takes. I see a lot of potential in you, so I would advise you to keep playing baseball." So from that comment there, I decided to stay with it, and good things have happened since then.
Oh, they sure have. Now, who is the man? Was that your coach or your father that told you to keep playing baseball?
Well, actually, it was a guy by the name of Gerald Reed. I'm not sure if you know him, but he's a great guy, He knows a lot about baseball, and I think he worked with the Kansas City Royals for a little time or two, and he said stay with it, and I stayed with it, and good things have happened.
Tyler, the name sounds familiar. I think Gerald Reed might have helped one of our former Kernel pitchers from your area, Stephen Shell. Do you know Stephen Shell? And is Gerald Reed the guy who helped Stephen Shell?
Yeah, actually, I believe so. And, I do know Stephen Shell. He's around the Oklahoma City area. And, I talked to him a time or two. He's a great guy.
Tyler Johnson's with us on the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show. And, Tyler, it's so neat that you have the God-given ability to play 3 sports at a high level. You said really basketball was your favorite sport, and then football, though, was also important to you.
Yeah, actually so, man. I don't know what it was. I grew up playing basketball, and I know my dad played it. He's a big guy, and I don't know. I found a lot of fun out of basketball. So my list kind of went basketball, football, and baseball. So baseball was kind of last on my list, but now it's first.
Now it's first. And Kevin Ham, a former Kernel, was the guy that drafted you, and you're not even sure, Tyler, you told me, if Kevin Ham saw you play baseball because you played a very limited number of games in high school and even in American Legion ball. How do you think the Angels heard about you, and how did they come to think, well, this guy might be a future big leaguer?
Well, that's a good question, John. Your guess is better than mine. Like I say, I played limited numbers of high school game, maybe 6 at the most. And, Kevin Ham, I guess he heard about my name, and he came and gave me a workout. And, I've done some good things in the workout, and he was like, man, you got a lot of tools, and, you're the kind of guy we're looking for. So, it just kind of happened from there.
Tyler, describe, if you could, as much in depth as what a workout is for a kid that is being looked at to be drafted by a professional organization that hasn't played a lot of baseball. Could you take us through some of the things the Angels or Kevin Ham have you do in the so-called workout?
Oh, yeah. One of the first things they had me done was play catch with him, you know. He wanted to see my arm motion, little things like that. And, you know, I was real nervous. I'm not going to lie, you know. I knew this was a once-in-a-million chance of opportunity, so I wanted to make the best of it. So, you know, we kind of played catch. He seen my motion, my arm level, and things like that. And he wanted to see my bat. So, you know, I swung for him, and, you know, I done some impressive things with the bat that day. I never forget it. And, you know, he was excited. He was real excited. One thing I didn't get to do was run for him because I had the ACL tear back in January 23rd of 2003, I believe. And, yeah, that's some of it. And I also caught some fly balls. He wanted to see my arm strength and things like that.
You said you remembered the batting you got to do. Who pitched to you, and what setting was it in? Was it in a park, in a sandlot? Were you at a baseball stadium? Where was it, Tyler?
Well, actually, the good thing about it, I was at my home field, which wasn't too far from my house. He called me up one afternoon and said, Tyler, could you meet me at your baseball field? And he was like, are you ready to go? You know, I'm going to give you a shot. I want to see what you got. So, yeah, it happened at my home field, my high school field, and, you know, I got up there. My coach was throwing to me, my high school coach. Kevin Hale was just laid back, just, I guess, watching my mechanics and things, and from there, you know, it just kind of happened, fell in place.
Tyler Johnson is with us on the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show. He's telling us his very uncommon path to professional baseball. Tyler's first love was basketball, then football, then baseball. And before we take a break, Tyler, you were very close to signing a chance to play college football at the Division I level on a scholarship. With who and how close were you to doing that?
Man, it was right there. It was kind of crazy how it happened. Actually, I had signed with OSU to play baseball and basketball, you know, so that didn't kind of work out because of the ACL tear. They wanted to see if I was going to be able to come back from the ACL tear, and so after that, I ended up signing with Tulsa University, which was a great college, you know, as far as the education and things like that. But yeah, football is where I was going to be at, but baseball came around, so I had to take the opportunity.
Let me get this straight. You were going to play basketball and baseball at Oklahoma State. You could have played football at Tulsa, and you're playing professional baseball with the Los Angeles Angels organization. Is all that correct?
Actually, I take it back. It was football and baseball.
At OSU?
At OSU, yes.
And then football at Tulsa and baseball in the Angel organization. On this cool Sunday afternoon, we'll wrap things up with Colonel outfielder Tyler Johnson here on the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show on the Kernel Radio Network in just a minute.
Service second to none. South Slope Cooperative. We're here for your communication needs. Internet service, telephone, and TV. As a cooperative telephone company, our members are owners who make us a team. Service second to none. South Slope Cooperative Communications. Truly Communications Triple Play. Voice, video, and data with South Slope Cooperative in North Liberty. South Slope's lineup features everything that connects you to information. Digital wireless phones, long-distance plans, data home and business wiring, video conferencing, dial-up and high-speed internet service, fiber optic installation and termination, and digital video TV service in most areas. For all your communication needs, think South Slope. Visit them at southslope.com.
Tyler Johnson's with us on the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show. And Tyler, just getting to know you a little bit the last few days, has anybody ever told you that you have a very upbeat, optimistic attitude and outlook on life?
Well, actually, I have. You know, everything that I do, I try to give it 100%. I try to give it my best, you know. I try to have no regrets, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know a lot of guys who've been in the game and said, I wish I could have done this. I wish I could have done that. But, you know, I'm trying not to be one of those guys. Try to, you know, work hard, hustle, you know, just do the little things.
And those are the things that Bobby Magallanes demands of you guys. I notice whenever you hit a ball, Tyler, your first step out of the batter's box gets you into an immediate sprint. Those are the little things you're talking about.
Exactly. He always said, if you pop up, you ground out, of course you're going to be upset, but you really can't teach just running 100% out of the box, just doing the little things. Who knows? The guy could drop the ball and, you could be on second. And, there you go. That's a little thing right there, and that's one of the things he teaches.
Tyler, finally, an off the baseball field question. This afternoon is Bark at the Park, and Skydogs USA will be here with Rockin' Ray, their master. Does your family have any pets?
Well, actually, growing up as kids, I had lots of pets, but as of right now, most of my pets died. So
what'd you have?
I had pit bulls, coon dogs. We're from the country. We do coon hunting and fishing and things like that. So yeah, growing up as a kid, I had lots of pets.
So you love animals?
Yeah, actually, I do. I got a little cat, that I love. It's a good little cat, but yeah, I love animals.
Well, that's neat, Tyler. I know that you'll be concentrating on the game today, but I know you'll also enjoy what the Skydogs do today as an animal lover. Tyler Johnson, this has been fantastic to introduce you to our listeners, and this is an 8-game homestand, Game 2 of it this afternoon. Please treat yourself to a wonderful meal at any of our Zio Giano's spaghetti houses here in eastern Iowa. Perfect pasta, homemade bread, just the absolute best in Italian cuisine at any of our Zio Giano's. Tyler Johnson, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, John. It's a pleasure.
That's Colonel outfielder Tyler Johnson. He and his mates have won 2 in a row, scoring 8 runs in the last 2 games. We'll be after it again in just a moment this afternoon. Game 2, hosting Fort Wayne. Starting lineups are just around the corner. This has been the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show on the Kernel Radio Network.
Service second to none. South Slope Cooperative. We're here for your communication needs. Internet service, telephone, and TV. As a cooperative telephone company, our members are owners. We make a good team. Service second to none. South Slope Cooperative Communications.
Tuna Communications Triple Play, voice, video, and data with South Slope Cooperative in North Liberty. South Slope's lineup features everything that connects you to information. Digital wireless phones, long-distance plans, data home and business wiring, video conferencing, dial-up and high-speed internet service, fiber optic installation and termination, and digital video TV service in most areas. For all your communication needs, think South Slope. Visit them at southslope.com.
It's a March or April-like Sunday afternoon here at the ballpark as the Kernels try to win their 3rd in a row and take Game 2 of their 4-game series with the San Diego Padre minor leaguers, the Fort Wayne Wizards. We welcome you into our broadcast today. It's overcast, cool, 57 degrees. A couple of big groups are on hand here this afternoon that we'll be welcoming during the broadcast by recognizing and acknowledging them. Right now, though, we're set to bring you starting lineups for Game 2 of this 4-game series, part of an 8-game Kernel homestand featuring Skydogs USA this afternoon. Our Bark in the Park event has unfolded on the field with, several dozen dog owners parading their pooches proudly across the diamond. The lineup cards are being exchanged right now at home plate between Fort Wayne skipper Randy Reddy, who played 13 years in the major leagues, and former big leaguer Kernel hitting coach Eric Owens, who has coached third base in the last 2 Kernel victories. Allen Motor Company, as always, brings us the Kernel starting lineup. Listen to this headline, Kernel fans. Plush, lush, and affordably priced. That's the 2005 Buick LeSabre Custom at Allen Motor Company right now. Just $199 a month for a 2005 Buick LeSabre Custom, and that includes your first year's maintenance free at Allen Motor Company. Allen's is open until 9 o'clock tomorrow evening, I-380 Boyson Road, exit 25 in Hiawatha. With this afternoon's Allen Motor Company Kernel starting lineup, here's Kernel Broadcast Assistant Lupita Hill.
Batting first in the Allen Motor Company Kernel lineup is center fielder Brad Kuhn. Kuhn leads the league in steals with 22. Second in the Kernel lineup is third baseman Dallas Morris. Kernel All-Star shortstop Heinle Stacia will bat third for the Kernels, while first baseman Mark Trumbo will be the Colonel cleanup batter. Trumbo is 7 for his last 17 with 4 doubles. Batting 5th in the Colonel lineup is designated hitter Brett Martinez, who is 6 for his last 15. 6th in the Allen Motor Company Colonel starting lineup is catcher Flint Whiskey. Once again, that's catcher Flint Whiskey, batting 6th. And batting 7th for the Colonels is left fielder Santrell Smith. Smith has a 5-game hitting streak. 8th in the lineup is second baseman Larry Infante. And 9th for the Colonels this afternoon is right fielder Tyler Johnson. Pitching for the Colonels is Moose Mosebach. He is 3-4 with a 2.85 ERA. The Colonels have not scored a run for Mosebach in his last 3 starts. Oh, and we'd like to thank that was our Allen Motor Company Colonel starting lineup.
Luvita, thanks so much. Very well done. The Cost Cutters Dream Team members have taken the field down below on this chilly Sunday afternoon. And Luvita, before we get to the Fort Wayne starting lineup, you are very familiar with a big group of folks on the Miller Mezzanine Terrace. The cold weather has not deterred at all some former colleagues of yours high above the Colonel first base dugout.
In the Miller Mezzanine Terrace, we have Physicians Clinic of Iowa, or commonly known as PCI.
And man, Luvita, they just put on sweatshirts and jackets like you and I have, and they filled that place.
Yes, they did. This cold weather can't keep them away.
No way. And it's great to have your former colleagues from PCI, Physicians Clinic of Iowa, with us. Fort Wayne's record's 28-32. The Wizards are in 6th place. Check that, 5th place in the 6-team Eastern Division first half standings of the Midwest League. And Randy Reddy's starting lineup this afternoon for Fort Wayne has Mike Sanso in center field leading off. Sanso didn't play in last night's series opener. Batting second at third base for Fort Wayne is Seth Johnston. Mike Baxter had 2 hits in last night's Colonel win, and the Wizard right fielder Baxter will bat third. Batting cleanup at first base, he's the biggest guy in the league I've seen, 6'6", 270-pound Kyle Blanks. Will Venable will be in left field. Venable is 4th best in the league in hitting with a .319 average. Will Venable will bat 5th in left. Darrell Jones will serve as the DH for the Wizards. Jones will bat 6th. Hitting 7th and catching, he didn't play in last night's series opener, Brandon Gautier. Gautier will catch and bat 7th. Hitting 8th for Fort Wayne is Abraham Aguilar, and Aguilar will be at second base. Batting 9th, he homered last night after coming into the game to play shortstop in the second inning. Jesus Lopez will bat 9th. And on the hill is a graduate of Duke University, Greg Burke, a 23-year-old right-hander, was signed as a non-drafted free agent by the Padres. Burke spent time earlier this spring in Lake Elsinore in the California League, where he was 2-1 in 12 relief appearances with a 5.79 ERA. Greg Burke is making a spot start for Fort Wayne today. This is his 3rd start of the year. He's relieved in 6 games. And Burke, a right-hander, is 1-1 with a 2.91 ERA. Greg Burke last pitched this past Wednesday at home in Fort Wayne against West Michigan, and it was in relief, a no decision, as the Whitecaps whipped the Wizards 8-4. Burke pitched 4 innings, gave up 2 runs on 4 hits, struck out 1, walked none. The Colonels are taking the field, or they will be shortly. They're being introduced by public address announcer Dale Brote. Our umpires are on the field, and our umpires, as always, are sponsored by Anderson & Brown Eye Care. Anderson & Brown Eye Care is the official eye care provider of the Kernels. Their new location is on Boyson Road in Hiawatha. Easy in, easy out at Anderson & Brown Eye Care. The entire building and the exam rooms are wheelchair accessible, and Anderson & Brown Eye Care is your full-service comprehensive eye care center. That means you can have your eyes examined at Anderson & Brown Eye Care, plus pick out your glasses or contact lenses. Anderson & Brown Eye Care sponsors our umpires. Things are coming into focus at Anderson & Brown Eye Care. Luvita Hill, you can relate to the fun that the Cost Cutters Dream Team members have, and look at the 2 kids in center field diving on the grass, pretending like they're making great catches out there.
Wow, they always have fun out there. I love it when we have kids who just love to take the field and play.
Their little fellas frolicking. Now Brad Kuhn is waving them in, saying, hey, guys, come on in. You got to stand with me as a Cost Cutters Dream Team member for the national anthem.
I think they're having a little fun.
They're having a great deal of fun. We're ready on this overcast, cloudy, cool Sunday to honor America with the playing and singing of the Star-Spangled Banner.
In wartime and in peacetime, Wendy's will always support our troops. Please stand for your national anthem to honor all those who work to preserve the freedom we all enjoy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to honor America, please join in the singing of our national anthem.
The playing and singing of the Star-Spangled Banner prior to Game 2 of the Kernel 4-game series, part of an 8-game homestand against the Fort Wayne Wizards. The Cost Cutter Dream Team members are heading off the field. Our game time temperature, well, we have 57 degrees here in the booth, but Dale Brote and Andy Pantini putting up on the LED Rockwell Collins video board 54 degrees. Whatever it is, it's chilly, it's cool, it's brisk, but the fans gathered here this afternoon have dressed for the occasion and are wrapped up and bundled up. Tomorrow evening we continue this 4-game series. It's Game 3 against the Wizards. And hot dogs tomorrow, Luvita, are at a special price because it's a $1 Dog Monday.
Ooh, that sounds tasty.
Only $1 hot dogs tomorrow, and yeah, you can taste as many of them as you like. And then we'll wrap up the series, Luvita, Tuesday with a special start time.
Tuesday's game is at 2 o'clock.
Or I'm sorry, Luvita, at noon.
All right, noon.
That's right. I get confused, too, because of the schedule. Noon game on Tuesday, that's right.
So many games.
I know. This is number 64 for the Kernels. We've won 28, lost 35. The Kernel record at home, 13-15. On the road, we're 15-20, and 28-35 overall. As Luvita said, Moose Mosebach has suffered from a gross and really unbelievable lack of run support. The Kernels have not scored a run for Moose in his last 4 starts. Moose was involved in a no decision his last time out, Tuesday in Davenport. A Kernel 12-inning 2-0 loss to Quad Cities. Mosebach was magnificent. He went 8 innings, allowed no runs to the swing on only 3 hits, struck out 5 and walked 2. Moose Mosebach will be facing a Fort Wayne team that is ranked 6th in the league in hitting with a .254 team batting average. That's 6th out of 14 teams. Fort Wayne hit 2 home runs in the Kernel win last night. They have 36 home runs, 4th in the league, just 1 behind our ball club. The Kernels have 37 home runs. Well, here's Mike Sanso leading off for the visitors. Sanso didn't play in last night's series opener. Mike was an 18th-round pick of the Padres last year, and he went to St. Mary's Junior College in California. Mike Sanso, a 23-year-old right-handed hitter, and in 26 games, Sanso's batting .253, no home runs, 8 RBIs, and we're ready for baseball. The fans are in for a treat today. Rockin' Ray and his Sky Dogs USA are on hand, and the first pitch from Mosebach is a strike called. Moose Mosebach gets a strike in against Mike Sanso. Boy, it feels like late March. A chopper to third. Dallas Morris gloves it. His long throw across the field gets Mike Sanso. Mike Sanso chops out to third, one away here in the Fort Wayne first inning. And Seth Johnston will be at the plate. Luvita, I'd like you to describe the color scheme of these Wizard Road uniforms.
Well, the base of the uniform is gray. It's not a dark gray. It's just like a regular light gray. He has his long navy blue. Oh, I can't see.
Yep, the long navy blue socks.
Oh, I couldn't see that at first. And it looks like they're white on the bottom.
Yes.
With his black and white cleats.
Strike one is into Seth Johnston. Those are the two main colors for the Wizards, navy blue and gray. Johnston whacks one foul off to the right, and Moose Mosebach's ahead of the tall right-handed batter, 6'3", 210 pounds, Seth Johnston.
That's interesting. His socks are navy blue and white, while his other teammates' socks are navy blue.
All blue, that's right. So just a little bit of a oddity there. I'm glad you noticed that, Luvita. Ball one in the dirt, a changeup from Moose Mosebach. Flint Whipke's behind the plate this afternoon. Around the infield, left to right, Morris, all-star shortstop Stacia, Larry Infante, and over at first is Big Mark Trumbo. A shot to second, and it's picked right off the ground by Larry Infante. Larry reached down and then picked the ball clean right off the top of the dirt and then showed it to the base umpire, saying, I got it, I got it. Seth Johnston has hit a sinking bullet liner that was picked at the feet of Larry Infante for the second out of the inning. Two gone, and here's Mike Baxter. Boy, Mike hit the ball hard 3 times last night, singled his first 2 trips up, and then was robbed of an extra base hit on a sensational catch in deep center by Brad Kuhn. Strike one called to Mike Baxter. Mike was 2 for 4. He's out of Vanderbilt. He grounds one fair past the diving Colonel first baseman into the right field corner. Tyler Johnson will hustle over and dig it out of the corner, heave it back into the cutoff man at second. Mike Baxter has himself a 2-out stand-up double. Baxter hit that ball hard, pulled it on the ground, past the diving Mark Trumbo, and it went into the right field corner where our South Slope Communications Triple Play Show guest Tyler Johnson had to dig it out. Now here comes the most imposing figure in all of the Midwest League, Kyle Blanks, 6'6", 270. The bat literally looks like a splinter in his hand. He rests the bat on his back shoulder, and ball one is outside from Moose Mosebach to big Kyle Blanks. Kyle is 8th in the league with a .307 average. He was 1 for 3 last night. He was hit by a pitch in the first inning by Stephen Merrick. Then he led off the 8th with a base hit. A big swing and a miss, strike one on Kyle Blanks. Colonel pitching last night struck out 16 Wizard batters. Stephen Merrick, the starter, fanned 12. Chris Howell got 3 on strikes, and Tim DeJurgis, who worked a scoreless ninth, struck out 1 as well. Blanks swings at a high fastball and misses, strike 2 on Kyle. I don't know, Luvita, how they got a uniform big enough for Kyle Blanks.
I don't know either. He looks really, really tall from here. How tall did you say you were?
6'6", 270.
How tall are you?
I'm 6'5", so he's taller than me. Mosebach's fastball, clocked at 91 miles an hour, according to the Bank Iowa speed pitch indicator, is outside, and it's 2-2. Deuces are wild here in the top of the first inning. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Runner at second, Mike Baxter. Moose checks the runner, delivers, and there's a pitch that's squirted foul towards the Fort Wayne on-deck hitter. That's Will Venable. Boy, the Wizards might be the most highly educated team in the Midwest League. Their pitcher today, Greg Burke, is from Duke. The man at second, Mike Baxter's from Vanderbilt, and the man on deck, Venable's from Princeton.
Oh, wow.
3 very prestigious schools. Here's a high pop foul. That one on top of the grandstand roof, above the Colonel first base dugout. Colonel Bat Boy John hustles out a new batch of baseballs to the plate umpire, who's wearing a navy blue blazer, just like he'd be going to church this morning.
That's what it looks like. Maybe he thinks.
Well, maybe he wore that jacket to church. The 2-2. In the dirt, a slider, and it's now a full count to Kyle Blanks. Moose Mosebach, 3 and 4. has only allowed 74 hits in 79 innings. Struck out 40 batters in 79, and he's walked just 19. Here's the payoff pitch to Kyle Blanks. High and away, a fastball, ball 4, and the Wizards are mounting a 2-out threat here in the top of the first inning. They have Baxter at second, Blanks at first, and a very dangerous batter at the plate out of Princeton, Will Venable. Venable was lifted in the bottom of the 6th inning in left field last night as Santiago Guerrero took over. Will was 0-for-3 at the plate. Will Venable is 4th in the league in hitting with a .319 average. Mosebach's first pitch. Strike one called on the outside corner. Mike Baxter leading away at second. Kyle Blanks at first for the Wizards. Venable's a left-handed hitter with a straightaway stance, and a fastball is downstairs to Will, ball 1. I have our game time temperature at 58 degrees. Fortunately, just a very, very light breeze is blowing in from right center field here at the ballpark. Venable taps one over the hill. This will be a tough play. Larry Infante charges it and throws the batter out. Will Venable tapped it just out of the reach of Moose Mosebach, and it went to shallow second. In came Larry Infante to glove it and throw out Will Venable. No runs in the first for Fort Wayne. 1 hit, a walk. There were no Colonel errors, and the Wizards leave a pair. And on this overcast, brisk Sunday afternoon, after 1/2 inning, Fort Wayne 0, the Kernels coming to the plate. You're enjoying Kernel Baseball on the Kernel Radio Network.
Cedar Rapids' oldest wholesale greenhouse is also Cedar Rapids' full-service landscaping and lawn care center. Cedar Rapids Greenhouses has been serving eastern Iowans for 50 years at the corner of Johnson Avenue and Edgewood Road, behind Guppy's on the Go. Cedar Rapids Greenhouses has a full line of trees and shrubs like magnolias, maples, and lilacs. And for a limited time, buy any potted tree and Cedar Rapids Greenhouses will deliver and plant it free. If you're searching for the right beautification project, let the trained landscape designers at Cedar Rapids Greenhouses help you create a unique plan for your home. From retaining walls to ponds, waterfalls, and fountains, they'll work within your budget and taste, and they do free estimates. Lawn care featuring mowing, fertilization, seeding, sodding, aeration, dethatching, maintenance, and cleanup are all done with care and precision. For the highest quality and low prices, see the difference at Cedar Rapids Greenhouses, Eastern Iowa's full-service landscapers at the corner of Johnson Avenue and Edgewood Road.
Hi, I'm Phil Andrews, your local Pekin insurance agent at Andrews Insurance in Cedar Rapids. I'd like to introduce you to an easy-to-understand, affordable life insurance plan with great benefits. It's simplified issue whole life from Pekin Insurance. The plan requires no medical exam, has guaranteed rates for life, and a guaranteed cash value. Life insurance made simple and affordable from Pekin Insurance. To learn more, contact me, Phil Andrews, at Andrews Insurance.
We go to the bottom of the first inning with the Kernels batting against Duke University's Greg Burke, B-U-R-K-E. Greg Burke is out of Duke, and the last pitcher I remember being out of Duke was a former Angel High draft pick by the name of Scott Schoenweiss. Schoenweiss is still in the big leagues with someone. I can't tell you who. The Angels had Scott for a while. And the former Dookie, as they call their basketball players, is ready to go against Brad Kuhn, who takes the strike on the outside corner. The Wizards threaten. They put 2 on with 2 out in the top of this first inning, but their best hitter, Max Venable, bounced out to second. Here's a ground ball wrapped through the box into center field. A base hit for Brad Kuhn. Brad Kuhn gets the Kernels started on the right foot this afternoon as he grounded one sharply right through the middle. It looked like Greg Burke didn't want any part of it. He kind of dodged it. It was at his feet, and then it went right between Lopez and Aguilar, the shortstop and second baseman, into center where Mike Sanso got it back in. Brad Kuhn made it 6-0 in the first inning last night with an RBI single in his second at bat in the inning. This afternoon he leads off with a base hit through the box. Now Dallas Morris at the plate, and time is called as Dallas Morris steps out. Dallas is batting .220, 5 home runs, 20 RBIs. Dallas reached on an error with 1 out last night in the first inning, and that started the Colonel 7-run outburst. Here's a base hit into right in front of Mike Baxter, and stopping at second is Brad Kuhn. The Colonels have Dallas Morris aboard. He went the other way. His strength is to go into right field. Dallas looped it into right, 1 hop in front of Mike Baxter, and the Colonels have 2 on and nobody out here in the top of the first inning, or bottom of the first inning, rather. And the batter is now Heinle Stacia. Luvita, do you notice how each Colonel player has something called walk-up music, their favorite music that Andy Pantini plays for them?
Yes, I have noticed. And when I'm not in here, I know who's batting.
In other words, here's a bunt, maybe good enough for a base hit. It's barehanded by the third baseman, Seth Johnston, and he throws out Heinle Stacia. A big sacrifice bunt by Heinle Stacia. It went 5-3, Johnston to Kyle Blanks. The pitcher, Burke, and the third baseman, Seth Johnston, converged on that bunt by the switch-hitting Colonel All-Star shortstop down the third baseline, and Heinle was thrown out for the first out of the inning. Now Mark Trumbo, who Luvita told you has, I think, 4 doubles in his last 5 games, Luvita. Mark doubled last night in the first inning to put the Colonels ahead 1-0.
Yes, he has 4 doubles in his last. That's correct.
Here's a pitch in the dirt, ball 1 to Mark. Yes, 4 doubles in his last 4 ball games for Mark Trumbo. Boy, did Heinle Stacia lay down a beautiful sacrifice to get Kuhn to third and Morris down to second. Bottom of the first inning, no score. Greg Burke, a 23-year-old right-hander, making just his 3rd start of the year. 6 relief appearances, leans in, he's working from the stretch, and he has his sign. Mark Trumbo waits and swings at a slider and misses, strike 1. Mark has his average up to 222, 8 home runs, second only to All-Star Jordan Renz. Jordan once again not in the Allen Motor Company lineup due to a sore shoulder that he banged up colliding with Brian Anderson, the catcher of the Swing in Davenport, Wednesday afternoon. Mark wraps it foul into on top of the Wizard third base dugout. It skips into the Red Club seats. I'm a little bit surprised that the umpires haven't asked for the lights to be turned on here this afternoon. Greg Burke is ahead of Mark Trumbo. 1 ball, 2 strikes as the Metro crew spots some of the dogs on the grass slope seating berm down the left field line. Ball 2 is a changeup outside. Well, for the most part, Luvita, those dogs seem very content and well-behaved.
Yes, they are. I'm really shocked that you can gather that many dogs and have them be so quiet.
And not fight with each other, that's right. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Mark Trumbo. 2 on, 1 out here in the bottom of the first inning. Mark bounces it to third. The only play for Seth Johnston will be to throw out Trumbo. Crossing the plate is Brad Kuhn, and it's 1-0 Colonels here in the bottom of the first inning. Mark Trumbo drives in his 29th run of the year as he hit a high bouncer to third. Brad Kuhn dashed in from third to score. Dallas Morris held at second, and Brett Martinez has a chance to drive home a run and add to the Colonel early lead here today. It's 1-0 Colonels. And that's the first run the Colonels have scored for Moose Mosebach in his last 3 starts. So Moose is... There goes Morris! A pitch dropped by the catcher. Dallas Morris steals third base. He's there with 2 out as Brett Martinez took a strike called. Or a ball, rather, outside. Brett Martinez is also swinging a hot bat. Brett has 6 hits in his last 4 games. The 1-0 to Martinez. A shot into right. That's a base hit. It's 2-0 Colonels. Dallas Morris scores after stealing third. Brett Martinez is red hot. He's now hit safely in his last 5 games. Martinez slashes a 2-out RBI single into right to give the Colonels a 2-0 lead here in the Bottom of the first inning. And Luvita Hill, you've seen this team quite a bit at home this spring and summer, and they look like a very confident crew right now.
They do. They look like they're having fun, and they just know exactly what they need to do tonight.
Here's a shot past third by Flint Whipke into left field. Brett Martinez stops at second. Flint Whipke has the Colonel fourth hit of the first inning off right-hander Greg Burke. And let's see if Tom Bradley, the pitching coach for the Wizards, comes out to the hill. No, it's the catcher, Brandon Gautier, who has a word with Greg Burke. Flint Whipke hit a low liner past the diving third baseman Seth Johnston. Seth is caked in dirt now and trying to rub some of that dirt off his gray road uniform. The Wizards have navy blue caps with gray or silver, if you will, bills, two-tone colored caps. And now Stantrell Smith is at the plate. Stantrell in 25 games, hitting .229, no homers, 9 RBIs. Stantrell Smith owns a 5-game hitting streak. He was 1 for 4 in the Colonel win last night. Stantrell Smith. Swing and a miss on a good changeup from right-hander Greg Burke. Stantrell reached on an error last night and scored in the Colonel's 7-run first inning. Then he singled and scored on a Larry Infante triple to left in the 5th inning that gave the Colonels an 8-1 lead in their 8-3 victory last night. Smith, a check swing, and he rolls it back to the mound. Greg Burke takes his time and tosses out Stantrell Smith, who took a check swing, and the pitch caromed off the barrel of his bat right back to the base of the mound, where Greg Burke threw out Stantrell. 7 Colonels bat in the first inning. The Colonels strike for 2 runs. On 4 hits, a stolen base. There were no Wizard errors, and the Colonels leave 2 men aboard. And after 1 on this overcast, cool Sunday afternoon, it's the Colonels leading Fort Wayne 2-0. This is Colonel Baseball on the Colonel Radio Network.
Get ready for summer and beat high gas prices with a pre-owned vehicle from Randy Keel Honda. Their inventory is jam-packed with fuel-efficient vehicles designed to save you money. Get an economical sedan for your daily commute, or indulge your sporty side with a high-performance coupe. Randy Keel Honda carries a large selection of Honda certified pre-owned vehicles backed by a 12-month, 12,000-mile comprehensive warranty and 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Need to haul the entire family? For a limited time, you can get special financing on Honda certified pre-owned Odyssey. Whatever your driving needs, Randy Keel Honda has the vehicle for you. Visit Randy Keel Honda on Centerpoint Road Northeast or online at randykeel.com. Randy Keel Honda, where they treat you right.
Hy-Vee, the most respected and recognized brand name in our entire great state. Your Cedar Rapids and Marion Hy-Vee's value the vital role professional baseball plays in our community's fabric. Our treasured tradition of affordable, wholesome entertainment that brings families, friends, work colleagues, and customers together for lifelong memories. Your Cedar Rapids and Marion Hy-Vee's are proud to support the best thing going in eastern Iowa, the wonder of Kernels baseball.
2-0 Colonels as we go to the second inning. Darrell Jones, Brandon Gautier, and Abraham Aguilar will bat against Moose Mosebach. Here in the top of the second inning, the Colonels wrapped out 4 hits in the bottom of the first and struck for a pair of runs. So Moose Mosebach must feel like he's on a different planet out there on the mound. He hasn't had a run with which to work in his last 3 starts. And now we have a delay as Mark Trumbo has broken the webbing of his first baseman's mitt, and Jordan Renz, Colonel All-Star outfielder, flips Mark Trumbo a new glove. Well, Ann and Eric Kern are down in their customary seats right next to the Colonel dugout, and Ann and Eric look like they're bundled up for a Iowa Hawkeye football game this afternoon. Here's a big swing and a miss by Darrell Jones. Darrell Jones, a right-handed hitter, the DH, batting .272, leads the Wizards with 10 home runs. He's also tops on their team with 37 RBIs. Darrell was a 4th-round pick of the Padres in 2004, and Mosebach's next delivery drifts downstairs for ball one. 1-1 on 19-year-old right-handed hitting Darrell Jones. And a slider is low for ball two. I can hear some of the dogs out on the grass slope seating berm that parallel the left field line barking. There's a slider in for strike two call. Darrell Jones turns his back on the plate umpire. He wasn't very happy with his call. Jones is a trim, sleek 6'3", 200-pounder out of Los Angeles, California. Nothing for four last night, and the 2-2 pitch is topped foul, rolls halfway up the third base side, where former 13-year big league veteran Randy Reddy picks it up. Randy spent time with the Brewers, the Padres, the Phils, A's, and Montreal. Swing and a miss on a low fastball. Darrell Jones fans, and there's one out here in the Wizards' second inning. 2-0 Kernels. Halo happenings, results from around the Angel organization last night and yesterday. Our parent club was beaten for the second straight time by Seattle, 12-6 Mariners. Former Colonel catcher, here's a ground ball foul off the bat of Brandon Gauthier. Strike one. Gauthier, a right-handed hitter, didn't play in last night's series opener. He's batting .219 in 19 games. No homers, 7 RBIs for Brandon Gauthier, Gouttier. A fastball inside from Moose, and it's 1-1. Mike Napoli in the loss by the Angels to the Mariners last night was 2 for 5 with 2 homers and 3 runs driven in. Swing and a miss on a fastball high and away. Moose Mosebach is ahead of Gauthier, 1-2. Former Colonel Jon Link was roughed up for 8 runs in that 12-6 Mariner thumping of the Angels. Gauthier lifts the 1-2 pitch foul high above the stands behind home plate. Salt Lake is 34-27. They were beaten last night by Tucson 6-1. Gauthier has a pitch in his wheelhouse and tomahawks it foul straight back. Former Colonel All-Star catcher Jeff Mathis was 2 for 4. And former Colonel All-Star middle infielder playing in the Diamondback organization, Alberto Callaspo, was 2 for 5 with 2 doubles for Tucson. A ground ball to the left of Heinle Stacia. He glides to his left, picks it up, and pegs in time to get Brandon Gauthier. Gauthier grounded it past the mound up the middle, but Heinle Stacia made it look effortless as he went to his left and threw out Gauthier 2 away here in the Fort Wayne second inning. AA Arkansas lost 9-4 to Springfield. Former Colonel Aaron Peel went 3 for 5, and former Colonel catcher Bobby Wilson was 2 for 4 with a run driven in as the Arkansas Travelers AA Angel affiliate dropped a 9-4 game to the Springfield Cardinals last night. Ball one is high, and now a ground ball fair past third by Abraham Aguilar. The Colonels will argue about that. Aguilar will speed to second as Santrell Smith has it disappear for a moment under the tarp. Well, actually, it ricocheted off the tarp cover, and Aguilar has a 2-out double. Abraham Aguilar wraps his 4th double of the season. He hit it hard on the ground. Over the bag at third. I thought the Colonels might argue. They did not at the call of the plate umpire. Abraham Aguilar has doubled down the left field line. And the Wizards have their second 2-out double in a row. Now Moose Mosebach will have to face right-handed hitting shortstop Jose Lopez. Lopez is a right-handed hitter, and he lifts the first pitch foul back of home plate for strike one. You could probably hear that one thud on the grandstand roof. Jesus Lopez homered last night. He came into the game at shortstop in the second inning as Rayner first the 0-1 pitch. It's strike two call, the changeup. Rayner Contreras, the second baseman, was injured on an inning-ending double play in the Colonel 7-run first. Contreras left the game, Aguilar moved from short to second, and this player, Lopez, came in, went 1 for 4, came into the game in the second inning at shortstop. He hit a 2-run homer in the 7th inning. Mosebach fires outside for ball 1 to Jesus Lopez. He's from Mexico. A tiny fella, 5'10", 165. Lopez is only 18 years old. Aguilar at second with 2 gone here in the top of the second inning. A ground ball in the hole, and it's past Morris. A long throw by Stacia, not in time from shallow left field, and it's an infield single for Jesus Lopez. Abraham Aguilar advances to third. A seeing eye base hit just to the left of Dallas Morris at third. Terrific effort by the shortstop, Heinle Stacia, who backhanded it and then made it much closer than I thought it could or should have been at first base. Lopez reaches with an infield single, and it's first and third, 2 away for Mike Sanso. The leadoff batter for the Wizards, Sanso, bounced out to Dallas Morris at third in the first inning. So the Wizards have the tying runs on at first and third with 2 away here in this second inning. A bunt, it's a squeeze, and it works. A perfectly executed squeeze bunt by Mike Sanso. All Moose Mosebach can do is pick it up and put it in his pocket. Flashing across the plate to make it 2-1 Kernels is Abraham Aguilar. Down to second goes Jesus Lopez. Boy, the element of surprise, a beautifully executed suicide squeeze bunt up the third baseline by Mike Sanso, drives in his 9th run of the year, and now Seth Johnston at the plate. The Wizards have runners at first and second, 2 out, 3 straight hits off the Colonel right-hander. Moose steps off the rubber. Abraham Aguilar doubled just over the bag at third with 2 out. Jesus Lopez grounded an infield single deep in the hole at short, and then Mike Sanso bunts home a run on a 2-out suicide squeeze. Swing and a miss by Seth Johnston, strike 1. Seth Johnston is batting .261. He lined out to Larry Infante at second in the first inning. Fort Wayne has a rally going here in the second as the Colonel right-hander, Mosebach, delivers low for ball 1. 2-1 Kernels. We're in the top of the second inning. Moose comes set below the chin. His pitch is fouled away to the right, up onto the Miller Mezzanine Terrace where the wonderful folks from Physicians Clinic of Iowa are. Luvita Hill will be back in a little bit and tell us about the other groups in attendance here on this cool Sunday afternoon. Seth Johnston waits. Moose Mosebach's 1-2 is a fastball upstairs, and it's 2-2. Now the deuces are wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, 2 on, 2-1 Kernels. Top of the second inning. Seth Johnston waits. The pitch is up and in for ball 3. You still hear an occasional bark from our guests here at the ballpark. Bark in the park. The dogs. Seth Johnston steps out. Now he's back in there. The runners will be going on this payoff 2-out, 3-2 pitch. There they go. Oh, time was called by the plate umpire. Oh, brother. Moose Mosebach looked like he threw strike 3, but the plate umpire granted the batter time. Oh, boy, that's unusual to see the plate umpire grant the batter time that late into a set position. But the Kernels don't argue. At least not that I can see. Now, the 3-2. swinging a foul straight back. That pitch was right up in Seth Johnston's wheelhouse, and he fouled it into the screen. Count remains full to the number 2 hitter. 4 homers, 32 RBIs, Seth Johnston. 2-1 Kernels. We're in the top of the second inning. The Wizards have Jesus Lopez at second and Mike Sanso at first. They lead away, and they'll be running on this next pitch. A bouncer up the middle. Stacia has it underneath his glove. Underneath his glove, a runner trying to score. He does to tie the game 2-2. Heinley Stacia went a long way to his left. Had that ball flick underneath his glove for an error, and that ties the game. We're tied 2-2 now here in the second inning. Jesus Lopez scores, and the error on Heinley is only his 12th of the year. And Moose Mosebach, with 2 out, has allowed 3 hits, an unearned run, 2 runs total. Stopping at second was Mike Sanso. Seth Johnston put the ball in play, and now the guy who's hitting the best for Fort Wayne is at the plate, Mike Baxter. He has 3 hits in this series. Ball 1 is low. It's been a tough go for Moose Mosebach here in the top of the second inning. He just hasn't been able to get that last out. And the Wizards have tied the game 2-2. Baxter, a left-handed hitter, shoots one foul off the end of the bat above the grass slope seating berm. Well, Levita Hill, we've already told our listeners how amazed we are at the big contingent from Physicians Clinic of Iowa. There's another big crowd down the left field line who we'll recognize in just a moment on the Randy Keel Confidence Picnic Pavilion. First, the 1-1. Low, ball 2.
We have 4 different organizations here today in our Randy Keel Confidence Pavilion. We have the Iowa Engineering Society, Iowa State Alumni Association, Family Medicine Specialists, and the Amana Refrigeration Company.
Mike Baxter tips it foul at the feet of Flint Whipkey. And I wonder what group is in the red and yellow sweatshirts, Levita. Who could that be?
That could only be Iowa State.
You don't look that thrilled about it.
No, I'm a Hawkeye.
Through and through.
Go Hawkeyes.
We're welcoming those Cyclone alums.
But that's okay.
Boy, it's great to see them with that school spirit. Mike Baxter pounds another pitch foul past first into the Colonel right field bullpen. Boy, Moose Mosebach has had to probably throw 24 to 30 pitches here in the second inning. The Colonels broke out on top with 4 hits in the bottom of the first, RBIs from Trumbo and Brett Martinez, but the Wizards have scored 2, all with 2 out on 3 hits and an error here in their top of the second inning. Mike Baxter doubled his first time up. Mosebach lifts his front leg and then whirls and looks the runner at second, Mike Sanso, back to the bag. Still surprised the umpires haven't asked for the lights to be turned on. Baxter on the 2-2 delivery from Moose. Swings and misses, strike 3. Mike Baxter fans a big strikeout for Moose Mosebach to finally end the Wizards' second inning. 2 runs for the Wizards on 3 hits, 1 Colonel error, and Fort Wayne left a pair. They've stranded 4. It's a brand new game as we go to the bottom half of the second. Sky Dogs USA are here with Rock and Ray, and we'll tell you all about it when we return. After an inning and a half, Kernels 2, Wizards 2. This is Colonel Baseball on the Colonel Radio Network.
Smelly cat, smelly cat.
What are you playing, Nigel?
I was just trading places with Phoebe from Friends. She's so funny. She's
Cool. You know, Sierra Mist and TBS had the Trade Places with the Funniest Faces sweepstakes, where you could really trade places with your favorite characters and win the ultimate sitcom getaway. Yeah, just go to TBS.com to enter. You can win the Friends Ross and Rachel honeymoon trip to Vegas. There's also a trip to see where the Seinfeld gang hung out in New York City, or an Everybody Loves Raymond trip to a golf resort in California.
The Trade Places with the Funniest Faces sweepstakes. Just watch Friends on TBS and enter at TBS.com. Brought to you by Sierra Mist. It's that refreshing. No purchase necessary. Internet access required. Subject to official rules at TBS.com. Open to legal residents of the continental U.S. 18 or older. Void where prohibited. Ends 5/16/06.
Slow cooperative. company. Our members are owners who make a good team. Service second to none. South Slope Cooperative Communication.
2-2 is the Kernels bat here on Bark in the Park Day, and Rockin' Ray and Skydogs USA just performed their first routine down on the diamond. They were very well received. The Kernels struck for a pair off right-hander Greg Burke out of Duke University in the bottom of the first, but the Wizards tied it up with 2 out. They got 3 straight hits, including a suicide squeeze bunt that produced their first run, and an unearned run in the second off Moose Mosebach tied the game. And here we go to the second. Larry Infante, Tyler Johnson, and Brad Kuhn will bat for the Kernels. Greg Burke gets his full complement of warm-up pitches because Skydogs USA, as far as I could tell, Luvita, I know we were a little bit distracted with some clerical duties up here, but it seemed like the dogs were chasing down not exactly frisbees, but I don't know what you call the objects that are just round with a hole in the middle.
I don't know. I call it some type of disc.
Yes.
Type.
Yes, discs.
Disc? I'm not sure. It's probably soft for the dog.
That's true. You want to keep the dog's teeth healthy, and in case one were to conk the dog in the mouth or head, you don't want him to get hurt. Batting first for the Kernels is Larry Infante. Larry's a left-handed batter. In 33 games, batting 168. He fakes a bunt, and a fastball is down the pipe for a strike from Greg Burke. 1-1. This is his third start of the year, and also 6 relief appearances for the Wizards. Greg's let-up is outside. Greg has pitched 21 2/3 innings for Fort Wayne, allowed 19 hits, struck out 13 in 21 2/3, walked only 1. Larry Infante pulls a pitch up the first base line, foul ball. Luvita, I'm going to turn up our crowd mic. Rockin' Ray, the master of Skydogs, is saying something to the crowd, and I'm going to see if the crowd mic can pick him up. Well, I turned the mic up at the wrong time. He's calling kids up, probably to nurture or pet his Skydogs.
Probably. You think the Skydogs give autographs?
Boy, now, that wouldn't surprise me if they could do that. They can do just about everything else known to man. Larry takes a pitch just inside. The Wizards wanted the call, didn't get it from the plate umpire. Larry Infante doubled and scored in the Colonel's 7-run first last night. Then he delivered an RBI triple in the 5th inning, so he had 2 extra base hits. He wraps one to shortstop. Down to get it is Jesus Lopez. Wait a minute. Lopez throws. Yes, he throws, and Larry Infante's out. I lost track of where the ball went. As I looked up and saw Jesus Lopez looking down at his feet, I thought he might have fumbled it, but he threw out Infante. 1 gone here in the Colonel's second. 2-2 the score, and the batter is our South Slope Communications Triple Play Show guest from earlier this afternoon, Tyler Johnson from Muskogee, Oklahoma. Right-handed hitter. Tyler swings hard and misses, strike 1. Tyler hitting 121 in 9 games. No homers, 1 RBI. Tyler walked in the first last night and then singled in the 3rd inning. Ball 1, low and away to the Colonel right-handed batter who wears his Red Sox up high. Tyler wears a long-sleeve red shirt underneath his white Colonel home uniform and wears a pair of black batting gloves. There's ball 2 low from Greg Burke. Burke works quickly. Greg's a 23-year-old who pitched in 12 games for Lake Elsinore in the California League earlier this season before joining Fort Wayne. Ball 3 over but low to Tyler Johnson. Tyler's ahead in the count, 3-1. Johnson holds his hands far away from his torso and walks. That's ball 4 inside. A good AB, as the players like to call their at-bats. Tyler Johnson walks with 1 out here in the second, and the Colonels have the go-ahead run at second with 1 out. Well, Levita Hill, can you see yourself in 10 years going to a University of Iowa alumni event, perhaps at a professional baseball game, and wearing a gold sweatshirt with the Iowa black letters across the front?
I can see myself doing that.
Here's a bunt back to the mound, and Brad Kuhn is thrown out. He'll be credited with the sacrifice bunt. He was trying to bunt for a base hit. Brad tried to pull the bunt down the first baseline, didn't pull it far enough. Greg Burke, the pitcher, was able to scoot off the hill and throw out Brad Kuhn. It went 1-3. Now Dallas Morris, who singled and scored in the Colonel 2-run first, will bat for the second time. Dallas has an RBI chance. He could put the Colonels ahead here in this bottom of the second inning with the game tied at 2. Yeah, those Iowa State alums are really proud. Most of them are wearing red and gold.
Yep, their school colors, red and gold, those Cyclones.
Boy, this crowd is quiet right now. Dallas Morris could sure bring them to life. A breaking pitch is a strike at the outside corner at the knees. Well, Levita Hill, who is supposed to be, or who, did we ever find out who had our pregame picnic?
It is an acronym. It's spelled capital C-O-A-M-S, and it's COAMS.
And what does it stand for? Did we ever find out?
We never found that one out.
Even Andrea Murphy, I don't think, knew, did she?
She wasn't sure about that one.
Yeah. The 0-1 to Dallas Morris. Swing and a miss on a breaking pitch. Dallas didn't mean to, but he went around, and it's 0-2. Acronyms are tricky. You just have to stay with them, and you spelled it, Levita, COAMS. And I don't know what it stands for either. Neither did Andrea Murphy, our director of group outings and ticketing. Dallas down on strikes on an 0-2 pitch swinging, and the Colonels can't cash in on the one-out walk drawn by Tyler Johnson. No runs here in the second inning. No hits, no wizard errors. The Colonels leave a runner at second and have stranded 3. And after 2, here at the ballpark, it's the Colonels and Wizards tied at 2. This is Colonel Baseball on the Colonel Radio Network.
Reading stimulates a child's imagination, increases their mastery of subject matter, improves their spelling and vocabulary, and opens up new worlds of discovery. That's why Toyota Financial Services, the Gazette, and the Kernels are teaming up to encourage elementary students throughout the community to read. Kernels players will visit 38 elementary schools this spring to talk with students about the benefits of reading. Girls and boys will then be rewarded with nifty prizes for achieving reading milestones. Toyota Financial Services, the Gazette, and the Kernels, proud to stand behind our community's youth for reading.
Next up, a musical taste of Dr. Pepper. It's a new spin on an old vibe from me to you. A tasty sip of Dr. Pepper for your ears, and it starts like this.
I'm a pepper, he's a pepper, she's a pepper, we're a pepper, wouldn't you like to be?
Now that's cool, but pepper is a little better. So let's slide in a taste of this.
I'm a pepper,
right on. But there's still more to it. I mean, there's nothing like it, because every sip is a chicken mashup of 23 different flavors. So for the true taste of Dr. Pepper, we dial it up even more. You know it. With 22 flavors mixed into one full taste, every sip is a cool mix of music to your mouth. Dr. Pepper, there's more to it.
I want to apologize to a good friend and colleague for me not knowing who COAMS is. And heck, I was taught, Levita, when you don't know something, you just admit it. And I apologize to Andrea Murphy because I didn't check with her on that acronym, and we're welcoming them. That was the point, is we want to welcome COAMS. They had a pregame picnic. We'd much rather welcome our guests than not mention them, and I apologize to Andrea because I didn't mean to imply that she didn't know one of her groups. It's not expected to know an acronym. There are so many acronyms I don't know, and I do apologize on behalf of myself. No intent there other than to welcome our pregame picnic guests, and I'm sure that they took no offense either. The batter is Kyle Blanks. He leads off in the third inning. Right-handed He-Man. He's 6'6", 270, and he bounces one foul. Oh, that one nipped somebody in the first row of the premier seats, but they're waving, and they get the souvenir back, and they've earned themselves a lifetime honorary Colonel contract and a free spaghetti dinner to Zio Giano's. Kyle Blanks walked in the first inning. There's a pitch high. I don't know how many times my little brother in the Big Brother, Big Sister program has asked me a question, and I'll have to say, you know what, Logan, I don't know the answer to that.
Oh, my goodness.
And little kids ask the best questions. Here's a swing and a miss by Kyle Blanks, and I want to apologize to our pregame picnic guests, COAMS, because I did not mean to imply we don't know who they are. We just welcome them, and we'll leave it at that. Will Venable, who is hitting .319, grounded out to second in the first inning. Will Venable has a home run and 28 RBIs, and there's a strike called. Will is a left-handed batter, and I mentioned last night on the broadcast the Kernels had a pitcher out of Princeton, Scott Heineman, a couple of years back, and Will Venable is Ivy League educated out of Princeton. He takes a check swing and holds up for a ball. 1-1 to Will Venable. We're in the top of the third, and we're tied 2-2. The outfield is playing Venable straight away. Will breaks his bat and almost hits Moose Mosebach in the feet. The ball goes out to second base, and Larry Infante calmly throws Will Venable out. Well, I'm not sure if even the Sky Dogs could have performed the feat that right-hander Moose Mosebach had to. Moose had to jump over the barrel of the broken bat.
Wow, he had to see that one coming.
He did, and luckily, had the ball been coming back to Moose, that would have been a very difficult play to concentrate on getting out of the way of the barrel of the bat and fielding the ball, but fortunately, the ball went out to Larry Infante for the second out. Here's a big swing and a miss by Darryl Jones. Darryl struck out his first time up. He's batting .272, 10 homers, 37 runs driven in. Here's a swing and a foul straight back. Well, I'll tell you what, Luvita, one lesson I've learned in this business, we're in the communications business, and like the players, I make mistakes sometimes. And I want to apologize again for the error I made earlier, and it was unintended. And sometimes you can't really keep your mouth closed when you're a broadcaster, because then you wouldn't be giving the action, but you can sure be more discreet and more common sense. And again, I want to apologize to Andrea. I did not mean to come across as we didn't know who our groups were. We certainly do. There's a swing and a miss by Darryl Jones, and he strikes out. Great inning for Moose Mosebach as Moose retires. The Wizards in order for the first time this afternoon. Well, it looks like Rockin' Ray and Skydog are coming back out. And, Luvita, we're going to keep it right here and have you give a visual description to our listeners of what's going on with Rockin' Ray and Skydogs USA.
Well, Rockin' Ray, they're throwing and catching these soft disc-like objects, and the dog's running around the field and having fun. And now he's coming back.
Yeah, I think Ray has him trained to come back.
He's weaving in and out of between his legs. And
he sure is.
Jumping up high and catching these discs. Dropping one, catching another one. Wow, he's really good.
He's full of energy, that dog is.
He knows just when to drop and just when to catch.
He sure does, Luvita. Right when Ray throws a disc up, the dog drops the disc that he has.
Ray throws one behind his back, the dog drops and catches.
Wow.
That was a high one. I don't think I can jump that high.
Luvita, the dog just leaped over Ray's head and his back, and now Ray is going to reward the dog with a bigger disc.
Ooh.
He's asking the crowd to cheer. Wow, here's a long throw, and the dog Sonny couldn't quite get to it. Ray now is asking the crowd to cheer.
I think our dog's going to play right field today.
That's where he's coming in from. Luvita, the dog's coming in from right field.
And he has the disc around his... Oh, I thought it was around his neck. He just had it in his mouth.
Here's a long toss into the Colonel bullpen. And the dog runs right up onto the bullpen mound and comes back with that circular disc with the hole in the middle, as Luvita described it.
Here he goes again. He's going to go for it.
Oh, the dog just missed making connections on that long fling into right field. Ray is waving to the crowd here, and I think they really are enjoying the great athleticism of that dog. Sonny is the name of the dog. One more time.
Let's see if Sonny can do it.
Oh, yes!
Oh, yes, he got it on his second jump.
And the crowd loved it, Luvita.
I think Sonny could be on our baseball team. He's so talented.
I'll tell you what. There have been lots of Walt Disney movies made over the years about smart dogs. There was one just recently about some dogs that were taken on an expedition. You talk about making another error. An expedition up to the North Pole, and those dogs got lost, had to be left behind. And then the gist of the story was that the masters or the explorers really wanted the dogs back, so they went on a rescue mission for them.
Oh, wow, that sounds like a really good movie.
I can't remember the name of it, but I know that it's well worth seeing. Ball one is outside to Hindley Station, now a strike. We're in the bottom of the third inning, and it's a 2-2 ball game, the Kernels against the Fort Wayne Wizards. Hindley Station lifts the 1-1 pitch foul onto the grass slope seating berm. And some of the dogs here at Burke in the park are relaxing on that grass slope seating berm. Here's a line drive into center. That's a base hit for Hindley Station. In to get it is Mike Sanso. Hindley Station, who delivered a sacrifice bunt in the first to help the Kernels score one of their 2 runs, has singled into center here in the bottom of the third, and the Kernels have the go-ahead run at first with nobody out. And Mark Trumbo, who's swinging a solid stick these days, the last week or so, will now bat. Mark is a tall, right-handed power hitter. A throw to first, and Stacia back safely. Trumbo bounced out to third and drove in a run. That was Brad Kuhn back in the Kernel 2-run first inning. We have groups in the stands this afternoon, Luvita.
Yes, we do. We have the Iowa City Firehawks.
We know who they are.
The Red Hat Society. Ooh.
And they were just acknowledged by Carla Davis, the Red Hat ladies. Strike one to Trumbo, and Mark's in the hole, 0-1.
We also have Holy Redeemer Lutheran Church. I'm glad they could make the ball game today. And the Daniel Rally birthday party.
Yes, Daniel Rally is celebrating a Dairy Queen birthday with us here at the ballpark.
Well, happy birthday to Daniel Rally.
Ball one just missed outside to Mark Trumbo.
I'm glad they could make the ball game.
Boy, Luvita, I just heard your voice. I was changing, there's error number umpteenth, infinite error on broadcaster John this afternoon, and I was changing batteries, Luvita, in our MP3 player because we just ran out, and I accidentally hit the play button, and we wish Daniel Rally another happy birthday.
Happy birthday a third time.
I don't think he minds that a bit. Here we're back on track with new batteries. 1-1 to Mark Trumbo. Stacia at first. Mark nubs one off the plate, and it rolls foul up the third base side.
Oh, I almost thought he broke his bat.
Well, it made that kind of sound. He slapped it off the plate itself. That's what happened, Luvita. Mark Trumbo slapped that pitch off the plate itself.
And then I saw the catcher drop his mitt, so I thought that was part of the bat.
And Mark watched it from the plate go foul. From the stretch, Greg Burke, the tall right-hander, delivers. Here's a weak grounder to second. It's charged by Abraham Aguilar, and he throws out Trumbo, but Mark puts the ball in play. The Kernels have been doing that a lot better recently. As a result, Trumbo thrown out at shallow second by Aguilar, but advancing to second into scoring position is Hindley Station. Well, Luvita, did it sound like Josh Schamberger from the Iowa City Coralville Convention and Visitors Bureau might take us up on our offer to come this afternoon?
That's what it sounded like.
That'd be wonderful. I know Jack Rader has worked with Josh the last several years, and hopefully Josh Schamberger will be joining us in the fourth inning. Let's see if Brett Martinez, who lined a single to drive in a run in the first, can come through again. An 0-1 pitch is an off-speed curve, and it's on the outside corner. Strike 2 now to Brett Martinez. Brett, with a .221 average, has a home run and 18 RBIs. And a fastball is downstairs. It's 1-2 to Brett. Big crowd, as Luvita noted, from Physicians Clinic of Iowa on the Miller Mezzanine Terrace above the Colonel first base dugout.
They're dressed warm in their sweatshirts and jackets.
Some even have stocking caps on as a change-up is downstairs. 2-2 to Brett Martinez. We're in the bottom of the third inning, and it's a 2-2 score. The Colonels have Heinley Stacia at second with one out. The outfield is playing Brett to hit into right center. Mike Sansone is shifted into right center for the Wizards in center field. Brett goes the other way and lifts it into right. Mike Baxter back a few steps, and Mike has it. Stacia will tag. Heinley is speeding to third, and he's there standing up with two out. Brett Martinez lofts one into deep right. It was caught by Mike Baxter for the second out here in the third inning. Now Flint Whipke, the batter. Flint singled into left his first time up. Whipke batting .262, one home run, 18 RBIs. The way Flint's been swinging the bat, he might just drive home Stacia from third here with two out to put the Colonels back ahead. Flint's really been swinging it well the last week. There's a breaking pitch in for a strike at the belt to Flint Whipke. Colonels lead the league with 84 stolen bases. Check that with Dallas Morris's steal of third in the first. The Colonels now lead the Midwest League with 85 stolen bases. Ball one is low to Flint Whipke. Two out here in the Colonel lower half of the third. Flint fouls one straight back, and he's down in the count, 1-2. The Colonels have 5 hits, the Wizards 4. Top of the hour here in eastern Iowa, 3 o'clock, and we want to remind you that you're enjoying the broadcast here on ESPN Radio 1600, KCRG, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Colonels are all standing on top of the top step of their dugout, leaning against the railing, most of them wearing their red jackets, quilted lined with gray sleeves. Flint swings and misses on a changeup on the outer half. Good slip pitch from Greg Burke, who pitches around a leadoff single by Heinley Stacia and prevents the Colonels from taking the lead here in the home half of the third inning. We're heading to the top of the fourth. We hope to see Josh Schamberger from the Iowa City Coralville Convention and Visitors Bureau join us. After 3 today, Colonels and Wizards tied 2-2. You're enjoying Colonel Baseball on the Colonel Radio Network.
Who's that cool cooking man? King of the Grill, who's your patio?
It's time for Clement's Great Grill Challenge. If someone asks you, what's cooking, Daddy-O, tell them Clement's is always lean and juicy. The other guys have more fat, more flare-ups, and shrinking taste. Avoid unnecessary flare-ups. Never substitute fat for flavor. Always grill Clement's. King of the Grill, man. Grill's hot, he's cool. Who's your patio?
Did you know that June is Perennial Gardening Month? Peck's Flower Shop and Garden Center is your perennial plant expert with the best selection in town. Start your lasting perennial garden with Peck's great variety of new and all-time favorite perennials. From our selection of quality perennials, Peck's will help you select the right perennials for your garden or yard. Each week during the month of June, Peck's will feature a perennial plant available for a special price. Be sure to look for this week's featured perennial as you stroll through our many acres of plants and flowers. Stop by to visit the plant people at Peck's as you start your perennial garden or add to your existing garden. Peck's, Celebrating 50 years of growing since 1956. Peck's Flower Shop and Garden Center, nursery and landscaping, at the corner of Blair's Ferry and Edgewood Road, Northeast.
The Insight Vision eyeball race just unfurled down below, and I'm not sure what the green eyeball, I think, won this afternoon from Insight Vision. We go to the top of the fourth inning. The Kernels scored a pair in the bottom of the first off Wizard starter Greg Burke out of Duke University, and Moose Mosebach surrendered a pair of runs, one earned, one unearned, in the top of the second inning. Moose has retired 4 straight Wizard batters, and the first man up for Fort Wayne here in their fourth inning is Brandon Gauthier. Gauthier grounded out to short in the second inning. And a fastball is in for a strike. Brandon Gauthier is out of the University of Pacific in California, 24 years old. He fouls one off to the right. That one goes up onto the Miller Mezzanine Terrace, where the great folks from Physicians Clinic of Iowa will scramble for it. Say, let's get back to Halo happenings. Results from around the Angel organization last night. Rancho Cucamonga took it on the chin. Here's a high fly ball down the line and right. A long way to go for Tyler Johnson. He can't get there, and it's foul by about 2 inches. Ooh, Tyler Johnson told us on the South Slope Communications Triple Play show that he plays this game all out all the time, and did he ever show his hustle that time as he went speeding, streaking to his left into foul territory, and that ball landed on the warning track material beyond the plaza section, the Papa John's Plaza bleacher section, and it was foul by about 2 inches. The count remains 0-2 to Brandon Gauthier. Last year, Colonel starter Fernando Rodriguez Jr. was roughed up last night as San Jose beat Rancho Cucamonga 13-5. Here's a high pop foul chased by Mark Trumbo, but that one's halfway up into the silver-backed bleachers, the Papa John's Plaza, that runs parallel to the right field line. It's still 0-2 to Brandon Gauthier. Rancho lost 13-5. Fernando Rodriguez Jr. went 3 1/3, but surrendered 8 earned runs on 6 hits. So the Kernels were the only team, including our parent club, the Angels, to post a win last night in the Angels system, beating Fort Wayne 8-3. Ball one is outside. Here's a high drive into rather deep left center, but Stantrell Smith has it measured. It wasn't deep at all. It looked good off the bat, but Stantrell, gliding over to his left, has it in medium left center. Brandon Gauthier flies out to left, one away here in the top of the fourth inning. We'll have a chance for you to earn a certificate from the Spring House Restaurant, a $5 gift certificate to the Spring House. That's coming up in the top of the sixth inning a little bit later on this afternoon. We're in the top of the fourth, tied 2-2. A strike is in to Abraham Aguilar. Aguilar got the 2-run Wizard second started when he doubled over the third base bag. Ball 2 up and in from Moose Mosebach to Abraham Aguilar. Abraham rests the bat on his back shoulder and lays off a fastball high, ball 3. Moose Mosebach has retired 5 in a row, but he's in danger of losing this batter. The 3-0 is a strike called. Aguilar is from Panama. Boy, the Padres draft a ton of kids from Latin American countries and from their home state of California. Moose Mosebach challenges the 200 hitter, and he fouls one straight back, and it's a full count now to Abraham Aguilar, A-G-U-L-A-R, A-G-U-I-L-R, rather. There's a deep drive hooking foul onto the Randy Keel Confidence Picnic Pavilion, where all those Cyclone alums can vie for it. The 3-2 pitch, and this one is cued foul off the end of the bat over the Colonel first base dugout. This is one of the quietest crowds, Levita, we've had this season.
Yes, it is.
It's almost like they're attending church. Here's a Baltimore chopper foul off the batter's foot. It lands just in front of the Fort Wayne skipper, leaning on his hands and knees. Randy Reddy. The fourth 3-2 pitch to Aguilar. This is belted deep to left, and if it stays fair, it's a home run. It's looking foul. The Kernels get a big break as that one started fair. A rather substantial breeze is now blowing in over the 403 sign where the flagpole and the American flag are, and I think the wind helped push that one foul. It landed onto the second tier of the Randy Keel Confidence Picnic Pavilion, right above the Union tarp cover. That maroon tarp cover proudly boasts this stadium built with union labor, specifically by the Cedar Rapids, Iowa City Building Trades Council. Yet another 3-2 pitch from Mosebach. Lined over Moose's head into center for a one-out single. Abraham Aguilar is 2 for 2, and that hit for the Wizards is their fifth of the afternoon. Each team has 5 hits, and Fort Wayne has the go-ahead run at first with 1 out. I wouldn't be surprised right now if the Wizards go with a hit and run or a bunt and run. Throw to first, and the runner just got back hand first. Luvita will also be making her first check in a little bit in the 5th inning of the State Farm Major League scoreboard. Lots of games this afternoon to report on. There's a number up the first base line. Ooh, it just went foul. Mark Trumbo, halfway up the first base chalk line, fielded it, stepped on first, and it's lucky it was foul for the batter, Jesus Lopez. He stood at home plate, and you never want to assume or do umpiring on your own. Why Lopez didn't run, I don't know. He was almost caught in an embarrassing situation, as that ball hugged the first base line and almost stayed fair. Jesus is a right-handed batter, only 18 years old, and he dribbles the next pitch foul to the left of home plate where Flint Whipke hustles after it. We play tomorrow at 7 o'clock. It's a Dollar Dog Monday. Hot dogs are only $1 tomorrow evening. And then Tuesday, a noon game. Tuesday's a triple play Tuesday. You can get any regular sandwich, chips, and a beverage for only $5 this Tuesday for the noon start. A throw to first, and diving backhand first is Aguilar. The Kernels get a right-hander up in their bullpen because Moose Mosebach has had to make an inordinately high number of pitches so far this afternoon. Rafael Cruz is warming up for the Kernels. A high pop-up into shallow right. The second baseman a few steps back. Now back on the dirt. Larry Infante squeezes it. The wind brought that one back towards the infield. Jesus Lopez pops out to second. 2 away here in the Wizard 4th inning. 2-2 our score. The Colonel pitching staff is ranked 7th in the 14-team Midwest League with a team ERA of 3.57. Moose Mosebach's earned run average is way below that, 2.85. Moose is making his 13th start of the year. Luvita, do we have Josh Schamberger?
I believe so.
We have the McCarvilles. Kevin McCarville is here. I'll introduce you to Kevin and his father after this half inning. Kevin will be with us on the air next Friday for his annual EduCare Learning Center visit with his great students and their parents. I've never met Kevin's father, and I'm looking forward to that. Now time is called by the plate umpire. Kevin, please make yourself at home with your father. The young gal right in front of you is a friend of one of our ball players. Her name is Juliana. Here's a breaking pitch in for a strike, and it's 0-2 now to Mike Sanso. Kevin McCarville looks like he and his dad dressed for the occasion, Luvita. They look like they might be sinking their teeth into a hot dog.
That looks like a tasty hot dog.
Here's a line drive over Moose Mosebach's head into center, and holding at second as Brad Kuhn charges it and gets it back in is Abraham Aguilar. Oh, Mike Sanso hit a bullet right over the head of Moose Mosebach into center, and that means the Wizards have runners at first and second with 2 out, and Seth Johnston, the third baseman, at the plate. Boy, Mike Sanso drilled that pitch so hard I was afraid it might undress Moose Mosebach. It went right over Moose's back on his follow-through. And, Luvita, have you ever had a flying object, doesn't have to be a baseball, come right back at you?
Yes, I have, John, in all of my mini sports, actually.
It does tend to scare you. There's a good change-up at the knees from Moose Mosebach. Moose, the front of his white Colonel jersey has come untucked, and he's so concentrated he doesn't even know it. That's how focused most players are in this game. If Moose was coming, here's a line drive over the head of Larry Infante. Let's see if Tyler Johnson can throw a runner out at the plate. The runner is safe on a bang-bang play. Safe at the plate. Safe at the plate. And the Wizards lead it 3-2. 3 hits in this inning. Boy, what a strong throw by Tyler Johnson, but Abraham Aguilar slid in feet first, and according to the plate umpire, he got underneath the tag of Clint Whipke. And Fort Wayne leads it. They've erased a Colonel 2-0 lead. They now lead it here in the 4th inning, 3-2. Moose Mosebach was doing some umpiring, backing up the play at the plate. Now Moose does notice that his white home jersey has come untucked, and he's tucking it back into his trousers. Boy, that was a close play at the plate. Tyler Johnson fired a one-hop strike throw to Flint Whipke. Flint tagged Abraham Aguilar as he slid across the plate safely to make it 3-2 Wizards. And now Moose Mosebach has to try to get Mike Baxter to end this Wizard 4th inning. Boy, Fort Wayne has hit the ball hard this afternoon off the Colonel right-hander. There's a wild pitch. It rolls right back to the plate area, and fortunately for the Colonels, the only runner that advances is Seth Johnston. Johnston goes to second. Mike Sanso very wisely held at third on a wild pitch by Moose Mosebach. And I'm surprised that Colonel pitching coach Kernan Ronan hasn't conducted a Mercy Medical Center heart-to-heart conversation with Moose Mosebach. Kernan Ronan staying in the Colonel first base dugout. Left-handed hitting Mike Baxter now waits. Bounces it up the middle, and Stacia dives. Can't come up with it cleanly. A run scores to make it 4-2, but Heinle took a run away from the Wizards. Another hit by Mike Baxter. And the hits are mounting now against the Colonel right-hander, Moose Mosebach. Wouldn't you know it, the one day we jump out in front and get him a couple of runs, he doesn't have his best stuff. He's been tattooed now for 8 hits in 3 2/3 innings. A very fine play up the middle by Heinle Stacia to rob Mike Baxter of an RBI, of 2 RBIs. Mike is credited with a run driven in, as that ground ball up the middle was smothered behind second by Stacia. Scoring on the play to make it 4-2 Wizards was Mike Sanso. Stopping at third was Seth Johnston, and now the Wizards lead it 4-2. There's a breaking pitch in for a strike to Kyle Blanks. I think this will be the last inning of work for Moose Mosebach. The Colonels led after 1 inning 2-0, but now the Wizards lead it 4-2. We're only in the top of the 4th inning. Kyle Blanks, 6'6", 270, waits patiently and rips it into left. That's another hit, and it's 5-2 Wizards. All of this coming with 2 out. 5-2 Fort Wayne. Seth Johnston scores. Mike Baxter stops at second. And now let's see if Kernan Ronan conducts a Mercy Medical Center heart-to-heart conversation with Moose Mosebach. Yes, he will. Kernan Ronan is going to have a Mercy Medical Center heart-to-heart talk with Colonel right-hander Moose Mosebach. It's sponsored by Mercy Medical Center.
Remember, you owe it to yourself and the people who love you to find out what your risk of heart disease is with a $35 heart-to-heart screening from Mercy Medical Center. It's quick, easy, and convenient, and it could save your life. Call Mercy today at 398-6821.
Yes, indeed. Kernan Ronan still having his Mercy Medical Center heart-to-heart conversation with Moose Mosebach. Boy, Moose has pitched so well this season. This just happens to be a day where he's finding too much of the plate, and the Wizards are making him pay for it big time by hitting the ball hard. Fort Wayne has 5 hits in this inning. They've scored 3 runs, and they lead it 5-2. Now left-handed hitting Will Venable lays off a pitch high, ball 1. The Wizards are within a hit of delivering a knockout blow to the Kernel starter here in this inning. Venable bounces it to first. It's a fair ball, and Mark Trumbo has it, steps on the base to end the inning. Will Venable bounces out to first. 8 men come to the plate in the Wizard 3-run 4th inning. They score 3 runs on 5 hits. There were no Kernel errors, and the Wizards leave a pair. They've stranded 6. And after 3.5, the Wizards now lead the Kernels 5-2. And you're tuned to Kernel Baseball here on the Kernel Radio Network.
The summer heat can be so oppressive unless you can keep your cool. Who do you call when your cooling system fails? Call on the A-Team at Ahern Plumbing and Heating. The A-Team can inspect and ensure that your cooling system is good to go when you need it most. 24 hours a day, rely on the A-Team from Ahern Plumbing and Heating. Call 393-4872. 393-4872 for Ahern Plumbing and Heating.
Advanced Systems, the leader in office technology, is like a great baseball coach when it comes to office productivity. Advanced Systems makes the most of your team. They do it with the latest technology for office productivity from Canon. They're also like a great trainer. Advanced Systems Advanced Life Support makes sure your office equipment runs at peak levels and fixes it fast if things go wrong. Hit it over the fence with Canon technology from Advanced Systems. Call 832-8291.
This is for the 21st century with Advanced Systems.
Copy works when it's important to you. Copy works, let your work shine through. Quality copy, do it for less. Don't settle for second best. Copy works, computer center. Copy works, we do it better when you think of copy. Think of Copy Works. Copy works, copy works.
We've just had the pleasure of meeting Bud McCarville, the father of Kevin McCarville. Luvita Hill is Colonel Broadcast Assistant Luvita Hill is trying to coax Kevin to join us, but I think Kevin is going to be with us on Friday night. Here's a big swing and a miss by Stantrell Smith, strike 1. Bud McCarville, the father of Kevin McCarville, former principal at Regis Middle School and now the president of Educare Learning Center. Bud McCarville, I misunderstood him when he first... There's a bouncer up the middle, and it'll be an easy play at short for Jesus Lopez, who throws out Stantrell Smith. It was a close play at first as Stantrell hustled out of the box, 1 away here in the Kernel 4th. Fort Wayne leads it 5-2. I thought Bud McCarville said I was a real U.S. postal carrier. He said he was a rural postal man, and I asked him on Bark in the Park Day if he'd ever been attacked by a dog, and he very calmly nodded and said, "Oh, a time or two, John." This is Bud McCarville's first visit to our ballpark, and we're very, very pleased he's come. There's a change-up in at the knees to Larry Infante for a strike. 5-2 Wizards. We're in the bottom half of the 4th inning. And it looks more and more like Rafael Cruz is going to take over on the hill in the 5th inning. There's a change-up, and it's belted to deep left. Going back, Will Venable. It is a home run, I think, off the top of the wall onto the Randy Keel Confidence Picnic Pavilion, and the Kernels will argue that that was a home run. The Kernels will argue that that was a home run. Here comes Bobby Magallanes. Eric Owens is arguing. And I hope Andy Pantini and Metro can show that again. That ball hit the top of the wall, and could that fella out on the Randy Keel Confidence Picnic Pavilion provide us with some help if he has a radio? Didn't that ball skim off the top of the wall and come back? Apparently not. They're going to rule it a double for Larry Infante. I'm very surprised the Kernels aren't arguing that ball hit above the Randy Keel Confidence Picnic Pavilion wall, hit one of the wire cords, one of the guy wires out there, but they've ruled it a double for Infante. So Larry has his third extra base hit in this series, and sometimes my eyes, well, not sometimes, my colleagues and friends will tell me most of the time my eyes deceive me. I was rooting for that ball to be ruled a home run. It's a double for Larry Infante. Tyler Johnson walked his first time up. Ball too low from right-hander Greg Burke. There's a fellow sitting in the tier just above the letter P of the Randy Keel Confidence Picnic Pavilion. He's wearing a white hat. Only he really knows whether that ball was out of here or not. And unfortunately, he doesn't have a radio out there, so he can't signal us whether it indeed hit the very top of the white wall or whether it skimmed the top of the wall, then hit that steel gray guy wire and came back down. That fellow's sitting there with his wife. She's in a bright yellow jacket, and we wish we could find out directly from him whether that ball was a home run. Tyler Johnson holds up, I think. Yes, he did, on a pitch low and outside, and it's, well, the scoreboard says 2-2, so I stand corrected again. I thought it was 3-1. It's 2-2 to Tyler Johnson. Larry Infante at second, one out. Tyler walked in the second inning. 5-2 in favor of the Wizards. They've out-hit us 9-6. Tyler Johnson thinks the count's 3-1 too. I thought so too, Tyler, as he talks to the plate umpire, but the scoreboard says 2-2. Swing and a miss by Tyler Johnson on a changeup, and there are two out here in the Colonel fourth inning. The batter is Brad Kuhn. Kuhn is singled and scored. That was in the Colonel two-run first inning. Then Brad laid down a sacrifice bunt in the second inning. The Wizards have erased that Colonel two-run lead, which we garnered in the first inning, and lead it 5-2. Brad Kuhn, a Baltimore chop to second on two hops. Aguilar throws out the Colonel leadoff batter to end the inning. The Colonels waste a one-out double from Larry Infante. I still think that ball might have been out of here. As Kuhn bounces out to second to end the inning. No runs in the fourth for the Colonels, one hit. There were no Wizard errors. The Colonels strand a runner and have left three. After 4 on this brisk, cool Sunday afternoon, we'll be talking to you about a new Colonel pitcher in the top of the fifth inning. After 4, it's Fort Wayne 5, the Colonels 2, and you're enjoying Colonel baseball here on the Colonel Radio Network.
Fairfax State Savings Bank is paying you to come to the ballpark every Wednesday this season. You heard right. Fairfax State Savings Bank is paying you to come to Veterans Memorial Stadium every Wednesday this season. The first 750 of you Colonel fans to enter the gates before Wednesday's home game will receive an envelope full of money inside from Fairfax State Savings Bank. Each of those 750 envelopes will contain a greenback up to a $100 bill. Fairfax State Savings Bank, free money Wednesdays. Come early to line your pocket with cash.
Meet Jim. Last night, he spends weekends in his yard trying to kill weeds.
Gotcha.
Meet Dave. He spends weekends on the green. That's because Greg's Lawn Service takes care of his lawn. Mowing, fertilizing, pruning, and, weed control. Greg's does the big jobs, too. Landscaping, retaining walls, curb edging, and patios. So when you've had enough of those little devils...
Yes.
Call 393-0101. Greg's Lawn Service, a cut above the rest.
Hi, I'm Tanya Sedlock, your local Pekin insurance agent at Andrews Insurance here in Cedar Rapids. We all know how quickly life can change. You buy a new car or a new home. Your family is blessed with a new baby. Your teenager starts driving the family car. I'm here to help with a complete line of insurance plans to give you protection when you need it the most. Pekin Insurance has been in business of insuring people for 85 years. I'm here to put your interests first. Please visit me, Tanya Sedlock, at the Andrews Agency.
I just learned that our guest, Bud McCarville, the father of Kevin McCarville from Educare Learning Center, is from Fort Dodge, and I put two together. Kevin is a pilot, and oftentimes doing business with Educare, he flies out to the western part of the state, and when he's out there, he drops in, not literally, but he lands softly to see his dad, Bud McCarville. We're going to the top of the 5th inning, and we have a U.S. Cellular call to the Colonel bullpen, brought to you by U.S. Cellular. And Rafael Cruz takes over for starter Moose Mosebach. The first pitch is a can of corn lifted into shallow center. Brad Kuhn gives way to Tyler Johnson, and Tyler Johnson in right center has it for the first out here in the 5th inning. Get your wireless relief with Call Me Minutes only from U.S. Cellular. Here's the final line on the Colonel starter, Moose Mosebach. He went 4 innings, allowed 5 runs on 9 hits, struck out 4, walked 1. Moose cannot win his 4th game of the year. Rafael Cruz, on 1 pitch, gets Darryl Jones to fly to right center. Strike 1 is in from Rafael to Brandon Gautier, who was 0-for-2 against the Colonel departed starter, Moose Mosebach. Brandon Gautier, right-handed hitter, grounds one to short. Heinle Station looks it into the glove, and his throw is right on target to get Gautier. Quickly 2 gone here in the Wizard 5th inning. Rafael Cruz has not been scored upon in his last 4 appearances out of the Colonel bullpen dating back to May 29th. Overall, Rafael has no record. This is his 11th appearance, a minuscule ERA of 1.69. Cruz in 16 innings has only struck out 3 but only walked 1 and allowed 18 hits. The league hitting .295 against Rafael Cruz. Ball 1 up and in. Rafael Cruz does one important thing that is sometimes overlooked at every level of professional baseball. He throws strikes. And if you do that, you have a chance to be successful in this game. A letter-high fastball, everybody in the ballpark wondering where that pitch was. The plate umpire rules it ball 2. 2-0 to Abraham Aguilar. He has doubled and scored, singled and scored. The number 8 hitter for the Wizards takes a strike called from Rafael Cruz, 6'2", 175, from Veracruz, Mexico. Rafael was 3-2 in 19 games with the Orem Owls last year, helping them win the Pioneer League Championship. A ground ball past third, backhanded by Morris, throws low, and it gets by Mark Trumbo. That will be the second Colonel error of the day. A throwing error by Dallas Morris allows Abraham Aguilar to reach for the 3rd straight time. Abraham Aguilar holds it first. It was do or die for Mark Trumbo. The big guy stretched out, tried to glove that throw in the dirt, but it vaulted over his head for a wild throw. And that's the second Colonel error of this day. The Colonels have committed 76 errors in 64 games. That's not bad. The Wizards have had similar good fielding. They've made 69 errors in 61 games. Strike 1 on the outside corner to Jesus Lopez, facing a fellow Mexican, Rafael Cruz. There's a tap foul towards the Wizard third base dugout. 2 gone. We're in the top of the 5th inning, and Fort Wayne leads it 5-2. Colonel outfield plays the right-handed hitter straight away. Jesus Lopez hit a 2-run homer last night. He singled and scored in the Wizard 2-run 3rd inning, then lined out to second his last time up. A high drive into right center. Tyler Johnson on the run makes the catch to end the inning. Jesus Lopez flies to right. He hit it right on the button, but Tyler Johnson snared it in right field to end the 5th. No runs for the Wizards, no hits. 1 Colonel error, and Fort Wayne leaves a runner. They've stranded 7. And after 4.5 innings on this brisk, cool Sunday afternoon, Fort Wayne leads the Kernels 5-2. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Colonel Radio Network.
There's a lot you can do to satisfy your taste for Italian. You can marry one. You can drive one. Or you can go to Zio Giano's and feast on Zio's homemade bread, pizzas, and pasta, authentically prepared in Zio Giano's famous Italian style. Zio Giano's for the hometown taste of Italy.
Come to Zio Giano's, the pasta makes you Zio. Come to Zio Giano's for the Italiano. Come to Zio Giano's, the pasta makes
Where do I get a cost cutters? Hey, my hair is my trademark. I gotta be able to count on a good cut and stuff to keep my hair looking thick, even if it's not.
I get a good cut, no long wait, a smile, and a little something left over in my wallet.
I get little trims that keep my hair long and healthy, and stuff to make it loose and curly one day, straight and sassy the next.
With expert stylists trained in the latest trends and techniques and your favorite professional styling and hair care products, you'll always get what you're looking for at Cost Cutters. At Cost Cutters, you can always count on convenient, affordable, professional care and products that help you create just the style you want. At Cost Cutters, you'll always get a little more.
What do I get at Cost Cutters? A slick, clean cut, great highlights, and a little wink from the hottest stylist I've ever seen.
Another fantastic performance by Skydog USA and Rockin' Ray. They were in front of the Wizard third base dugout just a moment ago, catching those circular discs, as Luvita Hill noted they should be called. They're not quite Frisbees. They have a little bit of a soft center, says Luvita said, in case one of them would accidentally hit one of the dogs hard in the head or mouth, they wouldn't hurt the dog. We're going into the bottom of the fifth inning. The Kernels are trying to score for the first time since our two-run first inning against right-hander Greg Burke out of Duke University. Greg wears his Wizard blue socks up high, paws at the rubber as he gets set to face Dallas Morris. Dallas singled and scored in the first inning. Singled, stole third, and scored. Struck out his last time up. First pitch swinging. Dallas lifts one on the infield. This will be an easy catch for Jesus Lopez. Near the bag at second, Lopez brings it down. One pitch, one gone here in the Colonel fifth inning as Dallas Morris pops to short. Here's 277 hitting Colonel All-Star shortstop Heinley Stacia. Heinley batting left-handed against right-hander Greg Burke. Remember, coming up in the sixth inning, we'll have a look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard from Luvita, and then we'll also have our Springhouse trivia question. Ball one is just inside to Heinley. Stacia stands straight away from the left side, holds his hands high, and looks at a strike on the outside corner from the right-hander. Fort Wayne is 14 and 15 on the road. They're one game under 500 on the road. A dandy changeup is in for strike two to Stacia. The Kernels here at home have won 13 and lost 15. This is game two of an 8-game homestand that will take us right up to the All-Star break. The 1-2 to Heinley. Corked foul in the air onto the grass slope seating berm where the dogs are with their owners. I don't know if you're ever an owner of a dog. You're always a dog's friend. You're responsible for the dog's welfare, health, and I've said it before, my two cats give me more love and affection than I could ever provide them with. The 1-2 to Heinley. He's jammed, and he bounces it to shallow short. Tough play for Lopez. Jesus comes in, gloves, and throws out Heinley Stacia. There were two away here in the Colonel fifth inning. The Kernels continue to struggle after scoring 2 runs in the bottom of the first inning and leading this game 2-0. Mark Trumbo is at the plate. Well, I want to get a thumbs up from Colonel Assistant Sonia Massey. Sonia, the numbers have dwindled just a little bit on the Miller Mezzanine Terrace because of the unusually cool conditions. Here's a high pop foul coming towards the Colonel dugout. The catcher runs into the railing of the Colonel dugout, and Brandon Gauthier watches the ball sail into the Colonel dugout. Sonia Massey, can you give me a thumbs up or thumbs down as to whether the big group from Physicians Clinic of Iowa is enjoying the experience despite the cold weather. Thumbs up. All right, 2 thumbs up. Sonia Massey, I think you remember Kevin McCarville very well. Kevin's father, Bud, is here. Here's the next to Mark. Corked foul, hit foul past third. With 2 out here in the bottom of the 5th inning, the Kernels trail Fort Wayne 5-2. We're going to keep it right here after the top of the 5th inning because Luvita Hill, by her body language, indicating that she's ready with the State Farm Major League scores. And I see a couple of F's there for finals. Here's a ground ball, deep short, backhanded by Lopez, throws in the dirt and gets Mark Trumbo. That was a sensational stop at deep short, diving to his right in the hole by Jesus Lopez, who takes a 2-out hit away from Mark Trumbo. And for the first time this afternoon, the Kernels are retired 1-2-3, nothing across. Luvita Hill, how about our first look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard this afternoon?
We'd like to thank State Farm Insurance agents Al Shuttler, Dale Thompson, Gary Schubat, and Brad Dunn for this look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard. In the American League this afternoon, at Fenway Park, the Red Sox clipped the Rangers 5-4. And at Yankee Stadium, the A's trimmed past the Yankees 6-5. Games underway. At Rogers Center, the Tigers lead the Blue Jays 10-5 in the top of the 9th. Once again, that's 10-5 in the top of the 9th. At the Metrodome, the Twins lead the Orioles 4-0 in the top of the 8th. And at Kauffman Stadium, the Devil Rays are ahead of the Royals 6-0 in the bottom of the 7th. At Angel Stadium, our parent club, the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, are tied 1-1 with the Mariners in the bottom of the 3rd. In the National League, at RFK Stadium, the Nationals shut out the Phillies 6-0. At Great American Ballpark, the Cubs toppled the Reds 9-3. And still underway, at Minute Maid Park, the Astros lead the Braves 14-4 in the top of the 7th. At Miller Park, the Cardinals are ahead of the Brewers 7-5 in the top of the 7th. The Dodgers lead the Rockies 4-1 in the bottom of the 5th at Coors Field. At Petco Park, the Padres are ahead of the Marlins 2-0, and that's in the top of the 2nd. And at SBC Park, the Pirates and Giants are tied 0-0 in the top of the 2nd. That completes the look at our State Farm Major League scoreboard. Thank you to State Farm Insurance agents Al Shuttler, Dale Thompson, Gary Schubat, and Brad Dunn.
Thank you, Luvita Hill, Colonel Broadcast Assistant. Now, do you have to run those scores over to the Fort Wayne press box?
No, I do not.
Okay, he's also... Oh, is his computer back?
His computer is working.
Oh, great. Mike Maz's computer is working. Here's a ground ball to shallow short to start the Wizards' 6th inning, and Heinle Statius scoops and throws out the leadoff man, Mike Sanso. Sanso rolls out to short. There's 1 out here in the 6th inning. Luvita, Tuesday nights are very special at the Springhouse restaurant.
That's right. Tuesday night, they have an all-you-can-eat. Once again, that's all-you-can-eat. Spaghetti and meatballs dinner. That's $5.20. That's a lot of food for $5.20. All-you-can-eat spaghetti.
That is a great draw at the Springhouse. And again, what night is it, Luvita?
That is Tuesday night.
All-you-can-eat spaghetti for $5.20. That is just a remarkable value in this day and age when you're talking about eating out. Swing and a miss by Seth Johnston. He's in the hole 0-2. 5-2 Wizards on this overcast, cool Sunday afternoon. Seth Johnston has singled in a run and scored in Fort Wayne's 3-run 4th, and he laces one into shallow left. It almost handcuffed Stantrell Smith. Stantrell came racing on and then went from a regular catching position with his glove facing up to having to rotate his wrist down, and Stantrell made a very fine catch on a sinking line drive into left by Seth Johnston. 2 gone quickly here in the Wizards' 6th inning. They lead it 5-2. If you've been one of our previous 28 Springhouse Family Restaurant Baseball Trivia Question winners, that's great. Please play along wherever you're tuned in this afternoon, but don't call in. That'll give the scores of other listeners their fair shot at a $5 gift certificate to the Springhouse. Cranking a pitch, first pitch on the ground to first baseman Mark Trumbo is Mike Baxter, and Rafael Cruz mows down the top three in the Wizard order and on 5 pitches in the top of the 6th inning. The Wizards go in order for the first time this afternoon. We'll have our Springhouse trivia question for you when the Kernels bat in the home half of the 6th inning. 1-2-3 nothing across in the top of the 6th for the Wizards. And as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning, the Kernels trail Fort Wayne 5-2. You're tuned to Kernel Baseball here on the Kernel Radio Network.
Honey, don't throw those cardboard boxes away.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that we're not allowed to do that. What should I do with them?
Cardboard is recyclable. Just cut the boxes up and flatten the pieces. There's some string in the garage that you can bundle the pieces up with. Make sure you use the string, though, not tape.
Okay, I cut the cardboard boxes up, flatten the pieces, and bundle them together with the string. Now what do I do with it?
Just set it out next to the blue curbside recycling box.
Remember, cardboard is not accepted as garbage. Follow the steps you heard carried out by our happy couple and recycle your cardboard.
Did you know that June is Perennial Gardening Month? Peck's Flower Shop and Garden Center is your perennial plant expert with the best selection in town. Start your lasting perennial garden with Peck's great variety of new and all-time favorite perennials. From our selection of quality perennials, Peck's will help you select the right perennials for your garden or yard. Each week during the month of June, Peck's will feature a perennial plant available for a special price. Be sure to look for this week's featured perennial as you stroll down our many acres of plants and flowers. Stop by to visit the plant people at Peck's as you start your perennial garden or add to your existing garden. Peck's, celebrating 50 years of growing since 1956. Peck's Flower Shop and Garden Center, nursery and landscaping, at the corner of Blair Ferry and Edgewood Road, northeast.
We go to the bottom of the 6th inning, and we'll have a little time now to tell you about a new Wizard pitcher and also give you the Springhouse trivia question. A right-hander is coming on for Fort Wayne, and that right-hander is, well, no, it's still Greg Burke, I think. Yes, it's still Greg Burke. I'm sorry, but he'll get his full complement of warm-up pitches. Nuvita told you about the all-you-can-eat spaghetti dinner Tuesday night. All-you-can-eat spaghetti at the Springhouse for only $5.20. Now, Nuvita, let's reverse order this afternoon. Let's have you give the phone number that folks can call, and then I'll give the Springhouse trivia question.
The phone number to call for today's trivia question, 896-7589. Once again, that's 896-7589.
And for a $5 gift certificate to the Springhouse, after guiding the Mets to the 1969 World Championship, he passed on of a heart attack 3 years later at just age 47. After guiding the Mets to the 1969 World title, this skipper died of a heart attack just 3 years later at the young age of 47. As Luvita said, for that $5 gift certificate to the Springhouse, call us at 896-7589, 896-7589, 896-7589. After leading the Mets to the 1969 World title, he passed on of a heart attack at age 47 3 years later. He's in the Hall of Fame as a Brooklyn Dodger star. 896-7589, 896-7589. That's the number to call for your chance to earn a $5 gift certificate to the Springhouse. Name the manager who guided the Mets to the 1969 World Series and then passed on at age 47 3 years later of a heart attack. 896-7589. Strike one is called to Brett Martinez. And we're underway here in the bottom of the 6th inning with Fort Wayne ahead 5-2. Martinez lofts the 0-1 pitch foul onto the Miller Mezzanine Terrace, where the great crowd from Physicians Clinic of Iowa is stationed. Brett Martinez singled in a run in the Kernel 2-run first. We haven't dented the scoreboard since that 2-run first. Ball one outside, a fastball from Greg Burke to Brett Martinez. Burke's success here this afternoon in only his third start, not a surprise to the Wizards. He beat South Bend 5-0 in his second start of the season back on June 1st, Thursday. Burke pitched 5 scoreless innings against South Bend. Allowed 3 hits, struck out 5, walked none. We'll get to our Springhouse Trivia question winner in just a moment, as Brett Martinez tries to solve this tall right-hander from Duke University. Swing and a miss on a changeup low and away. That's been the pitch that has given the Kernels fits this afternoon, is that changeup down and away to right-handed hitters. That's the 3rd strikeout for Greg Burke. He's only walked 1, and the Kernels, he has retired 6 straight. Kernels, Larry Infante has our last hit. That was a 1-out double back in the 4th inning. Let's see if Flint Whipke can reach base against this tall, lean right-hander. Flint looks at a fastball for a strike. Colonel Broadcast Assistant Luvita Hill, do we have a winner of a $5 gift certificate to the Springhouse?
Yes, we do have a winner. Our first caller, actually, Mike Schrock from Urbana, Iowa, guessed the correct answer. Well, didn't guess, but relayed the correct answer.
A broken bat worm burner to short, easy for Jesus Lopez. Flint Whipke breaks his bat and rolls out to short. 2 gone here in the Colonel's 6th, and that's 7 in a row retired by Greg Burke. Well, Luvita, how about repeating the question, sharing the answer that our Springhouse Trivia question winner gave, and congratulating him again?
The question was, after guiding the Mets to the 1969 World title, he died of a heart attack 3 years later at the age of 47. The correct answer, Gil Hodges, and thank you to Mike Schrock for his calling in and giving us that correct answer. Once again, congratulations, Mike Schrock from Urbana, Iowa. And John, Mike also relayed the message that he loves listening to us.
Well, that just made my whole day.
He just said he loves listening, and he loves your broadcast, and he just makes the games great for him.
Well, Luvita, that compliment goes to you as well. We'll pick up on Mike's kind words when the Wizards bat in the 7th. Stantrell Smith tries to bunt his way on. A good effort by Stantrell, but he bunted it too hard to the 3rd baseman, Seth Johnston, and Seth threw out Stantrell to end the Colonel's 6th inning. 8 Kernels have now been retired in succession by right-hander Greg Burke, who has really impressed here this afternoon. After 6, it's still Fort Wayne leading the Kernels 5-2, and you're enjoying Colonel Baseball here on the Colonel Radio Network.
Sylvia, you know that cruise you've always wanted?
Yeah?
Well, there it is.
That would be our house, Bob. Are you feeling all right, dear?
Well, this is so cool. Guarantee Bank will let us use the equity in our home to do just about anything we want. College tuition, a room addition, a cruise, and best of all, the interest may be tax deductible. Now do you see it? Ah, the sun, the waves, the tropical breezes.
Ooh, now I see it. It's a convertible. The sun on my face, the wind in my hair.
See your guaranteed banker in Cedar Rapids, Marion, or Hiawatha, and use the equity in your home to do whatever you want, even if it's just to get out of the house.
Feel the road, the roar of the engine.
The roar of the...
Hey, it's my kind of life. Keep your hands off my floor, spotty boy.
Guaranteed Bank. Your kind of life.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender. Consult your tax advisor for interest deductibility. Some restrictions apply.
If you're looking to enhance your property's appearance, function, or value, make the experts at King's Materials your most reliable teammate. Retaining walls? You bet. Custom patios? Bingo. Walkways and steps? King's Material says yes. King's Material has all the brick, concrete, and some elements to make your landscaping, masonry, and architectural projects become a reality. To view the astonishing array of beautiful and innovative products King's Material can bring to your home, yard, or business, visit King's online at kingsmaterial.com.
We want to again congratulate Mike Schrock. And Mike, I believe, Luvita, you said he's from Urbana, Iowa. Mike, thank you so much for your wonderfully kind complimentary words about our broadcasts. We do try to put a lot of effort and preparation into them, and the fact that you listen regularly means that makes it all worth it to us. A slow roller off the bat of Big Kyle Blanks, and it's fielded at 3rd by Dallas Morris, and Morris on to Mark Trumbo for the 5-3 putout. 1 pitch, 1 gone here in the 7th inning. Fort Wayne ahead 5-2. The Kernels jumped ahead with a pair in the bottom of the 1st against Wizard starter Greg Burke, but have had only 2 hits and a walk since that 1st inning. Meanwhile, the Wizards had a good day at the plate against Colonel starter Moose Mosebach. They scored 5 runs on 9 hits in 4 innings against the Colonel starter. Here's a pitch drilled into deep right over Tyler Johnson's head. It goes all the way to the right center field wall, and racing around third or second is Will Venable. He'll try for 3. The relay throw is not in time. Will Venable has his first hit of the series as he cracks his second triple of the year over the head of Tyler Johnson in right. It went all the way to the right center field wall, just to the left of the 390 mark below the scoreboard, and Will Venable is at third with 1 out here in the bottom of the top of the 7th inning. 5-2 Fort Wayne. Now the DH Darrell Jones will have a chance to add to the Wizard 3-run lead. The Colonels have no choice but to bring their infield in for the play at the plate. Rafael Cruz comes set. His pitch is blooped foul over the backstop, and that's strike 1 on Darrell Jones. The Wizards have a tall right-hander warming up in their bullpen, and we'll try to spot who he is. That right-hander is Alfredo Fernandez. Alfredo Fernandez warming up for Fort Wayne. The Colonel equipment manager has to hustle onto the diamond to pick up a loose baseball, and he does just that. We're the only team in the Midwest League that has our equipment man suited up in a uniform, and that's very appropriate because he's as big a part of the team as anyone, and that is legendary Colonel clubhouse manager Ron Pline, Rhodey. Jeff Johnson of the Gazette did an outstanding feature story on Rhodey about 2 weeks ago. In fact, it was Labor Day weekend. I remember it very well. It showed Rhodey high-fiving one of the Colonel players in the first base dugout. Infield in, the 1-1 pitch to Darrell Jones with Venable at third. Here it is. Swinging a foul straight back into the screen, strike 2. Boy, some of the fans now, Luvita, are huddled up into blankets and sleeping bags. It must really be chilly down there.
Ooh, I'm glad I'm in here with you.
I am too. You have your red Colonel sweatshirt on. I have my red Angel jacket on. There's a pitch in the dirt, and it's blocked by Whipkey to save a run. The ball rolled about 15 feet to the right of home plate where Flint pounced on it. The breeze is blowing in from the right center field. It's coming in from right center. We haven't seen the sun in 2 days here in the city of 5 seasons.
Welcome to the Midwest.
Yes, you know, my sister lives in Seattle, Luvita, and she and my brother-in-law and niece went a month and a half this winter without seeing the sun. And I don't care what psychologists or what people say. Psychologists will tell you that's bad for you. Here's a base hit into shallow center, and it results in a 6-2 lead for the Wizards. Darrell Jones broke his bat, hit it right off the trademark, plunked it into shallow center. No chance for Brad Kuhn, and that's the first run that Rafael Cruz is allowed this afternoon. In this is third inning of relief of starter Moose Mosebach. It's 6-2 Fort Wayne. Yes, that's too long to go without sunshine, a month and a half. Luvita, you said you had a cousin that served in the Marines, right?
That is correct.
Well, can you imagine serving on a submarine? Here's a ground ball past third. Dallas Morris throws to second, out, and no other play for Larry Infante. A force out of Darrell Jones off the bat of Brandon Gautier. That went third to second, 5-4. Gautier forces Darrell Jones for the second out of the inning. Brandon reaches on the fielder's choice. Can you imagine being submerged under one of our big oceans for months at a time on a submarine?
I cannot imagine doing that, but I believe my cousin was stationed on land.
Well, in the Marines, he probably was. And you said that he's very proud of his service.
Yes, he is.
Here's a high fly ball into shallow center. Heinle Stacia pinwheeling his arms in a circular motion, telling his teammates, I got it. And Heinle does have it. Heinle caught it in shallow center. Abraham Aguilar pops to shallow center to end the Wizards' 7th inning. 1 run for Fort Wayne on 2 hits. There were no Colonel errors, and the Wizards leave a runner aboard. They've stranded 8. we're going to keep it right here as Rockin' Ray is going to have a youngster sing Take Me Out to the Ball Game. It's sponsored by Lindale Dental. Lindale Dental sponsors our 7th inning stretch here at the ballpark, and let's listen in for a few moments. Rockin' Ray has found a youngster, and they're singing Take Me Out to the Ball Game here, sponsored by Lindale Dental Care. We go to the bottom of the 7th inning. The Kernels now trail Fort Wayne by 4. It's 6-2. And this is Kernel Baseball on the Kernel Radio Network.
Jumpstart your future with learning from Kirkwood Community College. No matter what your age or previous work experience, you have new opportunities as close as your phone. 398-5517. Kirkwood has hundreds of choices for career and technical programs. Kirkwood has financial aid and support options to help you succeed, and Kirkwood has locally based centers to help you balance work, family, and learning. Kirkwood is ready when you're ready. Call Kirkwood Admissions today, 398-5517. Kirkwood, start here, go anywhere.
Convenience and trust, two things all of us want. At Tri-State Travel, we offer both. It's convenient for you to make one call or one visit to our office for all your travel needs. A one-day tour, a cruise, a trip to Branson, to charter a motor coach. For 66 years, Tri-State Travel has been a name you can trust to provide quality products. Come see why you can trust us to provide the convenience you expect. Tri-State Travel now at our new location on 7th Street Southwest.
When it comes to auto insurance, Westside Agency in Palo, your professional Pekin insurance agency, will make certain you're properly insured with the right coverages and deductibles. Westside Agency will tell you about the money-saving discounts from Pekin Insurance. Multi-car discount, good student discount, loss-free discount, 45-plus auto discount, auto home discount, low mileage discount. To see if you qualify for any of these auto discounts that will lower your premiums, visit Westside Agency in Palo.
Here we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. The Kernels looking to score for the first time since the first inning, and they'll have to face a new pitcher for Fort Wayne, Alfredo Fernandez. Alfredo Fernandez, a right-hander, is on the hill for the Wizards now, and the Kernels are happy to see him because Greg Burke shackled us the last 2 2/3 innings, retiring 8 in a row. The last batter to reach for the Kernels is the leadoff man, Larry Infante, and Larry's ahead 2-0 as Fernandez whips one to the backstop. Well, Greg Burke could win his second game of the year. He cannot lose his second. Greg went 6 innings, gave the Kernels 2 runs on only 6 hits. 4 of those hits came in the 2-run first inning. The right-hander from Duke University struck out 4, walked 1, and Larry Infante takes ball 3 from right-hander Fernandez. Ball 4. Larry danced out of the box and kind of dared the plate umpire to call him back for strike 1. And Larry Infante is the first Kernel to reach since he himself doubled with 1 out back in the 4th inning. It's our pleasure to welcome the wonderful woman that somehow got the biggest turnout possible on a chilly, kind of almost cold Sunday afternoon. We've been raving all afternoon, Denise Teagles from Physicians Clinic of Iowa. You had every one of those gray seats full in the Miller Mezzanine Terrace, and plus all the eating going on. Denise, how did you do it?
Supporting the Kernels. It's a family event on a Sunday afternoon in Cedar Rapids. It's the way to do it.
Did you get any calls yesterday or the crack of dawn this morning from a well-meaning colleague or friend and saying, Denise, are we still having a picnic?
You know what? Not a one. In fact, John, we got another one added on 5 more tickets this morning. So there we go.
Well, Denise, that is incredible. Great. Thank you on behalf of us and our ball players and the community, because I'll tell you what, we only have 70 dates a year to make it happen in this community. And by make it happen, I mean make sure that family affordable entertainment comes back year after year, or decade after decade. And it's that kind of output of 280 people today.
We had a close number. I'm anxious to hear from the Kernels how many numbers we ended up having.
Well, Andrea Murphy, who I had to apologize to earlier for a slip of the tongue about I didn't know the name of a group here with an acronym, and you know how, Denise, you don't mean to hurt somebody's feelings. I kind of said, well, even Andrea didn't know the name of that group, and I shouldn't have said it that way, but what I meant is that we are pleased to have all of these groups here, including the acronym group who had an early pregame picnic with us. Andrea will be able to tell you how many total you had. I bet it was near 280.
Terrific turnout. Glad to be here.
Denise, I kind of promised you that if you pick Sunday, June 11th, my one promise I can keep is you had Skydog to entertain. I didn't think we'd have 58-degree weather.
I didn't either, but you know what? We can't always control everything, John, and that's the one thing we can't control. But it's been a pleasure.
Well, as a mom and as a healthcare professional, I'm glad you reminded me of that, Denise. We can't control everything. Tyler Johnson is run the count full against Alfredo Fernandez. Infante at first, nobody out, and a comebacker should be a double play. Oh, the pitcher throws it past second into center field, and that could be the break the Kernels need to score for the first time since the first inning. Well, Alfredo Fernandez is charged with the throwing error as he threw it into center field. He threw to the base, that's what they teach you, but the shortstop, Jesus Lopez, couldn't get there in time. So what should have been a double play to take all the wind out of the Kernels' sails instead gives the Kernels a big lift. The throwing error by the pitcher. Infante stops at second on the throw into center field, and now I've got a feeling the Kernels might just rally here, trailing 6-2 in the bottom of the seventh inning. Brad Kuhn is at the plate. Now, Denise, you have to level with me because you did this past winter. You love it just as much out on the Randy Keel Confidence Picnic Pavilion. I know you do.
I do. Any place, though, that we're at in the Kernels, it's a great place to be.
Well, thank you. I know your husband works at Van Meter Industrial, and you've been out there with him and up on the Miller Mezzanine Terrace. Again, level with me. Despite the chilly weather, did your folks have fun?
We had a great time.
Good.
We did, John. We had a great time, and it's always fun when you bring your families, your colleagues, and everyone together. It's always a good time.
Well, you must have planned it to the nth degree, Denise, because every one of those gray Miller Mezzanine seats was full the first three innings, and that, to me, that's just very gratifying that you would have that kind of enthusiasm at Physicians Clinic of Iowa.
We're a great group.
Yes, you are, and I thank you very much. Now, is your daughter here, the one that's going to go up to St. Thomas?
Actually, she's in Paris right now, John.
Paris, France?
Absolutely. She arrived there yesterday, so she's there for a week.
Well, what an opportunity.
What an opportunity. A very lucky girl.
Yes, that's great, Denise, that she's in Paris right now. Brad Kuhn on a 1-2 pitch, fouls it straight back. Denise, is there anyone you have to get back to now? I don't want to keep you, but I also want... Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're ready to roll here.
Well, Denise Teagles, thank you so much.
Thanks, John.
It's wonderful that you dropped by. Your hands are a little cold. Well, thank you. Great to have Physicians Clinic of Iowa. You bet, Denise Teagles. Brad Kuhn with 2 on and nobody out. Whistles one foul just to our left, and it goes down to the front row behind home plate. Boy, that one was bouncing all over the place. Brad Kuhn is hanging tough. He's in the hole, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Infante at second, Tyler Johnson at first. 2 on, nobody out. And Kuhn slaps the pitch foul over the hot corner grill above the third base stands here at Veterans Memorial Stadium. Kernels trying to score for the first time since the bottom of the first inning. They're facing Alfredo Fernandez, a right-hander. Infante walked. Tyler Johnson reached on an error, and there's a fastball just high. 2-2 now to Brad Kuhn. Alfredo Fernandez is 2-1 this year with a 3.07 ERA, and he's pitching for the 21st time for the Wizards. Ooh, another borderline pitch. That one just missed outside. Ball 3 to Brad. In 29 and a third innings, Fernandez has allowed 26 hits, struck out 19 in 29 and a third, walked 6. It's 6-2 Fort Wayne. And the payoff pitch to Brad. Corks, look out! Foul down the first baseline, and kangaroo court, here we come. Jordan Renz went over like a bowling pin. Jordan's laughing about it, and I'm telling you, that's going to cost Renz a cool $50 in the Colonel clubhouse. Jordan Renz with his hands in his pocket, and I'm not making fun of Jordan. I'm laughing with Jordan. Jordan Renz took a spill on his caboose as that ball was hit hard by Brad Kuhn. Now the next 3-2 pitch is bounced. Foul past third. Foul by inches down the left field line. Oh, is Brad Kuhn having a great at-bat. Brad Kuhn is... We have an attendance that Luvita Hill's going to share with us in just a moment. Good news on the attendance front that we'll share with you in just a moment. Brad Kuhn is having a terrific at-bat against this right-hander, Fernandez. Ball 4 high! And the Kernels have loaded the bases with nobody out here in the bottom of the 7th inning. A walk, a error on the pitcher, won what should have been a double play, and then Brad Kuhn walks, and the bases are loaded with nobody out here in the Kernel 7th inning, and the batter is Dallas Morris. And as Tom Bradley, the longtime big league veteran who pitched in 7 seasons with the Angels, the White Sox, and the Giants, pays a visit to the Hill for Fort Wayne, Luvita Hill, we have great news regarding our attendance today.
Lots of people came out for this cool Sunday game. 1,870 people to be exact.
1,870. And they are on the edge of their seats now as the Kernels are trying to score for the first time since the first inning against right-hander Alfredo Fernandez. Infante walked. Then Tyler Johnson tapped what should have been a double play ball right back to the Hill. The pitcher threw to second in between Lopez and Aguilar, the shortstop and second baseman. Now a strike is pumped in from Alfredo Fernandez to Dallas Morris. Ball 1 low to Dallas. Fernandez is a tall right-hander. 6'4", 205. And he's from Venezuela. He's 21 years old. The 1-1 to Morris. Skied in the air to center. This should bring a run home. Over to get it is Mike Sanso. Now the right fielder gloves it. Mike Baxter. His throw home is not in time. A runner tries to go from first to second. That's Kuhn. Now a runner stays at third. The throw to third. He is safe, and Kuhn makes it to second. A game of cat and mouse between Brad Kuhn and the Wizards. Kuhn makes it to second. It's a sacrifice fly by Dallas Morris, and the Kernels are on the board for the first time since the first inning. Morris drove it into right field where Mike Baxter caught it. Infante scored. The throw home was in front of home plate. Brandon Gautier blocked it, and then Tyler Johnson went from second to third on that fly ball. Brad Kuhn, with great base running, advanced to second on the fly ball out to right. It's now a 6-3 game. Ground ball back to the Hill. Tyler Johnson will draw a throw at third. He's in a rundown between second and third. Tyler Johnson now, they're chasing him towards third, and Tyler Johnson will be out as 2 men are on third base, and that's the second out of the inning. Oh, brother. Heinle Stacia almost bounced one into center. A good fielding play by Alfredo Fernandez. And Brad Kuhn. Tyler Johnson is out 1, 2, 5, 6 at third base. Heinle Stacia reaches on a fielder's choice, and it's still the Wizards. Well, now Stacia goes all the way to second on a fielder's choice, so if the Kernels can get a hit from Mark Trumbo, it's a 1-run game. Come on, Mark Trumbo, you're hitting well now. 0 for 3 today. Mark's put the ball in play 3 times, and he swings and misses at Fernandez's first pitch. A base hit by Trumbo would likely cut the Wizard lead to only 1 run. Swing and a tip foul into the catcher's mitt, strike 2 on Mark Trumbo. The Kernels have scored a run without a hit here in the 7th inning. Have Kuhn at third, Stacia at second. 2 out, 6-3 in favor of the Wizards. Ball one, way high, a fastball from this right-hander, Alfredo Fernandez. Boy, is this crowd jazzed up now. 1,870. Kuhn at third, Stacia at second. Here's a high fly ball slicing into right field. Mike Baxter coming on in shallow right. Baxter has it to end the inning. Mark Trumbo flies to right. The Kernels get one run on the sacrifice fly by Morris that plated Infante, who walked to start the inning. One run in the seventh for the Kernels. On no hits, one wizard error, their first of the day. The Kernels leave a pair and have left 5 on the day. We go to the top of the eighth inning, and Fort Wayne now leads the Kernels 6-3. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Kernel Radio Network.
We're here for your communication needs. Internet service, telephone, and TV. As a cooperative telephone company, our members are owners who make a good team. Service second to none. South Slope Cooperative Communication.
Get ready for summer and beat high gas prices with a pre-owned vehicle from Randy Keel Honda. Their inventory is jam-packed with fuel-efficient vehicles designed to save you money. Get an economical sedan for your daily commute, or indulge your sporty side with a high-performance coupe. Randy Keel Honda carries a large selection of Honda certified pre-owned vehicles, backed by a 12-month, 12,000-mile comprehensive warranty and 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Need to haul the entire family? For a limited time, you can get special financing on Honda certified pre-owned Odyssey. Whatever your driving needs, Randy Keel Honda has the vehicle for you. Visit Randy Keel Honda on Centerpoint Road Northeast or online at randykeel.com. Randy Keel Honda, where they treat you right.
Top of the eighth inning here at the ballpark. You're enjoying the ball game here in the zone, ESPN Radio 1600 KCRG. Tomorrow evening, Monday night, we'll be on the air at 6:40 with the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show, and that ball game will be heard on 1450 KMRY. That's tomorrow evening. We're on KMRY. Rafael Cruz is ready to go against Jose Lopez, and Lopez takes inside ball one. Fort Wayne on top, 6-3. They've out-hit the Kernels 11-6. The Kernels get lefty Brad Beck warming up in their bullpen, and the Wizards counter with right-hander Jon Link. Ball two is low, and outside to the number 9 hitter, Jesus Lopez. There's ball three inside. Unlike Rafael Cruz to fall behind a batter, but that's what Rafael has done here in the top of the eighth inning. Our baseball fun fact, and some of you Dodger fans will remember this. There's strike one to the batter. The last brother battery, and again, if you're most of you listeners know what a battery is in baseball. It's the pitcher and catcher. There's ball four inside. Jesus Lopez draws a leadoff walk here in the top of the eighth inning. The Major League's last brother battery, that is pitcher-catcher-brother combination of the 20th century, was Norm and Larry Sherry of the Dodgers. Norm Sherry was a catcher for Los Angeles. Larry Sherry was a pitcher. And they were a battery for 4 seasons in Los Angeles. Norm, the catcher, Larry Sherry, the pitcher. The Dodgers' Norm and Larry Sherry formed the Major League's last brother battery of the 20th century. That's our baseball fun fact. How would you like to pitch and have your brother be the catcher? Well, that's what Norm and Larry Sherry experienced for 4 seasons with Los Angeles. That's our baseball fun fact. The action is slowed down here as Brad Beck warms up down the right field line for the Kernels. And Jon Link for Fort Wayne. Strike one called to the leadoff batter, Mike Sansoe, S-A-N-S-O-E. Mike tied this game, or put the Wizards on the board for the first time in the second inning with a 2-out suicide squeeze bunt. Rafael Cruz throws to first, and backhand first is Mike Sansoe. $1,870 on hand here this afternoon. Double play ball to second. Infante underhands to Stacia. Highly to first, and the Kernels turn their first twin killing of the day. Mike Sansoe wraps into a 4-6-3 double play. 2 gone here in the top of the 8th inning. Fort Wayne leads it 6-3. Well, Colonel Broadcast Assistant Luvita Hill, it's early June. When will the University of Iowa sports camps commence?
Sports camps began this Saturday, actually.
Oh,
began yesterday.
Could you tell on campus?
I didn't go on campus.
Oh, that's right.
It was the weekend.
Your mom
and I was here.
Yeah, your mom and aunt were visiting. You've been here, but
right.
The campers are starting to flood in. We'll have here's a bouncer to the left of Dallas Morris. A high hop. Dallas makes a dandy adjustment as he had to reach high behind him to his left, and Seth Johnston is thrown out 5-3 by Dallas Morris. So after walking the number 9 hitter, Rafael Cruz comes back and gets a double play and a bounce out to third. No runs for the Wizards in the 8th. No hits, a walk. There were no Colonel errors, and Fort Wayne leaves nobody aboard. The Cedar Rapids Golf Department is going to entertain the fans here today with their closest to the pin contest down the right field line. As we go to the lower half of the 8th inning, the Kernels trail the Wizards 6-3. You're enjoying Colonel Baseball on the Colonel Radio Network.
Every day we use products that come to us in plastics. Milk jugs, water bottles, laundry detergent, ice cream. These are just a few of the hundreds, thousands of products that benefit from plastics. But once you're done using them, what do you do with them? Recycle. It takes no more energy to put that plastic in your blue recycling box rather than the trash. But what it does save is landfill space and natural resources. Reduce, reuse, recycle. It's just that easy. This message brought to you by Solid Waste and Recycling Services.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin. You know, Hometown Restyling has served Eastern Iowans since 1986, providing the very finest in windows, siding, and sunrooms. Their experienced staff can handle the job from start to finish, including plans, permits, and inspections. Plus, Hometown Restyling is nationally recognized by Professional Remodeler, Qualified Remodeler, and Remodeling magazines. Call Hometown Restyling for your next remodeling project, or better yet, visit one of our beautiful showrooms in Hiawatha or Coralville. Hometown Restyling, because there's no place like home.
Technology pervades every aspect of our daily lives. This remarkable age we live in has a machine or a computer to meet almost all of our needs. But you won't find a technological device that can provide you with the personal attention for something as important as insurance. Neighbor Insurance Services, your professional Pekin insurance agency in Hiawatha, is trained on all insurance matters, including how much coverage is enough coverage. For personal attention to all of your insurance needs, see the insurance professionals at Neighbor Insurance Services in Hiawatha.
We have a new hurler for the Wizards. Jon Link takes over on the hill. Jon Link working the bottom of the 8th inning, taking over for Alfredo Hernandez. Hernandez went 1 inning and allowed 1 run, unearned on no hits. Hernandez struck out none and walked 2. Jon Link is on the mound for Fort Wayne. Link, pitching for the 26th time, is 2-3 with no saves. A 3.81 ERA. Here's a drive way back into left at the wall by Brett Martinez. It's gone! A home run for Brett Martinez! And that cuts the Wizard lead to 2 runs. It's 6-4 with Fort Wayne here in the bottom of the 8th inning. That's the second home run in the last 2 games for Brett Martinez. And he must have some family here visiting. People are waving down. Brett Martinez tees off to make it a 6-4 lead for Fort Wayne here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Number 2 for Brett Martinez. And another $25 goes to the Haycap Food Reservoir from PRC's Community Care. PRC's Community Care donates $25 for every Colonel home run this season, and that's home run number 38 for the Kernels. Flint Whipke dumps one down the right field line. Fair ball. Whipke will round first and hold on as the second baseman retrieves it near the right field line, and Jon Link has been greeted very rudely and boldly by the Kernels. Brett Martinez, a home run to left. Flint Whipke, a single to right. And the Kernels have the tying run at the plate with nobody out against right-hander Jon Link here in the bottom of the 8th inning, 6-4 Wizards. The Kernels have hit 38 home runs as a team. $950 has now been donated by PRC's Community Care to the Haycap Food Reservoir. Stantrell Smith hits a high fly ball into straightaway right field, and it's caught by Mike Baxter for the first out here in the Colonel 8th inning. Brett Martinez cuts the Wizard lead to 2 runs. Here comes Tom Bradley, the Wizard pitching coach. He's wearing a San Diego Padre blue jacket with gray sleeves. Tom Bradley will talk it over with his pitcher, Jon Link. Link is 6'1", 175, a 22-year-old from Bluefield Junior College in Bluefield, Virginia. Jon Link, a 26th round pick by San Diego last year, was 3-3 with the Eugene Emeralds. Started 7 games, relieved in 18 others a year ago, a 4.42 ERA. And, Luvita, we talked earlier about the walk-up music. It sounds like Larry Infante has some Latin music that kind of gets him going at the plate. If you had walk-up music, Luvita, could you think of what would get you psyched up to, let's say, go to bat or shoot a free throw or run a sprint like you used to do in track, or row down the Iowa River like you did for the Iowa rowing team?
Any song that's upbeat and has a fast beat, it doesn't really matter what it is as long as it's up-tempo.
How about Rocky? Oh, boy, I just struck out. That's all right, Luvita. I was going back 25 years. Here's a line shot into the right field Papa John's Plaza. Strike 2 on Larry Infante. It's fun to think about, though, isn't it, Luvita? If you could ever have your own walk-up music or walk into the boat music, what do they call a boat when you're a crew member?
On the team?
Yeah.
It's called a shell.
That's what I wondered. I knew it wasn't just called a boat.
No, we call them shells.
Man, just think if the Iowa rowing team, as each kid got into the shell, that near the dock they'd have some sound system and each you guys had your own song.
That would be really, really nice.
It would. Maybe the coaches are listening and can take that suggestion to the Iowa women's rowing team. The 0-2 to Larry is in the dirt, trying for second. Flint Whipke, he'll make it! Flint Whipke advances to second on a wild pitch from Jon Link. I know every time the president appears, they play Hail to the Chief. And I'm sure the presidents in the past get goosebumps when the Marine or military band plays Hail to the Chief. That, in essence, is the president's walk-up music. It goes like this. It goes... Well, I can't whistle loud enough, but I think most of our listeners know what Hail to the Chief is. Da, 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 da. And that would really get the president going. I think it even has Luvita going up here. The President of the United States has walk-up music, Hail to the Chief. A pitch low and away, and it's 2-2 to Larry Infante. How did we get started on this subject? Some Latin music was played as Larry Infante strolled to the dish. Isn't that how?
That song that was for Larry Infante actually is not a Latin song. It's a rap song.
There I go again. That was a rap song? Yeah. My goodness.
It's a rap song, and the name of that song is Laffy Taffy.
You know the name of Larry Infante's walk-up song.
Yeah.
Laffy Taffy. Well, Laffy Taffy worked, Luvita. Larry draws a walk. So whatever his walk-up music, well, you told us what it is. It's a rap song called Laffy Taffy. How about Tyler Johnson? That's Tyler Johnson's walk-up music. Don't know if we can identify it or not, but let's hope it psychs up Tyler.
That song is actually mystical. Did I do that?
Tyler, how about hitting a 3-run homer, and we'll tell you that you did do that. Strike one to Tyler Johnson. The runner at second is Flip Whipke, Larry Infante at first. 6-4 Wizards, 1 out here in the 8th. Swing and a miss by Tyler, strike 2. Well, that's a long way away from when Ted Simmons, my hero growing up, who played for the Cedar Rapids Cardinals in the mid-'60s. Ted used to have Swan Lake Ballet played for him as his walk-up music.
I bet that confused some people.
It sure did. The 0-2 to Tyler. In the dirt, a ball from Jon Link, L-I-N-K. Last year, Nate Sutton had walk-up music, Luvita, and the name of the group was the Foo Fighters. Have you ever heard of them?
I've heard of them, but I can't think of a song that they did right offhand.
These guys take walk-up music pretty seriously. Tyler takes strike 3 call. That was a slider, and there are 2 gone here in the Colonel 8th inning. Tyne runs aboard, 2 out. The strikeout for Jon Link, his first of the inning. Brett Martinez started this 8th inning by homering over the Budweiser, Game Time Budweiser sign in left field. Whipke then dumped a single into right. Stantrell Smith flew out to right. Flynn advanced to second on a wild pitch. Larry Infante walked, and Tyler Johnson was just called out looking. The first pitch to Kuhn. Low, ball 1 from Jon Link. Temperature in the mid-50s this afternoon. A light breeze blowing in from right center field. And the Kernels have Ryan Aldridge warming up in the bullpen. Ball 2 just outside to Brad Kuhn. Whipke at second. Larry Infante at first. The Kernels trail by a pair here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Brad Kuhn's ahead in the count. 2-0. There's strike 1. Brad peers back at the umpire. He can't believe the call by the plate umpire. I mean, Brad was really disillusioned by that call. Jon Link, the right-hander, comes set at the letters. Fastball outside, ball 3. 3-1 now to Brad Kuhn. There's a fastball at the knees, and the count full now. It was a strike. 2 out, the runners will be going. If Brad Kuhn could rip one into the right field corner, Kuhn not ordinarily a pull hitter, the Kernels could drive home the tying runs in this game. Whipke at second, Infante at first, there they go. Ball 4 low. They're loaded up for Dallas Morris. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? If Dallas Morris could get a hold of one and park it, the Kernels would take the lead in this game. Bases loaded, 2 out. Whipke advances to third on the walk to Brad Kuhn by Jon Link. Larry Infante to second. What a great at-bat for Brad Kuhn, who reaches for the 3rd time today. And now let's see if Dallas Morris, with a base hit here, he could tie the game. Demo, as his teammates call him, swings and misses at a good changeup, strike 1, from Jon Link, the right-hander. Whipke at third. Larry Infante, the tying run at second. The go-ahead run, Brad Kuhn at first. Morris today is 1 for 3 with a run scored and an RBI. Dallas lays off a changeup low, ball 1. The Kernels led 2-0 after 1 inning today. The Wizards tied it in the top of the 2nd. Took the lead 5-3 with a 3-run 4th inning. Made it 6-3 with a single run in the top of the 7th inning. a line drive into the left center field gap, and it's a base hit. It's a base hit. One run is in. Here comes another man streaking to the plate, Larry Infante, and Dallas Morris ties the game here in the bottom of the 8th inning with the line drive. 2-run single into the left center field gap. We're tied 6-6. Dallas Morris came through. Dallas Morris came through. Whipke scored from third. Infante with 2 out raced home from second. Brad Kuhn dashed to third on a 2-run single drilled into left center by Dallas Morris. We're tied 6-6 here in the 8th inning, and with 2 out, Heinle Stacia could drive home the go-ahead run for the Kernels. Heinle Stacia is the batter with 2 out and runners at the corners. 6-6 the score. Ball 1 low to Heinle. The Kernels have tied the game with a 3-run bottom of the 8th inning. Have the go-ahead run at third with 2 out. That go-ahead run is Brad Kuhn. Ball 2 outside from Jon Link. Stacia is the 8th man to bat here in the Kernel 3-run 8th inning. Heinle Stacia is ahead in the count, 2-0. There's a strike at the knees, a fastball. The Kernels trailed 6-2. Made it 6-3 with a run in the 7th, an unearned run, and have scored 3 off right-hander Jon Link here in the bottom of the 8th inning and have tied the game. With runners at the corners, the 2-1 to the Kernels switch-hitting all-star shortstop. A check swing roller, foul off the railing of the third base Wizard dugout. Luvita Hill, I bet all the folks from Physicians Clinic of Iowa who have braved the elements and stayed on the Miller Mezzanine Terrace this afternoon are glad they did.
I'll bet they are. They've got to see some exciting things in this inning.
Yes, they have. The 2-2 to Heinle. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Jon Link strikes out Heinle Stacia to end the Kernel 8th inning. The Kernels strike for 3 runs to tie the game. On 3 base hits, 2 walks. There were no Wizard errors. The Kernels leave a pair and have stranded 7. We go to the top of the 9th inning, and the Kernels are tied with Fort Wayne 6-6. You're enjoying Kernel baseball here on the Kernel Radio Network.
Next up, a musical taste of Dr. Pepper. It's a new spin on an old vibe from me to you. A tasty sip of Dr. Pepper for your ears, and it starts like this.
I'm a pepper, he's a pepper, she's a pepper, we're a pepper, wouldn't you like to be a pepper?
Now that's cool, but pepper is a little better. So let's slide in a taste of this.
I'm a pepper,
Right on. But there's still more to it. I mean, there's nothing like it, because every sip is a chicken mashup of 23 different flavors. So for the true taste of Dr. Pepper, we dial it up even more.
I'm a pepper.
You know it. With 23 flavors mixed into one bold taste, every sip is a cool mix of music to your mouth. Dr. Pepper, there's more to it.
Your home is a place for savoring all the good things in life. It's a place for celebrations. It's a place where memories are created. To make sure your home is properly insured, visit Sheets Forest Draper in Marion, your professional Pekin insurance agency. Sheets Forest Draper will give you all important details about homeowners insurance with complete coverages and surprisingly affordable rates. Visit Sheets Forest Draper in Marion for homeowners insurance for your well-lived and well-loved home.
Colonel left-hander Brad Beck takes over on the mound here in the top of the 9th inning. And credit Rafael Cruz for keeping the Kernels in the game, and salute the Kernels for their 1-run 7th and their 3-run 8th. The Kernels have come back from a 6-2 deficit to tie the game. At 6-6, Brad Beck spins a curveball in for a strike call to left-handed hitting Mike Baxter. Brad Beck has answered the U.S. Cellular call to the Kernel bullpen. Brad, a left-hander, with another breaking pitch. This one just inside. Boy, did that look good. And it's ball 1 to Mike Baxter, left-handed batter. Baxter hitting .223, has 2 hits in 4 trips today, including an RBI single in the Wizard 3-run 4th inning. A slow curve drops in for strike 2 to the batter. 6-6 our score. We're in the top of the 9th inning on this cool Sunday afternoon. Swing and a miss by Mike Baxter. Brad Beck strikes out the first batter he faces, and I mean Brad Beck absolutely toyed with Mike Baxter. Let's salute Rafael Cruz in relief of starter Moose Mosebach. Rafael pitched 4 innings, allowed 1 run on just 2 hits. He struck out none and walked only 1. Now Brad Beck misses outside, ball 1 to big Kyle Blanks, who drove in a run in the Wizard 3-run 4th inning. 6-6 our score. We're in the top of the 9th. Strike 1 called. Brad Beck doesn't throw hard. Some would say, hey, that guy doesn't throw hard enough to break a pane of glass. That's why Brad is so effective. He mixes up his pitches beautifully. He is a deceptive sort. Here's a high fly ball into right. Tyler Johnson has it for the second out of the inning. Kyle Blanks skies to right. 2 away in the top of the 9th inning. And the Wizards now send in left-handed batting Will Venable. Brad Beck last pitched Tuesday in Davenport. Against the swing, Brad pitched a scoreless 9th inning for the Kernels in that Quad Cities 12-inning 2-0 win. A breaking pitch misses just inside to Max Venable, left-handed batter. 4th in the league in hitting with a .319 average. He tripled and scored his last time up. A hot shot to short on 2 hops. Heinley Stacia has it, throws to first to get Will Venable. What a terrific 9th inning for lefty Brad Beck. Brad retires with Fort Wayne. 1-2-3-0 across. The stage is set for the bottom of the 9th inning here at Veterans Memorial Stadium. As we go to the bottom of the 9th, it's the Kernel 6 and the Wizards 6. You're enjoying Kernel Baseball on the Kernel Radio Network.
Every day we use products that come to us in plastics. Milk jugs, water bottles, laundry detergent, ice cream. These are just a few of the hundreds, thousands of products that benefit from plastics. But once you're done using them, what do you do with them? Recycle. It takes no more energy to put that plastic in your blue recycling box rather than the trash. But what it does save is landfill space and natural resources. Reduce, reuse, recycle. It's just that easy. This message brought to you by Solid Waste and Recycling Services.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin. You know, Hometown Restyling has served Eastern Iowans since 1986, providing the very finest in windows, siding, and sunrooms. Their experienced staff can handle the job from start to finish, including plans, permits, and inspections. Plus, Hometown Restyling is nationally recognized by Professional Remodeler, Qualified Remodeler, and Remodeling magazines. Call Hometown Restyling for your next remodeling project, or better yet, visit one of our beautiful showrooms in Hiawatha or Coralville. Hometown Restyling, because there's no place like home.
Technology pervades every aspect of our daily lives. This remarkable age we live in has a machine or a computer to meet almost all of our needs. But you won't find a technological device that can provide you with the personal attention for something as important as insurance. Neighbor Insurance Services, your professional Pekin insurance agency in Hiawatha, is trained on all insurance matters, including how much coverage is enough coverage. For personal attention to all of your insurance needs, see the insurance professionals at Neighbor Insurance Services in Hiawatha.
The Kernels will try to win this one in the bottom of the 9th inning. They'll face a new hurler for the Wizards, lefty Brandon Higlen, Higelen. Brandon's 1-1 on the year with a save, a sterling ERA of 1.38. This is his 25th appearance. So the Kernels are going to try to solve a very good lefty, Brandon Higlen, 1-1 with a 1.38 ERA. This is his 25th outing. Higlen, in 32 2/3 innings, has struck out 36, walked only 9, and in 32 2/3, Higlen has allowed only 22 hits. Brandon Higlen, a 24-year-old, 6-foot, 195-pound lefty, delivers a hard-hit smash to short by Mark Trumbo, backhanded by Lopez, and Jesus throws across the diamond to get Mark Trumbo. Boy, Mark hit it hard on the ground, and it was backhanded by Lopez, and Jesus threw out Mark Trumbo. 1 away here in the Kernel 9th inning. We're tied 6-6. A 2-out, 2-run single by Dallas Morris tied the game in the bottom of the 8th for the Kernels. Brandon Higland is from Cal State Los Angeles. And his first pitch is in for a strike called to Brett Martinez. Brett has 2 hits today. Homered leading off the 8th inning to cut the Wizard lead to 6-3. Swing and a miss by Brett, strike 2. Bottom of the 9th inning, nobody out, or 1 out, nobody on, and the 0-2 to Brett. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 2 gone on 4 pitches here in the Colonel 9th inning. You can see why Brandon Higland is a star in this league. He disposed of one of our hottest hitters, Brett Martinez, on 3 pitches. 2 gone, and the batter is Flint Whipkey. We'll have a look at our State Farm Major League scoreboard in just a little bit as Flint takes outside for ball 1. Still surprised the umpires haven't asked for the lights to be turned on. The 1-0. Low, ball 2. Tim Madison is getting ready in a big hurry down the left field line for the Kernels. Tim Madison. I bet by now we have 8 or 10 finals on the State Farm Major League scoreboard as Flint Whipkey serves one into right for a 2-out single. Flint singled to right in the Colonel 3-run 8th inning and scored. He's the winning run at first with 2 out, and the batter is Stantrell Smith. Stantrell Smith will try to keep this 9th inning going against lefty Brandon Higland. Higland is old for this league. Or check that, I said he was 24. He's actually 23 years old. Swing and a miss by Stantrell Smith. Higland last year pitched in 22 games for Eugene and was 0-2 with an ERA of 5 even. No saves. He's been very tough to hit in the Midwest League, and this is second year of pro ball. Stantrell Smith bounces one to second on one hop behind the base, and it's gloved by Abraham Aguilar, and Aguilar steps on second to force Whipkey. And that ends the Colonel 9th inning. We're headed to extra innings. Luvita Hill, are we set for that State Farm Major League scoreboard update?
Yes, we are.
Okay, before you get to it, Luvita, let me wrap up the 9th inning for the Colonels. No runs, 1 hit. There were no Wizard errors, and the Colonels leave 1 and stranded 8. Now we're ready for scores on the State Farm Major League scoreboard.
Thank you to State Farm Insurance agents Al Shetler, Dale Thompson, Gary Schubert, and Brad Dunn for this look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard. In the American League, at Fenway Park, the Red Sox clipped the Rangers 5-4. At Yankee Stadium, the A's trimmed past the Yankees 6-5. And at the Metrodome, the Twins whitewashed the Orioles 4-0. At Kauffman Stadium, the Royals bowed to the Devil Rays. Those were the finals this afternoon.
What was the final of that last game? The Devil Rays and who?
Royals.
What was the score of that one?
8-2.
And who won it?
The Devil Rays. The Royals bowed to the Devil Rays 8-2.
Okay, thank you.
Still underway at Fenway Park in the top of the second. The Rangers are beating the Red Sox 4-0. And at Rogers Center, the Twins have it 10-5 in the top of the 9th. And at Angel Stadium, the Mariners are currently ahead of the parent club, the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, 6-1 in the bottom of the 7th. For a look at the National League this afternoon, at RFK Stadium, the Nationals shut out the Phillies 6-0. At Great American Ballpark, the Cubs toppled the Reds 9-3. At Minute Maid Park, the Astros stomped the Braves 14-4. And at Miller Park, the Cardinals edged past the Brewers 7-5. Still underway at Coors Field, in the bottom of the 8th, the Rockies are ahead of the Dodgers 5-4. In the top of the 5th at Petco Park, the Marlins are lead the Padres 6-2. At SBC Park in the top of the 5th, the Pirates are leading the Giants 2-1. And at Chase Ballpark, the Mets are ahead of the Diamondbacks 3-0 in the bottom of the 3rd. Once again, thank you to State Farm Insurance agents Al Shetler, Dale Thompson, Gary Schubat, and Brad Dunn for this look at the State Farm Major League Scoreboard.
Boy, Luvita, a lot of games on the West Coast in the Pacific time zone, and we'll have another look on the Colonel Curtain call. Some of those games will be late or even wrapping up. It just depends how long we play here today. We're going into extra innings. The Colonel's going into extra innings for the 11th time this year. Fort Wayne playing in extra innings for just the 4th time. Tim Madison's first pitch is swung on and fouled off to the right, strike one. Boy, it was Brad Beck dynamite in his one inning of relief. No runs, no hits, struck out one, walked none, and Brad Beck gives way to Tim Madison, the Colonel right-hander. And a swing and a miss, strike two on Darrell Jones. We're in the top of the 10th inning, and it's a 6-6 game. Game 2 of a Colonel 8-game homestand. We'll be back at it tomorrow evening. Dollar hot dogs, Dollar Dog Monday. Ball one, low and away from Tim Madison to the right-handed hitting Darrell Jones. Jones hits one deep to right, sending Tyler Johnson back. Tyler has to circle around as that wind blew it to Tyler's left, but Tyler stuck with it and caught it one away here in the Fort Wayne 10th inning. Tim Madison last pitched on Thursday night, a Colonel loss in Davenport. Tim went one inning, allowed the swing 3 runs on 4 hits, struck out none, walked none. Tim Madison has answered a U.S. Cellular call to the Colonel bullpen. A pitch slapped to deep short off the bat of Brandon Gauthier, and on to first with it is Heinle Stacia, and there are 2 away here in the 10th inning. Well, Levita Hill, I know that you haven't seen a ton of professional baseball in your day, but you have seen Heinle Stacia play a lot of shortstop for the Colonels this year, and I know you're a fine athlete yourself. Heinle Stacia makes everything look easy.
He sure does. I don't know how he catches some of those balls that just seem I wouldn't be able to catch them.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's exactly what I wanted you to observe, is that the normal person like you and I couldn't come close to what Heinle does out there. He just has such great range and good instinct and gets to so many balls that a lot of shortstops wouldn't even dare to try to get. Ball 2 now, or strike ball 1 to Abraham Aguilar.
Not only does he catch them, but he's able to come back up with composure and throw.
Yes, he's got a rifle arm. Aguilar went around on a pitch in on his hands, and that's strike 2. Tim Madison on relief for the first time, or in his first inning of work. The Colonels have gotten great relief pitching from Rafael Cruz and Brad Beck in relief of starter Moose Mosebach. The 1-2 from Madison. Swing and a foul straight back. Tim Madison on for the 20th time this season out of the Colonel bullpen. Has 1-2, lost 3. Has 2 saves and a 5.46 ERA for the right-hander. 23-year-old Tim Madison. The 1-2 delivery. Popped foul on top of the grandstand roof behind home plate. 6-6 our score. We're in the top of the 10th inning. It's been a raw, cool, chilly Sunday afternoon. Here's a drive off the end of the bat into shallow right. Tyler Johnson had the batter positioned perfectly, playing shallow, and Tyler squeezes it. A 1-2-3 inning in the top of the 10th as Tim Madison sets the Wizards down in order. And after 9.5, it's still the Colonels and Wizards tied 6-6. This is Colonel Baseball on the Colonel Radio Network.
Step up to the plate this summer and nominate your favorite Cedar Rapids Colonel for the Rockwell Collins Fans Choice Award. Every time you catch a Colonels game, fill out a Fans Choice ballot to recognize the efforts of your favorite ball player. Then drop the ballot in the designated box at the souvenir stand. During the season's final homestand, Rockwell Collins will present the Fans Choice Trophy to the player with the most votes and make a donation to that player's favorite charity. Rockwell Collins and the Cedar Rapids Colonels, teammates working for a better community.
We're here for your communication needs. Internet service, telephone, and TV. As a cooperative telephone company, our members or owners will make a good team. Service second to none. South Slope Cooperative Communication.
You've worked hard, and you're finally your own boss. As a business owner, you may not want to hear the word liability, but it comes with the territory. Smart business owners protect their investments with a business owner's policy from Neighbor Insurance Services, your professional Pekin insurance agency in Hiawatha. Neighbor Insurance Services can show you how to secure the right amount of protection for your business at affordable rates. Your business is important. See Neighbor Insurance Services in Hiawatha for business owners insurance.
Left-hander Brandon Higlin surrendered a 2-out single to Flint Whipke in the bottom of the 9th inning, but Higlin then came back and got Stantrell Smith to hit into a force-out of Whipke at second. It's Infante, Tyler Johnson, and Brad Kuhn to bat here in the bottom of the 10th inning in a 6-6 ball game. Larry Infante walked and scored in the Kernel 3-run 8th inning. Larry's a left-handed batter facing southpaw Brandon Higlin, Higelin. Tim Madison worked a 1-2-3 top of this 10th inning, a slow curve, and it's bounced foul right into the hands of Tyler Johnson, the Kernel on-deck hitter. $1,870 on hand here this afternoon. A broken bat roller to shallow second. Up with it is Abraham Aguilar, and on to first, Larry Infante, retired for the first time since the second inning. Larry had doubled, walked twice, scored twice. Larry is jammed, and he broke his bat and rolls out or bounces out to shallow second. One away here in the bottom of the 10th inning. 6-6 the score. Here's Tyler Johnson taking low and away, ball one. Johnson has reached twice today, once on a walk, once on a throwing error by Fort Wayne hurler Alfredo Fernandez. The Kernels led after one inning today 2-0, but then fell behind 6-2, scored 1 in the 7th, 3 in the 8th, and we're in the bottom of the 10th, tied 6-6. Tyler Johnson calls time and steps out. Higlin delivers, and that was a tailing changeup that Tyler Johnson waved at. Strike two. 1-2 to the Kernel right-handed batter. He was our guest this afternoon on the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show. Tyler Johnson down on strike swinging, and there are two gone here in the Kernel 10th inning. We go to the top of the order, Brad Kuhn. Remember, Allen Motor Company is open until 9 o'clock tomorrow evening, and they have a fabulous offer right now, plush, lush, and affordably priced, the 2005 Buick LeSabre Custom. That's just $199 a month at Allen Motor Company, and that includes your first year's maintenance free. Allen Motor Company sponsors our starting lineups. We're in the bottom of the 10th. Brad Kuhn lays off a pitch low. It's 2-0. Lefty against lefty matchup here. Brandon Higlin comes set and delivers. Outside. Ooh, a strike on the outside corner. A late call by the plate umpire. Boy, these independent umpires have done a great job during the umpire labor strife. Ball 3 low to Kuhn. The regular umpires, the younger fellows, will be back with us, I believe, starting tomorrow evening. Brad Kuhn trying to reach with 2 out here in the bottom of the 10th inning in a 6-6 game. Strike two on the outside corner from the lefty. Higglin wears a long-sleeve blue shirt underneath his vest gray wizard top. Here's the payoff pitch to Kuhn. Grounded to second. This will end the inning. Up with it is Aguilar on to first, and we're going to the 11th inning. Brad Kuhn was ahead 3-1 in the count, but the lefty Higglin came back and got Brad on a grounder to second. In the 10th inning, the Kernels go 1-2-3-0 across. We go to the top of the 11th now, and the Kernels and Wizards are tied 6 apiece. This is Kernel Baseball on the Kernel Radio Network.
Cedar Rapids' oldest wholesale greenhouse is also Cedar Rapids' full-service landscaping and lawn care center. Cedar Rapids Greenhouses has been serving eastern Iowans for 50 years at the corner of Johnson Avenue and Edgewood Road, behind Guppy's on the Go. Cedar Rapids Greenhouses has a full line of trees and shrubs like magnolias, maples, and lilacs. And for a limited time, buy any potted tree and Cedar Rapids Greenhouses will deliver and plant it free. If you're searching for the right beautification project, let the trained landscape designers at Cedar Rapids Greenhouses help you create a unique plan for your home. From retaining walls to ponds, waterfalls, and fountains, they'll work within your budget and taste, and they do free estimates. Lawn care featuring mowing, fertilization, seeding, sodding, aeration, dethatching, maintenance, and cleanup are all done with care and precision. For the highest quality and low prices, see the difference at Cedar Rapids Greenhouses, Eastern Iowa's full-service landscapers at the corner of Johnson Avenue and Edgewood Road.
Hi, I'm Phil Andrews, your local Pekin insurance agent at Andrews Insurance in Cedar Rapids. I'd like to introduce you to an easy-to-understand, affordable life insurance plan with great benefits. It's simplified issue whole life from Pekin Insurance. The plan requires no medical exam, has guaranteed rates for life, and a guaranteed cash value. Life insurance made simple and affordable from Pekin Insurance. To learn more, contact me, Bill Andrews, at Andrews Insurance.
I've just seen the most remarkable thing. Colonel Broadcast Assistant Lovita Hill has called up a calendar for a good reason. We're going to tell you when the next baseball camp is, and I never knew you could put a calendar on a cell phone, Lovita. That's another breakthrough. Here's a chopper off the glove of Tim Madison. It'll be a base hit for the leadoff man, Jesus Lopez, the number 9 hitter here in the top of the 11th. Bounced one to the right of Tim Madison. Tim got the webbing of his mitt on it, but then it ricocheted towards Dallas Morris. Dallas dove headlong, and he had to just keep it. It's an infield single to start the Wizard 11th by Jesus Lopez. And the batter is Mike Sanso. Mike will likely try to bunt here in the 11th inning in a 6-6 game. Sanso, a right-handed hitter. Throw to first, and diving back safely is Lopez. Lovita Hill, our first camp for kids 7 to 10, was very successful. It was held this past week. And our second youth baseball camp is coming up this week.
That's right. Starting Wednesday, June 14th, kids ages 11 to 14 can come to the Kernels Youth Baseball Camp. This camp lasts from 9:30 a.m. until 12:30 in the afternoon. It's only $100. And for that $100, you can receive a T-shirt, lunch each day the kid comes, and 4 tickets to the Kernels game on the last day of camp.
And Lovita, the camp starts this Wednesday for girls and boys. What ages again?
11 to 14.
And we'll let you know who to call, Colonel listeners, in just a moment. Sanso bunts foul off the shin guard of Flint Whipke, strike one. Hey, it's the top of the hour, 5 o'clock, and you're enjoying Colonel Baseball this afternoon here on ESPN Radio 1600, KCRG, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Lovita's told you that the second of our youth baseball camps start this Wednesday morning for kids 11 to 14, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And Lovita, how can parents sign their kids up?
To sign up, call Seth Dorn at 363-3887. Once again, you can call Seth Dorn here at the ballpark at 363-3887.
Seth did a marvelous job with his staff orchestrating the camp last week in the Big Brother, Big Sister program. Here's a bunt in front of the plate, and Tim Madison will throw to second just in time to get the runner. He was out. It's a bang-bang play, and Randy Reddy will come out to argue with the base umpire. I think he made the right call. Tim Madison makes a huge put-out as Mike Sansone bunted it too hard, 2/3 of the way, right on the dirt path cut between the mound and the plate, Mike Sanso is out, Jesus Lopez is thrown out, Madison to the shortstop, 1-6, and Mike Sanso, the go-ahead run in this game, reaches on a fielder's choice. Randy Reddy still arguing with the base umpire. No doubt it was a very, very close play that could have been ruled safe or out. I honestly thought that Jesus Lopez was out at second base. And Colonel Broadcast Assistant Levita Hill, what did you think, or were you looking down at the paper about the camp?
I was looking at the base, but I'm not sure which one it...
It was close.
It was really close.
Here's a swing and a miss by Seth Johnston on a Tim Madison slider, strike one. We're in the top of the 11th inning, and it's a 6-6 game. The Wizards have the go-ahead run at first with one out. Ball one, strike two, rather, excuse me. Boy, that plate umpire really has duped me this afternoon. I have to wait for him to signal. He's very deliberate. He's an older fella, and he's been here several times. He's a great umpire. I mean that. He really does a good job, and it's me that's at fault with prematurely calling pitches. The next one is downstairs, ball one from Tim Madison to Seth Johnston. Seth had an RBI single and scored in Fort Wayne's three-run fourth inning. We're in the top of the 11th, tied 6-6. The runner at first not going, and a changeup by Tim Madison. He gets Seth Johnston swinging, two away here in the Wizard 11th inning. The batter, Mike Baxter, dangerous left-handed hitter who has 4 hits already in this series. Yes, and as Levita said, the camp for the kids 11 to 14 includes lunch every day.
That's right, lunch every day, so you don't have to worry about packing one for your young one. They also get a T-shirt. I'm sure they'll be excited to get a Kernels T-shirt.
Boy, I'll tell you, my younger brother in the Big Brother Big Sisters program, Logan Clark, and his friend Ben, I enrolled them in the camp last week, and they loved every minute of it. Just had a great time learning the fundamentals, playing baseball, and making new friends. Ball one is low and away to Mike Baxter from Tim Madison. Baxter doubled in the first, struck out in the second, drove in a run on an infield single in the Wizard three-run fourth, grounded out to first in the sixth, and struck out in the ninth. Mike Baxter waits as Madison throws to first, and the runner there, Mike Sanso, gets back safely. Tim Madison on the hill for the Kernels in his second inning of relief. Ground ball, base hit up the middle, past the diving Larry Infante, speeding around second, but holding on is Mike Sanso. Brad Kuhn lost the handle for a moment. That's the third hit of the day for Mike Baxter. He bashed it hard on the ground to the right of the diving Colonel second baseman Larry Infante, sending the go-ahead run, Mike Sanso to second. Now the cleanup batter, Kyle Blanks, could put the Wizards ahead here in the 11th inning. Boy, that Mike Baxter out of Vanderbilt University has 5 hits in this series for Fort Wayne. He's hitting only .223, but he's getting well at our expense. The batter, Kyle Blanks, 1 for 4 with an RBI single that capped the Wizard three-run fourth inning. Here's a big, big at-bat for both the Kernels and the Wizards. Ball one outside from Tim Madison to Kyle Blanks. Blanks is from Yaffa Bay Junior College in Arizona, and now here comes Colonel pitching coach Kernan Ronan. He's having a Mercy Medical Center heart-to-heart conversation with Tim Madison. Oh, I was? Someone was up on the LED board. Oh, the Miller Mezzanine folks, the people from our great friends from Physicians Clinic of Iowa. We're just up on the Miller Mezzanine Terrace on the LED board. Tim Madison working cautiously to Kyle Blanks. He misses low, and that's ball 2 to Kyle. Boy, that crew from Metro will catch you at any point in this stadium. Blank slashes one into right at Tyler Johnson, who has it. The Kernels get a big break. I mean, Kyle Blanks hit the smithereens out of that ball. He lined it, tore into it, lined it out to the right fielder, Tyler Johnson, and that ends the Wizard 11th inning threat. Ooh, the Kernels get a break as Kyle Blanks really crushed that pitch from Tim Madison. But Tim keeps the Wizards from taking the lead in the 11th. No runs for Fort Wayne. 2 hits. There were no Colonel errors, and the Wizards leave a pair. They've now stranded 10. We go to the bottom of the 11th inning on this cool, late Sunday afternoon, and the Kernels are still tied with the Wizards, 6-6. You're enjoying Colonel Baseball here on the Colonel Radio Network.
Get ready for summer and beat high gas prices with a pre-owned vehicle from Randy Keel Honda. Their inventory is jam-packed with fuel-efficient vehicles designed to save you money. Get an economical sedan for your daily commute, or indulge your sporty side with a high-performance coupe. Randy Keel Honda carries a large selection of Honda certified pre-owned vehicles, backed by a 12-month, 12,000-mile comprehensive warranty and 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Need to haul the entire family? For a limited time, you can get special financing on Honda certified pre-owned Odysseys. Whatever your driving needs, Randy Keel Honda has the vehicle for you. Visit Randy Keel Honda on Centerpoint Road Northeast or online at randykeel.com. Randy Keel Honda, where they treat you right.
Hy-Vee, the most respected and recognized brand name in our entire great state. Your Cedar Rapids and Marion Hy-Vees value the vital role professional baseball plays in our community's fabric. Our treasured tradition of affordable, wholesome entertainment that brings families, friends, work colleagues, and customers together for lifelong memories. Your Cedar Rapids and Marion Hy-Vees are proud to support the best thing going in eastern Iowa, the wonder of Kernels baseball.
A new hurler in for the Wizards. He pitched last night in the Colonel 8-3 win, Mark Roberts. Mark Roberts, a right-hander, now pitching for Fort Wayne as we go to the bottom of the 11th inning. Colonel 6, Wizards 6. Brandon Higlin pitched 2 shutout innings in relief for the Wizards, working the 9th and the 10th innings. And leading off for the Colonels here in the 11th is Dallas Morris. It was Dallas Morris who came through in the clutch with 2 out and runners at second and third, or the bases loaded rather, in the 8th inning. Dallas Morris drilled a 2-run single into left center, scoring both Whipkey and Infante and tying this game at 6. That was in the 8th inning. We're now in the bottom of the 11th, and it's still 6-6. Strike one to Dallas Morris. Dallas has 2 hits today, has scored a run, and driven in 3 of the Colonel's 6. Mark Roberts with a fastball and a swing and a miss. Dallas Morris is in the hole, 0-2. Mark Roberts pitched 2 scoreless innings last night, striking out 2, walking 1, and allowing no hits. Mark Roberts with the 0-2, and Dallas plugs it in the air foul down the right field line. Hit-wise, the Wizards have 13 hits, the Colonels have 10. Morris, Stacia, Trumbo here in the bottom of the 11th, and there's ball 1 low and outside to Dallas Morris. 1-2 to the Colonel number 2 hitter. He loops one into shallow right. Coming on is Mike Sanso, and he's there and has it. Dallas Morris's bid for a Texas League single was thwarted on a running catch in right center, in shallow right center, by the center fielder Mike Sanso. 1 away here in the Colonel 11th inning. We're tied 6-6. Heinle Stacia fouls the first pitch away. Strike 1. Heinle Stacia, batting .277, 1 for 4 today with a sacrifice bunt back in the first. Mark Roberts with a fastball on the inside corner. That's strike 2. 0-2 to Heinle Statia. Mark Roberts has come out like gangbusters here in the bottom of the 11th inning. Heinle is jammed, and he fists the pitch foul past first base. This is the 4th relief pitcher used by the Wizards. The Kernels have used Rafael Cruz, Brad Beck, and Tim Madison. Just in case you're wondering, Heinle Statia has no home runs this season. That's not his game. He leads the Kernels, though, in doubles. The 0-2. Chopped to shortstop. Boy, has Jesus Lopez been busy. He unloads just in time to get the fleet-footed Colonel batter, Heinle Statia, 2 away here in the Colonel 11th inning, and we're still tied 6-6. Mark Trumbo drove in a run with a ground ball out back in the Colonel 2-run first. Mark is 0 for 5 today. Trumbo takes a healthy cut and fouls the first pitch straight back. Mark is riding a modest 4-game hitting streak that has seen him double 4 times in the last 4 games. 2 gone here in the bottom of the 11th inning in a 6-6 contest. Ball 1 sinks low from right-hander Mark Roberts. Swing and a miss on a slider, strike 2. Now the 1-2 delivery. Low and away for ball 2. Nobody on, 2 out, bottom of the 11th inning. We're tied 6-6. Mark Trumbo, a line shot down the left field line. Over to get it is Will Venable. Can he hold Mark to a long single? Yes, he does. Mark Trumbo has the 11th Colonel hit of the day. Mark Trumbo hit a bullet to the left of Seth Johnston at third, into left, and the Colonels send Brett Martinez up now. Brett Martinez hit his 2nd home run in the last 3 games, leading off the Colonel 8th inning. Brett struck out his last time. Martinez has driven in 2 of the Colonel's 6 runs. Winning run at first, Mark Trumbo. Ball 1, high and away from right-hander Mark Roberts. Roberts, no record this year. An ERA of 2 even, is pitching for the 15th time for the Wizards. The 1-0 to Brett. Strike 1 on the outside corner to Brett Martinez. Outfield plays Martinez to hit the other way. The Wizard right-hander brings it. Swing and a miss on a slider, strike 2. Brett Martinez, batting .221, now has 2 home runs, 20 RBIs on the year. Winning run at first here at the bottom of the 11th inning. 2 out, the 1-2 to Brett. A chopper to shallow short, charged by Lopez. He underhands to second just in time. The Colonels thought Trumbo beat the throw as the shortstop Lopez fumbled it, but recovered apparently just in time to underhand to Aguilar for the force out at second of Trumbo. It went 6-4 to end the inning. 6-4 to end the inning. In the 11th for the Colonels, no runs, 1 hit. There were no Wizard errors, and the Colonels leave 1 man on. We've stranded 9 this afternoon. Here we go to the top of the 12th inning. On this Sunday afternoon, it's still the Colonel 6 and Fort Wayne 6, and you're enjoying Colonel Baseball on the Colonel Radio Network.
The summer heat can be so oppressive, unless you can keep your cool. Who do you call when your cooling system fails? Call on the A-Team at Ahern Plumbing and Heating. The A-Team can inspect and ensure that your cooling system is good to go when you need it most. 24 hours a day, rely on the A-Team from Ahern Plumbing and Heating. Call 393-4872. 393-4872 for Ahern Plumbing and Heating.
Advanced Systems, the leader in office technology, is like a good baseball coach when it comes to office productivity. Advanced Systems makes the most of your team. They do it with the latest technology for office productivity from Canon. They're also like a great trainer. Advanced Systems Advanced Life Support makes sure your office equipment runs at peak levels and fixes it fast if things go wrong. Hit it over the fence with Canon technology from Advanced Systems. Call 832-8291.
This is for the 21st century with Advanced Systems.
Coffee works when it's important to you. Coffee works, let your work shine through. Quality coffee, we do it for less. Don't settle for second best. Coffee works, computer center. Coffee works, we do it better when you think of coffee. Think of Coffee Works. Coffee works, coffee works.
Ready to set sail in his third inning of relief is Colonel reliever Tim Madison, and he pumps in a strike called. Madison, a strike called to Will Venable, and Will is disagreeing with the plate umpire as Tim's fastball is outside for ball one. Tim Madison worked a 1-2-3 10th inning and pitched around a leadoff single and another base hit in the Wizard 11th inning. Venable takes just outside, and it's 2-1 to Will Venable, left-handed hitter. Fastball, that's low and away, ball three. Venable, fourth in the league with a .319 average, is 1 for 5 today. He tripled and scored in the 7th inning. That's the last run the Wizards have scored. Will is jammed, and he bounces it foul behind home plate. The count full now to Will Venable. Venable's run in the 7th inning gave the Wizards a 6-2 lead. A breaking pitch right in Venable's wheelhouse, and he fouls it straight back into the screen. The Kernels, though, scored a run in the bottom of the 7th to make it 6-3, then rallied for 3 in the bottom of the 8th to tie the game. We're tied here in the top of the 12th inning. A drive into left, coming hard, Stantrell Smith. He can't get there, and let's see if Venable stops it first. He does, as Stantrell retrieves it near the line. We'll credit Tim Madison. He threw Will Venable strikes on 3-ball counts, and Will fought off a good pitch in on his hands, and he dumped it into left for a leadoff single. So for the second straight inning, the Wizards have their leadoff man aboard. Let's see if the Fort Wayne Ball Club bunts with Darryl Jones, who's 1 for 5 today, or whether the Wizards will have Darryl Jones swing away. Will Venable is a running threat at first. He's 9 for 11 in stolen base attempts. Here's a bunt. Tim Madison's only play is to scoop it, throw to the second baseman, Larry Infante, covering the bag at first, and a successful sacrifice by Darryl Jones puts the go-ahead run at second for the Wizards here in the 12th inning. Again, the play went pitcher to second baseman, Madison to Larry Infante, 1-4. For the second inning in a row, the Wizards have the go-ahead run at second. It was with 2 outs in the 11th. It's with only 1 out here in the 12th. Tim Madison with a beautiful breaking pitch. Strike one call to Brandon Gautier. Gotttier. Top of the 12th inning, 6-6 the score. The 0-1. Fouled straight back. Gautier had a healthy cut at that one from Tim Madison. The skies are trying to clear just a little bit now, but we still haven't seen the sun since the thunderstorms erupted here in the City of Five Seasons yesterday morning. Gautier lays off a fastball from the Colonel right-hander, low and away. The Colonels are in their white home uniforms this afternoon with red numbers trimmed in black, red sleeves, red socks, navy blue caps with red bills. The Wizard, number 7 hitter, right-handed batting, Brandon Gautier, fouls another one straight back. That one right at the TV9 camera woman. She gets a chuckle out of it. In fact, she's laughing with the Colonel Pep squad. a miss. Strike three. Tim Madison blew it by Brandon Gauthier for the second out here in the 12th inning. Big strikeout by Tim Madison. And now Abraham Aguilar, who has been a major thorn in our side today. Abraham doubled and scored in the second. Got the Wizard 3-run fourth inning started with a single. He scored in that inning. He then reached on an error in the fifth inning. He's 2 for 5, and he scored 2 of Fort Wayne's 6 runs. Aguilar thumps the first pitch foul off the shin guard of Flint Whipke. Abraham Aguilar is from Panama. The best player from Panama that I remember growing up was Manny Sanguillen, a star catcher with the Pirates. Abraham, a right-handed batter, checks his swing, and the pitch rolls foul to the base of the backstop. That's strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes on Abraham Aguilar. Go ahead run at second. Will Venable here in the top of the 12th inning. Tim's 0-2. And that one is cued foul off the end of the stick, off the railing of the Colonel first base dugout. Jordan Wren sitting out his 4th straight game for the Colonels after crashing into Quad Cities catcher Brian Anderson Wednesday afternoon in Davenport. Jordan has a very sore shoulder. Ooh. Strike 3 call! There was a delayed call by the plate umpire. Abraham Aguilar takes strike 3 call, and that ends the Wizard 12th inning. Fort Wayne had a runner at second with only 1 out, and Tim Madison slammed the door on the Wizards, striking out Brandon Gauthier swinging and getting Abraham Aguilar looking. Tim Madison has pitched 3 shutout innings out of the Colonel bullpen. Tim Madison has pitched 3 shutout innings out of the Colonel bullpen. No runs in the top of the 12th inning for the Wizards. 1 hit. There were no Colonel errors. The Wizards leave a runner. They've stranded 11. We go to the home half of the 12th inning, and it's still the Colonel 6 and the Wizards 6. This is Colonel Baseball on the Colonel Radio Network.
Fairfax State Savings Bank is paying you to come to the ballpark every Wednesday this season. You heard right. Fairfax State Savings Bank is paying you to come to Veterans Memorial Stadium every Wednesday this season. The first 750 new Colonel fans to enter the gates before Wednesday's home game will receive an envelope full of money inside from Fairfax State Savings Bank. Each of those 750 envelopes will contain a greenback up to a $100 bill. Fairfax State Savings Bank, free money Wednesdays. Come early to line your pocket with cash.
Meet Jim. When it's nice out, he spends weekends in his yard trying to kill weeds.
Gotcha.
Meet Dave. He spends weekends on the green. That's because Greg's Lawn Service takes care of his lawn. Mowing, fertilizing, pruning, and, weed control. Greg does the big jobs, too. Landscaping, retaining walls, curb edging, and patios. So when you've had enough of those little brothers...
Yes.
Call 393-0101. Greg's Lawn Service, a cut above the rest.
Hi, I'm Tanya Sedlock, your local Pekin insurance agent at Andrews Insurance here in Cedar Rapids. We all know how quickly life can change. You buy a new car or a new home. Your family is blessed with a new baby. Your teenager starts driving the family car. I'm here to help with a complete line of insurance plans to give you protection when you need it the most. Pekin Insurance has been in business of insuring people for 85 years. I'm here to put your interests first. Please visit me, Tanya Sedlock, at the Andrews Agency.
Flint Whipke will lead off against Mark Roberts. Bottom of the 12th inning. We're tied at 6. There's a drive down the left field line. Is it fair? It hooks. It's foul by inches. Flint Whipke came within a whisker of doubling, leading off this Colonel 12th inning as he pulled one down the left field line. It disappeared behind the Randy Keel Confidence Picnic Pavilion wall at the 3:15 mark. Eric Owens, coaching at third for the Colonels, got a very good look at it, and Eric did not argue with the plate umpire. Strike 1 on Flint Whipke. Bottom of the 12th inning, 6-6 our score. And a fastball upstairs from right-hander Mark Roberts. Ball 1 to Flint. Flint Whipke has 3 hits today. He's singled his last 2 times up to right field. Flint hitting .262 is 3 for 5. Swing and a foul. That one off the mask of the plate umpire. I think he's all right. He's an older fella, and I know this, the Kernels, all the Midwest League has to really be grateful for the independent umpires who have come on to help both the umpires who are on strike and baseball. And you may say, well, how does it help the umpires who are on strike? It helps because that gives them a chance, now that the strike is settled, to get into shape and to work their way back to the level they want to be when they return. So no matter how you look at it, things turned out the way everyone hoped on the umpiring front. The games continued, and the strike was settled. Swing and a miss by Flint Whipke, and there's one out here in the Kernel 12th inning. Here's Stantrell Smith. So after narrowly missing an extra base hit, Flint Whipke is struck out by Mark Roberts. Stantrell Smith looks at a strike called at the knees. 6-6 our score, 25 hits in this game, 14 for Fort Wayne, 11 for the Kernels. A breaking pitch just outside, and it's 1-1 to Stantrell Smith. Ooh, a swing and a miss by Stantrell on a changeup, strike two. Stantrell Smith trying to reach base for the first time this afternoon. A fastball, and the Wizards wanted the call. The plate umpire ruled it low and away. Ball two. 2-2 to Stantrell Smith, right-handed batter. Wears a long-sleeve red shirt underneath his white home jersey. There's a pop foul drifting towards the Kernel first base dugout. And it's 4 rows up into the red premier seats behind the Kernel first base dugout. If this game goes to the 13th inning, Kernel broadcast assistant Luvita Hill will have a new batch of scores for us on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. And Luvita, one thing I forgot to have you check on is whether there's a game tonight, an ESPN Sunday night game, and I just can't remember. It may be because there's an NBA game. There might be the NBA Finals. Perhaps there won't be a Sunday night game. A swing and a miss by Stantrell, and that is the second strikeout in an inning and two-thirds, or the second strikeout of this inning by Mark Roberts.
There is a game later on tonight, and that would be the Indians and White Sox at U.S. Cellular Field.
Okay, that's the Sunday night game. And then I think you said, is Texas playing a doubleheader at Fenway? Okay, so there is baseball being played besides the action here in the 12th inning. Larry Infante takes a home run cut, swings and misses, strike one. Larry has walked twice today and scored 2 of the Kernel's 6 runs. 2 out here in the bottom of the 12th inning. There's a towering pop-up near the third base Wizard dugout, and it's just beyond the reach of the catcher. Boy, how can a kid just sit there? And thankfully it didn't hit the young fella, but it came awful close. The fella next to him, the boy next to him, has a baseball glove. I'm very grateful that neither of those guys were hit by that foul pop. 0-2 to Larry Infante. The Wizards haven't scored since the 7th inning. The Kernels haven't crossed the plate since the 8th inning. And Mark Roberts' changeup is just low. Ball 1 to Larry Infante. Bottom of the 12th inning. Bases empty, 2 gone. The Kernels batting in a 6-6 game. Infante calls time. Larry's a left-handed batter. He doesn't wear batting gloves, and now the catcher, Brandon Gautier, takes a trip out to the hill. And a new batch of baseballs from the Kernel first base dugout to the plate umpire. This game started at 2:02 this afternoon. It's now approaching 5:32, so almost 3.5 hours old. And Larry Infante was hit by a pitch. It was up and in. Larry checked his swing. The pitch hit Larry in the hand, and the winning run is at first with 2 out here in the 12th inning. And I don't know how many times I've harped that when you hit a batter on a 2-strike pitch, it often results in a big turn in a ball game. Well, Madison Edwards is going to pinch hit for Tyler Johnson. Tyler was nothing for 4 today with a walk. He also reached on an error. Madison Edwards is going to pinch hit for
today. He was in it early on, but they got to him and completed the sweep as the Mariners knocked them off in Anaheim by a 6-2 count. Beltre had a bases-loaded 2-run single. And Ichiro had a big game as well as they knocked the Angels to 2.5 back out of 3rd place. It's only a 4-team division in the AL West. So that's another crushing loss. And Ichiro got a run home by way of another error. They have allowed more errors, more unearned runs than any team in baseball. In fact, they've almost allowed, here on June 11th, as many unearned runs this season as they did all of last year when they allowed only 45. They had 41 coming into this game. And again, Ichiro grounded into a fielder's choice. Jeremy Reed scored on the error by Jeff Weaver, his own worst enemy in the 5th inning. So his record falls to 3-9 as they lose 6-2. Only 4 hits for the Angels as Felix Hernandez picks up the win. We'll check the National League side of Beyond the Box Score. All the hidden stories next on the Baseball Show on ESPN Radio.
Hi, I'm Sterling Marley, driver of number 14 Waste Management Chevrolet. You know I can't go anywhere without supporting my pit crew.
Step on it, Sterling. Only got 30 seconds.
That's my crew. Always keeps me on track. So as I was saying, my team at Waste Management has great job opportunities for drivers, mechanics, and technicians.
Go, go, go!
All right. Call Waste Management at 877-220-JOBS to learn more.
From everyday collection to environmental protection, think green. Think Waste Management. Call 877-220-JOBS today.
Your world is suddenly changing for the better because 2 great companies have now joined forces to deliver the world that matters most, yours. AT&T, with its passion to invent, and SBC, with its drive to deliver, have come together to create the most complete and secure network with voice services, digital satellite TV, high-speed internet, and singular wireless. Learn more at thenewATT.com. Introducing the new AT&T, your world delivered.
FIFA World Cup continues. They've got the talent, the experience, the swagger. It's time for the U.S. to show the world that they've got what it takes. The Americans, led by Landon Donovan, make their 2006 World Cup debut. Their first opponent, tournament heavyweight, the Czech Republic. USA versus the Czech Republic begins at 11:55 Eastern. Part of a full day of the FIFA World Cup tomorrow on ESPN2.
The U.S. Open, America's championship, and the most demanding test in golf. Historic Wingfoot promises the perfect setting and the ultimate challenge for a showdown between the game's top 2 players, Tiger Woods and Masters champion Phil Mickelson, as they go head-to-head in the battle for golf's #1, the game's finest, pushed to the limit. The 106th U.S. Open begins Thursday live at 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN.
Colin Cowherd has some advice for Alex Rodriguez.
Tell me A-Rod needs daily therapy? Really? I don't buy into these life coaches who always give you positive messages. You need a boot sometimes, and that's the reality of life. We are the honesty broker of American Sports Talk Radio. Somebody needs to smack A-Rod in the back of the head and say, dude, get over yourself. Toughen up. Quit drinking Zima. If you want to clear a room, you're at a bar with a bunch of guys, you want to know who's a Zima guy, line up the bar with tequila shots. You got rid of the Zima guy. A-Rod needs a shot of tequila. Doug Gottlieb, close to game night. What do you want, Gottlieb?
How are you getting on Zima guy? When just last Friday night we go out, you order margaritas, you ask, can I have an umbrella? Derek Cedar, the reason he hits such a high percentage is look who's hitting behind him.
Oh, boy. Guys who can hit can hit. Guys who drink Zima drink Zima. Get up and hit. You're apologizing for A-Rod. It's not going to let people apologize for Zima drinkers.
Colin Cowherd, not a Zima drinker. In the Herd on ESPN Radio. Tiger Woods returns to the field as the game's best come to New York for the PGA Tour's second major of the year. The U.S. Open at Wingfoot Golf Club with ESPN Radio's live on-site coverage and SportsCenter updates every 20 minutes. You'll stay informed of who's at the top of the leaderboard and who's falling fast. 2005 champion Michael Campbell is there to defend.
It's unbelievable. That's all I can say.
It's the U.S. Open, and ESPN Radio has it covered. Becky, Diana, Sue, Swin, Lindsay, Lisa, Simone, Monique, and Kathy. Have you seen her?
Oh, that's an incredible WNBA play!
Celebrate the 10th anniversary of the WNBA all summer long on ESPN2 and ABC.
Father's Day is coming. Time to give something back to the guy who changed your diapers, yelled at your Little League coach, and taught you how to drive stick. So get him something he'll really like. Mobile ESPN. It's a whole new phone service from ESPN with unique features like real-time content, player profiles, analysis, and video. Hook Dad up with Mobile ESPN today, and for a limited time get $50 off the Sanyo MVP handset price or a $50 service credit. For offer details and a retailer near you, visit mobileespn.com.
Announcing a revolution in resolution. ESPN High Definition Television is here. ESPN HD. On the screen like you've never seen. A sweeping sideline-to-sideline panorama so real. Risky on sides. See the sweat squirt. You might even call for the hot dog man. ESPN HD. The big picture in sports. Presented by Phillips and Best Buy. Call your cable operator or satellite provider today.
ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Doug Brown. After a couple of days to retool and rethink their strategies, Game 2 of the NBA Finals tonight in Dallas. After the Mavericks took Game 1, our live coverage will begin here on ESPN Radio at 8:35 Eastern Time. The game also on ABC HD. To the baseball scoreboard, playing 2 today in Boston. The Red Sox beat the Rangers 5-4 on a David Ortiz 3-run homer in the bottom of the ninth in Game 1. All Rangers so far in Game 2, 5-0 in the fifth inning. John Wasden working on the shutout for Texas. Finals in the American League, the Devil Rays beat the Royals 8-2. Jamie Shields 6 shutout innings, and the Devil Rays hit 6 home runs, tying a franchise record. Twins shut out the Orioles 4-0 behind rookie left-hander Francisco Liriano, who goes 7 shutout innings, giving up just 1 hit. The Tigers beat the Blue Jays 10-5, 5 runs batted in for Ivan Rodriguez. The Athletics complete a sweep of the Yankees in the Bronx, 6-5 the final. Barry Zito wins his 5th straight decision, going 7 innings for his 7th win of the year. And the Mariners finish off a sweep in Anaheim, beating the Angels 6-2. In the National League, the Marlins lead the Padres 6-3 in the 8th inning in San Diego. The Mets are rolling it up on the Diamondbacks. It is 13-1 in the 5th inning. The Mets headed for a 4-game sweep. Pedro Martinez getting the benefit of all the offense. The Pirates have 5 runs in the 8th inning, and they've taken the lead on the Giants 7-5 now at AT&T Park. Finals in the National League, the Astros drill the Braves 14-4. Jason Lane drove in 5. Cardinals beat the Brewers 7-5. Jim Edmonds drove in 2 runs in that one. Cubs made it 3 out of 4 against the Reds, beating Cincinnati 9-3. A 5-run 8th inning broke that game open. Dodgers get 2 runs in the 9th to beat the Rockies in Colorado 6-5. And the Nationals shut out the Phillies 6-0. Sean Hill, 7 shutout innings, giving up just 2 hits. At the LPGA Championship in Maryland, Kari Webb and Sairi Pak are in the clubhouse tied at 8 under par. There are several golfers still on the course, 1 shot back with a chance to get even, including Michelle Wee, who is facing an approach shot from the rough at 18. Vijay Singh wins the Barclays Classic at Westchester by 2 over Adam Scott. The U.S. Open starts Thursday at Wingfoot.
This Father's Day, give the gift of sports. Mobile ESPN. It's packed with unique features. And right now you can save $50 on the Sanyo MVP phone. Visit mobileespn.com for a retailer near you. Scores.
scores, highlights, and the stuff you need to know. The Baseball Show on ESPN Radio presents Beyond the Box Score. Beyond the Box Score.
As only we can give it to you. We got a lot to go in the National League. I've been hearing the updates, just like a adding machine going on between the Mets and Arizona. Let's start with the games that are final and starting in the nation's capital. Philadelphia taking on the Washington Nationals, the resurgent Washington Nationals, who with the win today are now 30-34. The Phillies fall to 33-30, so they're not that far behind. Jose Guillen is healthy. He had a 2-run double today, and they got the long ball going for him, including this.
Here's the pitch. Ward drives one to deep right field. Way back. Going, and gone. Goodbye. In and out of the first row of section 465 in the upper deck.
Well, I am sure that's a long way from home plate, as described by Charlie Slows of WTWP, part of the 6-0 Washington whitewash of the Phillies, and the architect of that, a guest here earlier today on the Baseball Show on ESPN Radio, Sean Hill, picking up his first win in a couple of years, and he earned it. 7 innings, just 2 hits against the formidable Phillies lineup, 4 strikeouts, his first win since the 4th of July in 2004. Alfonso Soriano had a couple of hits, knocked in a run, stole a base, and Guillen, back off the disabled list, had 2 doubles, one of them of the 2-run variety. And the pinch hit home run by Darrell Ward that you just heard described by Charlie Slows, his 3rd pinch hit homer of the year, the 8th of his career. Washington wipes out Philadelphia 6-0. We are going beyond the box score and next to Cincinnati, where the Cubs lost the opener, but now we're looking to sweep through the Reds and win their 3rd straight in this 4-game set. But they couldn't have Kerry Wood on the mound. He's back to the disabled list, so they brought up somebody named Carlos Marmol, looking to take 3 out of 4 from the Reds, and Carlos came through. He pitched a strong 6 innings, got his first major league start, turning it into a win. Nafi Perez was playing for the injured Aramis Ramirez, and all he did was this.
Swing and a fly ball left field. Dunn is going back. Dunn is looking up. It's gone. It's a 2-run homer. Nafi Perez goes deep for the first time this year, and the Cub lead is 4-1.
Marty Brenneman on 700 WLW, as that was just the beginning. The Cubs roughed them up, the Reds, for 9 on the day, winning at 9-3. Nafi Perez had a couple of hits, knocked in 3, had a couple of runs scored, the double in addition to the home run. Ronnie Cedeno had a 2-run homer.
You don't always have to be near a computer to catch your favorite radio show. Download Replay Radio and try it for free today. Record your favorite shows and listen later on your computer, iPod, or other device. Click the banner now or visit replay-radio.com.
Here in the the bottom of the 13th inning. Now, what do you do if you're the Kernels? Do you try to have Brad Kuhn steal second base as the winning run, or do you play it straight up and bunt with Dallas Morris? I'm not sure what the Kernels will decide to do. Nathan Staggs is 0-1 this year. This is his 9th relief appearance. And hallelujah, I think we may be seeing the sun trying to peer through. For the first time in 2 days, is that an omen that the sun is going to shine and the Kernels will brighten up or be recharged and score the winning run here in the 13th? Brad Kuhn draws a throw, and he's back standing up. Dallas Morris tied the game 6-6 with a 2-run, 2-out base hit into left center back in the 8th inning. We're in the bottom of the 13th. Kuhn is running. There's the bunt by Morris, and it's gloved by Staggs. Nathan tosses out Dallas Morris. Winning run at second for the Kernels. Winning run at second. Here in the bottom of the 13th inning, a terrific bunt by Dallas Morris. The sacrifice went 1-3. Staggs to the first baseman. Now a base hit by Stacia or the on-deck hitter Trumbo, and the Kernels may capture a victory here this afternoon. Tom Bradley trots out of the Fort Wayne third base dugout to talk it over with Nathan Staggs, the right-hander. Mark Roberts pitched 2 scoreless innings for Fort Wayne this afternoon, allowed a hit, struck out 2, walked none. Nathan Staggs walked Brad Kuhn. Dallas Morris has bunted the winning runner, Kuhn, to second. A week from today is not only the Father's Day brunch from 10 until 1, but it's the Principal Financial Family Fun Fest. That's a week from today. A traveling baseball festival outside the gates begins at 11 o'clock. Minor League Baseball Museum, batting and pitching cages, side-by-side giant slide, steel home bungee run, baseball bounce houses, and a lot more fun on the parking lot starting at 11 o'clock right out here at Veterans Memorial Stadium. The Principal Financial Family Fun Fest. Hindley Station is going to be walked by Nathan Staggs. There's ball 2 to Hindley. The Wizards want to face Mark Trumbo, who extended his hitting streak to 5 with a single into left his last time up. Fort Wayne playing the percentages. They want a right-handed pitcher to face a right-handed batter. And the Wizards also think that they might get Mark Trumbo on a double play. There's ball 4 to Hindley Station, an intentional pass. We're in the bottom of the 13th inning, tied 6-6. Mark Trumbo strides to the plate. Trumbo is 1 for 5. Singled his last time up. Brad Kuhn, the winning run at second for the Kernels here in the bottom of the 13th inning, 6-6 the score. Staggs to Trumbo. And he fouls one off the chest protector of catcher Brandon Gauthier. The runner's bluffed breaks to second and third. That is Brad Kuhn and Hindley Statia. Don't put it beyond Kuhn and Statia, and manager Bobby Magianis and third base coach Eric Owens to try a double steal here in this situation. With a right-handed batter up, it makes it tough on Brandon Gauthier to throw to third base because of Trumbo's big body. Mark loops the next pitch foul off to the right. He's in the hole. No balls, 2 strikes. Mark Trumbo batting for the Kernels here in the bottom of the 13th. Winning run at second, Brad Kuhn. Hindley Station at first with 1 out. The 0-2 to Trumbo from Nathan Staggs. Ooh, Mark spoiled a very good pitch on the outer half of the plate and nubs it foul right at home plate. It's still no balls, 2 strikes to Mark Trumbo. The Fort Wayne White right-hander comes set at the letters and brings the 0-2 pitch homeward. A line shot to second for a double play. Throw to first, double play. We're going to the 14th inning. Mark Trumbo laced it hard right at Abraham Aguilar, and Hindley Station could not get back to first. The double play, a line out to second, and then it went 4-3. And in the 13th inning, no runs for the Kernels. No hits, 2 walks. The Kernels had the winning run at second with 1 out, but the Wizards get a line drive double play off the bat of Trumbo to end the Kernel threat. There were no Wizard errors. The Kernels leave 1 and have stranded 11. We go to the top of the 14th. It's still the Kernels and Wizards deadlocked 6-6. This is Kernel Baseball on the Kernel Radio Network.
Honey, don't throw those cardboard boxes away.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that we're not allowed to do that. What should I do with them?
Cardboard is recyclable. Just cut the boxes up and flatten the pieces. There's some string in the garage that you can bundle the pieces up with. Make sure you use the string, though, not tape.
Okay, I cut the cardboard boxes up, flatten the pieces, and bundle them together with the string. Now what do I do?
Just set it out next to the blue curbside recycling box.
Remember, cardboard is not accepted as garbage. Follow the steps you heard carried out by our happy couple and recycle your cardboard.
We go to the top of the 14th inning, and a U.S. Cellular call to the Kernel bullpen. Get your wireless relief with Call Me Minutes, only from U.S. Cellular. Well, Tim Madison pitched 4 shutout innings out of the Kernel bullpen. He came in the bottom of the 9th, or top of the 9th inning, and despite giving up leadoff singles to Fort Wayne in the 11th, 12th, and 13th, Tim Madison did absolutely Spartan warrior-type work here today. 4 innings pitched, no runs, 4 hits, 4 strikeouts, no walks for Tim Madison. And answering the U.S. Cellular call to the Colonel bullpen is Tim DeJurgis. Tim DeJurgis takes over here in the top of the 14th inning. Fort Wayne had great chances against Tim Madison. They had leadoff singles in the 11th, 12th, and 13th innings. Had the winning run at second with 1 out in both the 12th and 13th innings, but Tim Madison did not allow the Wizards to take the lead. So it's Tim DeJurgis answering the U.S. Cellular call to the Colonel bullpen here in the top of the 14th inning. Tim DeJurgis, 6'5" right-hander, 0-3 this year with a 3.27 ERA. DeJurgis is pitching for the 20th time. He has 2 saves. In 33 innings, Tim has only allowed 24 hits. DeJurgis has struck out 30 in 33 innings, walked 18, and the league hitting .207 against right-hander Tim DeJurgis. And the first man DeJurgis will face is the 6'6", 270-pound cleanup hitter for Fort Wayne, Kyle Blanks. Kyle Blanks, a right-handed hitter. And a changeup is low from Tim DeJurgis. Tim last worked in the Colonel win here last night. He polished off the Wizards in order in the bottom of the 9th inning. Blanks is jammed, and he fouls one off his fist onto the grandstand roof above the Colonel first base dugout. Tim DeJurgis is the 4th relief pitcher used by the Colonels today. We're in the top of the 14th inning, tied 6-6. Blanks goes the other way and loops it foul down the right field line. Well, earlier this afternoon, Luvita Hill, Colonel broadcast assistant, Colonel Assistant Sonia Massey asked me what the longest game I'd ever called had been. I believe in my 11 years I've called 3 17-inning games.
That is a long time.
Now, how are your mom and aunt doing down below?
They're still doing okay.
You're sure?
Yes, I just spoke with them.
Okay. Boy, Luvita, they are real soldiers, aren't they?
Well, my mom likes baseball. She played softball through college, so.
She really likes...
She loves
Good.
the game.
Well, that's great. Strike 3 called to Kyle Blanks, 1 gone here in the 14th inning. Last night, Colonel pitching struck out 16 Wizard hitters, and that's the 10th Wizard to strike out this afternoon. It's almost Sunday evening. We're approaching 6 o'clock. The batter is Will Venable for the Wizards. Left-handed batter. Ball 1 high over the outstretched glove of Flint Whipkey. Luvita, where did your mom go to school? I know last night we told our listeners that your mom works at the Federal Reserve Bank in downtown Chicago, right?
That's correct.
Where did she go to college?
She went to Chicago State University in the downtown area.
Well, Chicago has so many great colleges. Ball 2 low and away to Venable. Now a high fly ball into right. Coming on is Madison Edwards, and Madison gives way to Brad Kuhn. Brad has it for the second out here in the 14th inning. Will Venable flies to center. Remember, Madison Edwards took over in right field after pinch hitting for Tyler Johnson in the 12th inning. So Madison actually took over in right field in the top of the 13th inning. Yeah, you've got Northwestern and University of Chicago and Chicago State.
University of Illinois at Chicago.
There's another great school.
Columbia, DePaul, Loyola.
Luvita, you know them all.
Well, I've had tournaments and things there and friends that go to these schools.
Sure. Were you tempted to stay closer to home in the city? Because I know you love your home city of Chicago.
No.
You wanted to get a taste of something new.
I didn't apply to any in-state schools.
Well, that tells you how much you wanted to broaden your horizons. Strike 2 called to right-handed hitting Darrell Jones. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 away, nobody on for the Wizards here in the top of the 14th. Tim DeJurgis working quickly, and there's a check swing foul into the net in front of John's dad, Bob Tighe.
Iowa is the only school I applied to in the northern part of the country.
Wow.
All my schools were a lot further.
Where were some of the others, Luvita?
I applied to Xavier. That was my number one school of choice in Louisiana, and also Spelman in Atlanta, and I was going to apply to Emory in Atlanta.
Oh, Emory's all those schools are great schools. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Tim DeJurgis gets Darrell Jones, and a 1-2-3 inning for 6'5" right-hander Tim DeJurgis. And this game is now going into the bottom of the 14th inning. We're going to keep it right here for the Kernels in the bottom of the 14th. It'll be Brett Martinez, Flint Whipke, and Stantrell Smith. This is an ideal time to let you know once again about the baseball camp, Luvita, coming up later this week for kids 11 to 14.
That's right. Starting Wednesday, June 14th, kids ages 11 to 14 can come on out to the Kernels Youth Baseball Camp. It's from 9:30 to 12:30 on those days, and it's only $100. For that $100, you receive a free T-shirt, a lunch each day of the camp, so you don't have to bring your own or worry about it, and 4 tickets to the Kernels game on that last day of camp. So you can bring your family members, your parents, your brother and sister, your friend. You get 4 tickets to the game. For questions or if you want to sign up for this, you can call Seth Dorn at 363-3887. Once again, if you want to sign up for this wonderful camp, you can call Seth Dorn here at the ballpark at 363-3887.
Luvita, thanks so much. I know we have a lot of folks that are listening, and they'll be wondering, where's that White Sox game? Who do the White Sox play tonight at U.S. Cellular?
The White Sox play the Indians tonight. I believe it's at 8 or 8:05.
Okay, and that'll be probably 7:05 Central Time. I think those times we get off the computer are Eastern Time, but that means that we will still have the game here in the zone between the Indians and White Sox at U.S. Cellular Field. And we're approaching the top of the hour here. You're enjoying Kernel Baseball on ESPN Radio 1600, KCRG Cedar Rapids. This game will be 3 hours and 58 minutes in length when Brett Martinez steps in here to lead off in the 14th inning against right-hander Nathan Staggs. Staggs surrendered a leadoff walk to Brad Kuhn in the 13th inning. Morris bunted Brad to second. Kuhn was at second with 1 out. The Wizards walked Heinle Stacia intentionally, and then Mark Trumbo lined into an inning-ending double play. Ball 1 low to Dallas Morris here leading off in the bottom of the 14th inning. Strike 1 on the outside corner to Dallas from the right-hander. The Wizards have used 5 relief pitchers. The Kernels have used 4 relief pitchers. Morris fouls 1 high into the backstop, and Dallas is down in the... Or not Morris, this is Martinez. This is Brett Martinez at the plate. I'm sorry. I guess even after almost 4 hours of baseball, if the broadcaster is fatiguing just a tad, you can imagine that some of the players must be a little bit worn out from being out there. Fortunately, it's a cool Sunday evening, so they haven't lost too much energy from perspiration or sweat. Ball 2 outside to Brett Martinez leading off here for the Kernels in the bottom of the 14th inning in a 6-6 game. Staggs with the 2-2. Low and away, a fastball, ball 3. Brett Martinez homered leading off the 8th inning. The Kernels scored 2 more in the 8th to tie the game at 6. We're still tied at 6 here in the 14th. Strike 3 called on the outside corner to Brett Martinez. Brett Martinez on a borderline pitch is called out on strikes. That's the first strikeout for right-hander Nathan Staggs. 1 away here in the Kernel 14th inning, and the batter is Flint Whipke. Fastball into Flint, strike 1. Whipke has 3 of the Kernel 11 hits today. Bottom of the 14th inning, and a fastball upstairs to the Kernel catcher. Flint will know that he's caught 14 innings, at least, if we can win it in the 14th here in this inning. Flint will know that he's caught 14 innings. His shins or his quadriceps and his hamstrings will be very sore tomorrow from all that bending and squatting and going up and down. Flint Whipkey on a 2-1 count drives the pitch foul onto the Papa John's Plaza down the right field line. Ooh, a fastball, and it just missed inside, and Flint took it for ball 3. A full count to Flint Whipkey. And the payoff pitch is lofted foul down the right field line onto the Papa John's Plaza. Flint Whipkey is trying to reach base here against Nathan Staggs, and Flint lifts another one foul off to the right. Dallas Morris tied this game with a bases-loaded 2-out single back in the 8th inning. And since then, neither the Wizards or the Kernels have been able to scratch out a run to take the lead. Swing and a miss by Flint on a pitch down and in. And there are 2 gone here in the Kernel 14th inning. Stantrell Smith at the plate. Stantrell is nothing for 6 today, so he's due. Nathan Staggs has struck out the first 2 Kernels here in the bottom of the 14th inning. A fastball clocked at 89 miles an hour from the tall right-hander is outside. Ball 1 to Stantrell Smith. Stantrell now fouls a fastball high above the backstop behind home plate. One and one to right-handed hitting Stantrell Smith. And there's another foul off to the right, strike 2. Ball 2 is up and in to the Kernel number 7 hitter. Staggs with the 2-2. Strike 3 called. Nathan Staggs strikes out the Kernel side here in the bottom of the 14th inning. And we're headed to inning round number 15. And after 14 innings here at Veterans Memorial Stadium, it's still the Kernel 6 and the Wizards 6. This is Kernel Baseball on the Kernel Radio Network.
Yeah, you know that cruise you've always wanted?
Yeah.
Well, there it is.
That would be our house, Bob. Are you feeling all right here?
Well, this is so cool. Guarantee Bank will let us use the equity in our home to do just about anything we want. College tuition, a room addition, a cruise, and best of all, the interest may be tax deductible. Now do you see it? Oh, the sun, the waves, the tropical breezes.
Ooh, now I see it. It's a convertible. The sun on my face, the wind in my hair.
See your guarantee banker in Cedar Rapids, Marion, or Hiawatha, and use the equity in your home to do whatever you want, even if it's just to get out of the house.
The feel of the road, the roar of the engine.
The roar of the...
Hey, it's my kind of life. Keep your hands off my Porsche, Bobby boy.
Guarantee Bank.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender. Consult your tax advisor for interest deductibility. Some restrictions apply.
If you're looking to enhance your property's appearance, function, or value, make the experts at King's Materials your most reliable teammate. Retaining walls? You bet. Custom patios? Bingo. Walkways and steps? King's Material says yes. King's Material has all the bricks, concrete, and stone elements to make your landscaping, masonry, and architectural projects become a reality. To view the astonishing array of beautiful and innovative products King's Material can bring to your home, yard, or business, visit King's online at kingsmaterial.com.
Top of the 15th inning, Tim DeJurgis retired the Wizards in order in the 14th inning. Fort Wayne scored 2. Well, let's give you a quick scoring recap. The Kernels struck for 2 in the bottom of the first inning this afternoon. The Wizards tied it with a pair off Moose Mosebach, 1 earned, 1 unearned in the second. Fort Wayne went ahead 5-2 with 3 in the 4th inning. The Wizards made it 6-2 with a run in the 7th. The Kernels scored a run in the bottom of the 7th, an unearned run to make it 6-3, and then a 3-run Kernel 8th inning. tied the game at 6. Little did we know back then that we'd be going into the 15th inning, still tied 6-6. And DeJurgis brings in a strike to Brandon Gauthier. A high drive to left, may leave the ballpark. It's at the wall. Looking up Santrell Smith. It's a goner, a home run for Brandon Gauthier, his first of the year, and the Wizard dugout erupts. Fort Wayne's dugout erupts in sheer jubilation as Brandon Gauthier leads off the 15th inning with his first home run of the year. And the Wizards lead it now 7-6 here in the top of the 15th inning. Brandon Gauthier with his first home run of the year.
Second baseman, Abraham Aguilar.
Abraham Aguilar at the plate, and he takes the strike called. Well, if you're going to play this long, you might as well try to gut it out and win it. So the Kernels, I'm sure, will try to rally in the bottom of the 15th. Here's a swing and a pitch, and miss at a pitch in the dirt. The ball gets away from Flint Whipke. It's a wild pitch on Tim DeJurgis, and down to first base goes Abraham Aguilar. Aguilar reaches on a strikeout and a wild pitch. It's 7-6 in favor of Fort Wayne here in the top of the 15th inning. And the batter is Jesus Lopez. The home run onto the Randy Keel Confidence Picnic Pavilion by Brandon Gauthier. Here's a bunt, and Tim DeJurgis will bobble it, pick it up, throw in time, just in time. And a sacrifice by Jesus Lopez puts a runner at second. With one out. And here in the top of the 15th inning, Mike Sanso will bat for the 8th time today. Mike Sanso at the plate. The first delivery from Tim DeJurgis is a strike called. Fort Wayne scoring for the first time since the 7th inning, and they lead it here in the 15th, 7-6. They have a runner at second with one away. Here's a drive smacked into right, sending Madison Edwards away back. Madison on the track has it. And then he bangs into the 8-foot-high padded wall. Racing to third on the deep drive to right is Abraham Aguilar. And the Wizards have a runner at third, 2 out. That was an outstanding catch in deep right by Madison Edwards on a deep, deep fly ball off the bat of Mike Sanso. Runner at third. 2 gone here in the top of the 15th. 7-6 Fort Wayne. Breaking pitch is in for a strike called to Seth Johnston. A let-up from Tim DeJurgis is outside for a ball. Looking ahead to the Colonel bottom of the 15th, Larry Infante, Madison Edwards, Brad Kuhn will bat. A pitch slice foul into the suites above the Colonel first base dugout. And it's strike 2 to Seth Johnston. Robert Romero is up and throwing in the Colonel bullpen. Robert Romero. Abraham Aguilar at third with 2 away. And a split-fingered pitch in the dirt blocked by Flint Whipke. Johnston waits for the next delivery from Tim and bounces it to third. Dallas Morris gloves and throws just in time. A great play by Dallas Morris as that ball took a bad hop and went down on Dallas. Morris got the batter to keep it a 1-run game. All right, the Wizards score 1 run on a leadoff homer by Brandon Gauthier. in the 15th inning. 1 run on 1 hit. No Colonel errors, a wild pitch. The Wizards leave 1 and have stranded 14. We go to the home half of the 15th inning, and Fort Wayne leads the Kernels 7-6. You're tuned to Colonel Baseball here on the Kernel Radio Network.
Jumpstart your future with learning from Kirkwood Community College. No matter what your age or previous work experience, you have new opportunities as close as your phone. 398-5517. Kirkwood has hundreds of choices for career and technical programs. Kirkwood has financial aid and support options to help you succeed, and Kirkwood has locally based centers to help you balance work, family, and learning. Kirkwood is ready when you're ready. Call Kirkwood Admissions today. 398-5517. Kirkwood. Start here, go anywhere.
Convenience and trust, 2 things all of us want. At Tri-State Travel, we offer both. It's convenient for you to make 1 call or 1 visit to our office for all your travel needs. A 1-day tour, a cruise, a trip to Branson, to charter a motor coach. For 66 years, Tri-State Travel has been a name you can trust to provide quality products. Come see why you can trust us to provide the convenience you expect. Tri-State Travel, now at our new location on 7th Street Southwest.
When it comes to auto insurance, Westside Agency in Halo, your professional Pekin insurance agency, will make certain you're properly insured with the right coverages and deductibles. Westside Agency will tell you about the money-saving discounts from Pekin Insurance. Multi-car discount, good student discount, loss-free discount, 45-plus auto discount, auto home discount, low mileage discount. To see if you qualify for any of these auto discounts that will lower your premiums, visit Westside Agency in Halo.
We have a new pitcher for Fort Wayne as the Colonels bat in the bottom of the 15th inning. Trailing 7-6, Larry Infante will face right-hander John Madden. No, he's not related to the high-profile NFL analyst. He's a side-wheeling right-hander, and Madden, with 4 saves, brings in a strike call to Larry Infante. Bottom of the 15th, the Colonels need 1 to send it to the 16th inning, and 2 to win it. Larry cracks it on the ground to the right side. Over to get it is Aguilar, and Abraham Aguilar covered a lot of ground to his left to glove it and throw out Larry Infante. 1 away here in the bottom of the 15th inning. Madison Edwards batting for the second time as a pinch hitter for Tyler Johnson back in the 13th inning. Madison flew out to center. John Madden, the pitcher, and a swing and a miss by Madison Edwards. Strike 1. Madden is 1-1 on for the 21st time for Fort Wayne. A 1.29 ERA, and he's trying to save it for Nathan Staggs. Swing and a miss by Madison. Strike 2. Nathan Staggs pitched 2 scoreless innings, struck out the side in the bottom of the 14th inning. The 0-2 to the left-handed hitter Edwards. Swing and a tip foul off the shin guard of catcher Brandon Gauthier. Gauthier is the fellow that broke the 6-6 tie with a leadoff home run here in the top of the 15th inning. Madison Edwards backs out of the box. Fort Wayne is trying to even this series at a game apiece after the Kernels won last night 8-3 behind a 12 strikeout performance from starter Stephen Merrick. Merrick struck out 12 in 6 innings. 1 out here in the bottom of the 15th inning. Madison Edwards waiting for the 0-2 pitch from John Madden. Now John steps off. Fort Wayne has out-hit the Kernels 16-11. I haven't mentioned our record in extra innings on purpose this afternoon or this evening, and I'm not going to mention it until we tie it or lose it or send it to the 16th inning. This is our 11th extra inning game of the year, and it's Fort Wayne's 4th extra inning game of the year. Ball 1 low to Madison Edwards. From John Madden, a 6'4" right-hander from Auburn. 8th-round pick by the Padres last year, John Madden. Fastball low and in, ball 2 to Madison Edwards. Larry Infante hit the ball hard for the final out, or for the first out here in the Colonel 15th inning. Madison Edwards takes low. That's ball 3. If Madison can reach, the Colonel rally could be on. 7-6 Fort Wayne. Bottom of the 15th inning. Madison Edwards has battled from an 0-2 hole, and he's run the count full against right-hander John Madden. John comes set. Misses. Ball 4. Madison Edwards, the tying run at first with 1 out here in the bottom of the 15th inning. John Madden walked Madison Edwards after being ahead of the Colonel number 9 hitter, 0-2. He lost him. John Madden spells his last name Madden. And he's working here in the bottom of the 15th inning, trying to save it for Nathan Staggs. Ball 1 low and away to Brad Kuhn. Outfield plays Brad straight away. Brad has walked 3 out of his last 4 times. This is his 8th plate appearance today and tonight. Strike 1 on the outside corner to Brad Kuhn. Fort Wayne got a leadoff homer by their catcher Brandon Gautier in the top of this 15th inning to break a 6-6 deadlock. The 1-1 to Brad Kuhn is on the way. Nope, time was called just as John Madden was stepping towards home plate. Strike 2 called on the outside corner, and it's 1-2 to Brad Kuhn. Madison Edwards, the tying run at first, leading off, being held by big Kyle Blanks. Swing and a tip foul into the glove of the catcher. Brad Kuhn down on strikes. 2 gone here in the 15th inning. Well, could Dallas Morris win this game with a 2-run homer? Could Dallas Morris reach base to put the tying run, Madison Edwards, into scoring position? Could Dallas Morris deliver an extra base hit that would score Madison Edwards and tie the game? Or will John Madden get Dallas Morris? A swing and a miss by Dallas, strike 1. Bottom of the 15th inning, 7-6 in favor of Fort Wayne. The 0-1 to Dallas. Low, ball 1. There goes Madison Edwards. A strike called. The throw to second. Madison safe. It's strike 2 to Dallas Morris, and now a base hit by Dallas Morris would likely tie the game. Dallas Morris took a strike to help protect Madison Edwards, who steals second, and now the tying run at second. 1-2 to Dallas Morris. Brandon Gautier, the man who slugged the leadoff homer in the top of this 15th inning, is now out to the base of the mound to talk it over with right-hander John Madden. A base hit by Morris would likely tie this game. Here's the 1-2. Bouncer to short. A long throw by Lopez retires Dallas Morris, and that's a win in 15 innings for the Wizards, who tie this series up at a game apiece. It took 4 hours and 19 minutes, and the Wizards win it 7-6. Dallas Morris grounds out to short. In the Colonel 15th, no runs, no hits, a walk, a stolen base, no Wizard errors. The Kernels leave 1 and stranded 12. A long afternoon and early in the evening of baseball ends in a disappointing loss. The Kernels lose in extra innings 7-6. We'll be back pronto with the Kernel Curtain Call here on the Kernel Radio Network.
It's time for the Kernel's Curtain Call. Now, with a game recap, a complete look at the State Farm scoreboard, and a look ahead to upcoming action, let's rejoin the voice of the Kernels, John Rogers.
Well, welcome back to Veterans Memorial Stadium. We had 1,870 on hand here this afternoon and this evening, and the longest game of the year by far played by the Kernels and Wizards, 4 hours and 19 minutes, and the Wizards get a leadoff home run from their catcher, Brandon Gauthier, to win the game. Gautier's home run, his first of the year, came leading off the 15th against Colonel right-hander Tim DeJurgis, and on came John Madden in the bottom of the 15th. He got Dallas Morris to wrap out the shortstop with the tying run, Madison Edwards, at second, and 2 out. The Kernel Curtain Call always begins with a game recap. The Kernels scored the first 2 runs this afternoon against starter Greg Burke out of Duke University. Brad Kuhn singled to center. Dallas Morris singled into right. Then Heinle Stacia with runners at first and second bunted Kuhn and Morris to second and third. Mark Trumbo bounced out to third. Brad Kuhn dashed home to make it 1-0 Kernels. Dallas Morris went to third and scored on a Brett Martinez RBI single into right, and the Kernels led 2-0 after 1 inning. It was the first runs the Kernels had gotten for Kernel starter Moose Mosebach in his last 3 starts. The Wizards immediately tied the game, though, in the top of the second inning with 2 outs. Abraham Aguilar doubled. Jesus Lopez reached on an infield single, and with runners at first and third and 2 out, Mike Sanso laid down a beautiful suicide squeeze bunt to score Abraham Aguilar and make it 2-1 Kernels. Seth Johnston then reached on a fielding error by Heinle Stacia at short, allowing Jesus Lopez to score the second run of the inning, and we were tied 2-2 after an inning and a half. In the third inning, the fourth inning rather, the Wizards scored 3 runs on 5 hits. They got RBIs from Seth Johnston, Mike Baxter, and Kyle Blanks to break the 2-2 tie and take a 5-2 lead. Moose Mosebach was lifted after 4 innings this afternoon. 4 innings pitched. He allowed 5 runs, 4 earned on 9 hits, struck out 4, walked 1. The Wizards added a run in the 7th inning to make it 6-2. The Kernels scored an unearned run in the bottom of the 7th to make it 6-3. And then a leadoff homer by Brett Martinez in the 8th inning made it 6-4. Flint Whipke singled following the Martinez home run. Flint Whipke went to second on a wild pitch. Larry Infante walked, and after Tyler Johnson struck out, Brad Kuhn walked to load the bases, and Dallas Morris tied the game with a big 2-run, 2-out single in the bottom of the 8th inning. We were tied 6-6. Heinle Stacia with the go-ahead run at third. Brad Kuhn struck out to end that 8th inning. Little did we know the Kernels would have only 1 hit the rest of the way. The only other Kernel hit, the Kernels would only have 2 other hits the rest of the game. Flint Whipke singled with 2 out in the 9th inning. Mark Trumbo singled with 2 outs in the 11th inning. And those were the only 2 hits the Kernels got after the 2-run single by Dallas Morris in the 8th inning. The Kernels got excellent relief pitching today from Rafael Cruz, who allowed 1 run in 4 innings, Brad Beck, the lefty, who pitched a scoreless 9th, and Tim Madison, who pitched 4 shutout innings from the 9th inning through the 13th inning. Tim Madison blanked the Wizards. Tim DeJurgis pitched a 1-2-3 14th inning, but then surrendered the home run. Tim DeJurgis surrendered a home run in the top of the 15th inning to Brandon Gauthier, and that was the run that won the game here this afternoon. Jonathan Van Fleet has stopped in. Jonathan, I didn't know that you would be here for the entire ball game. It started just after 2 o'clock, Jonathan. Did you get a chance to talk with Rockin' Ray?
Yes, I did.
Is he going to invite you up to the Metrodome again?
I don't know.
Okay, Jonathan. You stayed for the whole game. The Kernels lose it in 15 innings, 7-6. Jonathan Van Fleet, are you going to be at the dinner that your grandmother and the Booster Club are hosting?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Jonathan, we'll see you soon. Jonathan Van Fleet, kind enough to drop in and say hello here on the Colonel Curtain Call. Here's the final line score. In 15 innings, the Wizards win it 7-6. Fort Wayne 7 runs, 16 hits, 1 error. They stranded 14. The Colonels 6 runs, 11 hits, 2 errors. We left a dozen. Winning pitcher Nathan Staggs, he's 1-1. The Colonel loser Tim DeJurgis 0-4. John Madden gets the save, his 5th. The game took 4 hours and 19 minutes to play before a Sunday crowd of 1,870. And I shudder to say this, but the Colonel record in extra innings now drops to 2-9. We'll be back in a moment with the PRC play of the game here on the Colonel Radio Network.
Fairfax State Savings Bank is paying you to come to the ballpark every Wednesday this season. You heard right. Fairfax State Savings Bank is paying you to come to Veterans Memorial Stadium every Wednesday this season. The first 750 of you Colonel fans to enter the gates before Wednesday's home game will receive an envelope full of money inside from Fairfax State Savings Bank. Each of those 750 envelopes will contain a greenback up to a $100 bill. Fairfax State Savings Bank free money Wednesdays. Come early to line your pocket with cash.
There's a lot you can do to satisfy your taste for Italia. You can marry one.
To you, Susan Smith, take Giuseppe Florentino.
You can drive one. Or you can go to Zio Giano's and feast on Zio's homemade bread, pizzas, and pasta, authentically prepared to Zio Giano's famous Italian style. Zio Giano's for the hometown taste of Italy.
Oh, come to Zio Giano's, our pasta makes you sing. Come to Zio Giano's for il Italiano. Come to Zio Giano's, the pasta.
John Rogers with you back here at Veterans Memorial Stadium. A 4-hour and 19-minute extra inning game, and the Wizards won it in the top of the 15th on a leadoff homer by Brandon Gauthier. It's time now, thanks to PRC, to have a listen to our PRC play of the game. If you're looking for a company with a great heart that will give you the opportunity to grow, I suggest you visit PRC's website, www.prcnet.com. PRC has a wonderful benefit package they term Life Essentials, and that benefit package at PRC includes a 401k retirement savings plan, casual dress code, flexible schedule, and medical, dental, vision, and pet insurance. Our PRC play of the game came in the 12th inning. A leadoff single by Will Venable of the Wizards. Darrell Jones sacrificed the go-ahead runner to second base. Tim Madison struck out Brandon Gauthier, and with the go-ahead run at second and 2 out, Tim Madison faced Abraham Aguilar. Here's our PRC play of the game.
Here, Brian Anderson, Wednesday afternoon in Davenport. Jordan has a very sore shoulder. Ooh. Strike 3 called! It was a delayed call by the plate umpire. Abraham Aguilar takes strike 3 called, and that ends the Wizard 12th inning. Fort Wayne had a runner at second with only 1 out, and Tim Madison slammed the door on the Wizards, striking out Brandon Gauthier swinging and getting Abraham Aguilar looking. Tim Madison has pitched 3 shutout innings out of the Colonel bullpen.
And Tim went on to pitch another shutout frame, the 13th inning. Tim Madison hurled 4 shutout innings this afternoon, the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th, as the Colonels bowed to Fort Wayne 7-6 in 15 innings. That strikeout by Tim Madison of Abraham Aguilar to end the 12th inning, our PRC play of the game. The Colonels got a home run this afternoon. They're 38th as a team, number 2 by Brett Martinez leading off the 8th inning. And we want to thank PRC for donating another $25 to the Haycap Food Reservoir in PRC's Community Care Home Runs for the Hungry campaign. 38 home runs clubbed by the Kernels this season so far, and that means PRC's Community Care Home Runs for the Hungry campaign has donated a whopping $950 to help reduce hunger in our community to the Haycap Food Reservoir. We thank PRC. PRC is proud to support the communities where their employees live and work. Well, this long afternoon of baseball ends in disappointment for the Kernels, who now sink to 2-9 in extra inning games. Hold on a little longer with us because we have all the scores coming up next. Broadcast assistant Levita Hill will have those scores for you next here on the Kernel Curtain Call on the Kernel Radio Network.
The hottest feature in beautiful Veterans Memorial Stadium is the coolest place. It's the Whirling Waters Home Run Hot Tub. How can you and your friends relax and splash it up from the most coveted spot at the ballpark? Simply register at Center Point in Westdale Mall and listen. If you're selected as the winner, you'll enjoy the ultimate entertainment experience. Aquajet Stream Comfort atop the left field wall in the Whirling Waters Home Run Hot Tub. Brought to you by Westdale Mall and by Whirling Waters. Your chance to splash it up.
Now we're going to have a look at the State Farm Major League Scoreboard. We'd like to thank State Farm Insurance agents Al Shetler, Dale Thompson, Gary Shubat, and Brad Dunn. This afternoon in the American League at Fenway Park, the Red Sox took the Rangers 5-4. And in their doubleheader, which is still underway at Fenway Park, the Rangers currently lead the Red Sox 6-4 in the top of the seventh. Other games completed this afternoon in the American League. At Yankee Stadium, the A's trimmed past the Yankees 6-5. At the Metrodome, the Twins whitewashed the Orioles 4-0. At Kauffman Stadium, the Royals bowed to the Devil Rays 8-2. And at Angel Stadium, the Mariners tamed the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim 6-2. Yet to be played this evening, the Indians and White Sox at U.S. Cellular Field. Once again, that is an evening game. In the National League this afternoon, the National shut out the Phillies at RFK Stadium 6-0. The Cubs toppled the Reds at Great American Ballpark 9-3. At Minute Maid Park, the Astros crushed the Braves 14-4. The Cardinals knocked off the Brewers at Miller Park 7-5. While the Dodgers tamed the Rockies at Coors Field 6-5. At Petco Park, the Marlins whipped the Padres 7-3. And at SPC Park, the Pirates toppled the Giants 7-5. Still underway in the National League, Mets and Diamondbacks at Chase Ballpark, bottom of the seventh. Mets have it 13-2. Once again, we'd like to thank State Farm Insurance agents Al Shetler, Dale Thompson, Gary Shubat, and Brad Dunn for that look at the State Farm Major League Scoreboard.
And thanks to broadcast assistant Levita Hill, thanks to Colonel assistant Sonia Massey. Both were here at noon today and both stayed until what turned out to be kind of the bitter end. But let's face it, the Kernels have to hang their hat on great relief pitching by Rafael Cruz, Brad Beck, Tim Madison. Tim DeJurgis threw well. He just happened to give up that leadoff homer to Brandon Gautier in the 15th inning, and that was the difference as the Wizards tie this series at a game apiece with a 7-6 15-inning win this afternoon. We'll be with you tomorrow evening. Hot dogs are only $1 here at Veterans Memorial Stadium, and we'll greet you at 6:40 with the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show on KMRY. We'll be on KMRY tomorrow evening. As Levita mentioned during the State Farm Major League Scoreboard, we have one more game remaining yet to start, and you'll hear it right here in the zone. In just a few minutes, we'll be joining the White Sox game they're hosting at U.S. Cellular Field, the Indians. You'll hear that one right here in the zone. Again, the final this afternoon and this evening, a 4-hour and 19-minute game. In 15 innings, Fort Wayne wins it 7-6. For Colonel Broadcast Assistant Levita Hill, I'm John Rogers, wishing you a great rest of your Sunday evening. This has been Colonel Baseball on ESPN Radio 1600, KCRG on the Kernel Radio Network.
This has been a special sports presentation from The Zone, ESPN Radio 1600 AM Cedar Rapids. Now back to our regularly scheduled ESPN programming already in progress.